is going on, guys? I'm not wearing my hat. Where's my hat? What's up? Ah, there we go. I am complete. All right. What is happening, guys? It is your boy Vladis. Golly, dude. After the stream yesterday, I was truly thinking stuff was gonna calm down, and then because I really didn't expect Asmongold to react to Narc's video, because Asmon's just been on a whole other kick of reaction content. I just thought like, oh, he's probably not gonna react to that stuff, you know what I mean? Like it's whatever. But I figured, oh, okay, well, it was inevitable. So I watched that this morning. I watched the video, and honestly, like, what was crazy was the amount of people. So if I pull up, let me pull up the video real quick. If I pull up the video, where's my history? I was kind of shocked. Not so shocked, but I was more shocked, not with Asmon's response, but with his chat's response is what I was actually shocked with. Here's the thing. So let's, you know, and again, if you haven't watched Asmon's reaction to Narc's video, I'll send you guys the link. I've already watched it. This is not what I kind of want to talk about, but there you go. It's right there. It's 48 minutes long. You know, it would be a very, very long stream. I've already seen it with my wife. My wife was the one like, babe, did you see that Asmon reacted to Narc's video? I was like, because I was, you know, with the baby and stuff like that. Like, my wife has been all in on this Ashes drama, but of course, you know, she's a woman, so she's all about the drama. So, but looking at the comments here was what I found to be kind of crazy. It's like, and again, I really don't know where the negative sentiment is coming from people. I understand that people don't like it graphically, or they don't like the PvP, but why in a world where we do not get MMOs often and we are always clamoring for the next MMO, that we then shit on a company who is trying to put out an MMO? Like, as much as I don't like PAX Day, like, I don't like its principles. I don't like the kind of, it's way more sandbox than I'm very much used to. The combat has a long way to go, but I don't want PAX Day to fail. I don't want PAX Day to stop development. I don't want PAX Day to, you know, go into the fetal position and just say, okay, we're not making this MMO anymore. Like, no, like, we need more MMOs in this space. We're lacking them, desperately lacking them. Let's see, who doesn't like the PvP? It's amazing. Still needs work, but it's a very solid foundation. I know you do, Ratsu, but there's a lot of people, again, like outside all the PvE Andes. I get that's why they don't like it. Let me see, read Steven's chat on Letheria Discord yesterday. Let me see, serious, this drama's getting out of hand. Even the Alpha 2 keys aren't that bad in terms of response. Here, hold on, let me go. I'm guessing you meant Lenneth. I don't know if I can go all the way back to yesterday. I'm literally scrolling up. I'm literally trying to find where Steven was talking in the Linux Discord. I don't see it. I know he was talking in Alpha 2 general chat today, because people were you know, letting him know that it was a good video. But like, I just want to go through some of these comments real quick, and we'll get into this video right here that I want to watch. There was also some people talking about Pirate Software reacting to this video, which Pirate Software does not react to content. He is not a reaction Andy at all. So it was very shocking to me that he watched that video on stream to begin with. Excuse me. Let me see. Leave N alone. Because dev showcases were lies. Begin with the player observation, attacking 6, 8, and 9. Did he at least watch the Steven response video too? No, I don't think Asmongold has watched that video or this video. He's actually live right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Asmongold is watching this. But I think, again, the most shocking thing about all of this is just the straight up comments that I saw. Vertical slices are not supposed to be used for the consumer. It's for investment companies. You also have to clearly state it. The videos in question were used as a prototype for what was coming, not a vertical slice. Very disingenuous. It's like, what? And again, these are all people that aren't game devs, that don't know the process of making a game. They don't, like, again, I think people are just bent out of shape for, you know, again, I mentioned this yesterday, right? Like, we can agree that Steven could have been, and maybe should have been, more direct in how some of these systems were going to be laid out when they get released. But at the same time, whenever, you know, phase 1 launched and we had the entire abundancy of the Riverlands, who was complaining then? You know, no one, because things were good. The development was good. The constant communication from the developers, the updates to us, the players, was good. But again, I think this goes beyond, oh, Desert's fake, live streams are fake, you know, whatever, right? Whatever all these comments are about. I think it just stems from a deeper point, that this game is way further, like, this game is way farther to release than what they hoped. And I think that specific reality set in for a lot of players and got bitter. Like, that's literally what's going on. So the bitterness is affecting people. And so we had, like, Asmon's logic is misleading. The fact that the YouTube video exists doesn't disprove that the company is controlling the narrative. That's not the logical conclusion. Sorry. Two claims can't exist simultaneously without the fact of by itself being a conclusion for any kind of relation between them. And Asmongold uses the word obviously. They are not obviously not controlling the narrative so loosely that it's mind-blowing. Let me see. The first 20 minutes feels like the rich protecting the rich. So again, what is the goal? Like, let's ask ourselves this question. What is the goal? This game is like, if for some people the game is a scam, don't buy into the game, don't buy a pack. And what has been the narrative from Steven's mouth pretty much every live stream? If you are on the fence, if you like the project but you don't have the money, or, you know, maybe you just don't want to give the money, please don't. How many times has he said that? But what I'm failing to understand is the goal of, oh, this is fake. Like, what's the goal of that? Is the goal to just not have people play? Like, the people that are playing Ashes of Creation, is the goal to stop playing Ashes of Creation because it's a scam? Like, I'm truly trying to understand, like, what the goal is by saying, oh, the desert showcase was fake, it was lies, the freehold showcase was fake, it was lies. Okay, but yet we do have freeholds, but yet we do have a desert. So it's like these half-truths, right? Because is the desert complete? No, the game is in development. Is the freeholds complete? No, the game is in development. So like I'm just trying, I'm really trying to understand where people's emotional defense is coming from, where it's like game bad. Well, where's the game bad? The combat's really freaking solid. It's probably one of the best combat systems we've gotten from any kind of an alpha or even an early access MMO ever, in my opinion. Like it's fucking solid, and that's just speaking on combat. And then you speak of to like how big the biome is, how in depth the profession system is, even right now at a very rudimentary level. Like I don't get it. Like ASMON is trying so hard not to burn any bridges with Steven. It's like, but why then start agreeing with someone who clearly is spreading false information? Like, you know what I mean? Like why, like, this is what I am failing to realize, because let's also look here. Let's see this real quick. Let me see. So Richie came out with the video. I watched the video already. Sorry. I'm a bad reaction Andy person, but he put out a little funny clip. Let's see if I can find it. It's like a little small clip. Where is it? Right here.
Large following, and this was one of his examples.
It's real. The desert is fucking real.
Steven Sharif, the creative.
And what's so funny is that the clip he got that from, if you go watch the video of where that clip originated from, it's all positive. It's literally like, I don't get it. If you go and even watch Narc's phase 1 stuff with his own community, all they were doing was pogging out of their minds and saying like how great this game was. So where did the switch just happen? And again, if you go look at Narc's catalog, there was a video that got massively, I think he was upset about the desert update. Well, the update wasn't all going to happen all at once. It's not like we were going to get a complete desert biome right off rip. You know what I mean? I was even shocked we even got the 3 nodes like where we got personally. But again, I think, you know, Asmongold was saying that Narc's expectations were too high. Because where we saw the preview, like the actual desert preview, and then if you go and look at, you know, footage of just the desert, if you've been in the desert, it looks a lot like the fucking preview, you know? And again, if we go here, does that not look like a fucking desert? Does that look like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, let's watch this video real quick. Let me get this out of the way, because I'm pretty sure Steven's going to say a lot here. We'll break it down and then we'll go in. I knew he was going the way of Jalan, just more unhinged. Well, the reason, look, and I said this yesterday and I'm going to say it again. The only reason why Narc is quitting Ashes of Creation is because he's hit a wall. He's, ever since phase 1 started, he was at a roughly 60K subs, and he has not moved at all. He's been cranking out videos probably weekly, and he has not grown at all. And I think that bitterness of him continuing not to grow in the YouTube space, while also simultaneously having super high expectations of the game that he's covering, he just got more bitter. And then when he started going down that negative rabbit hole, and then again, if you go and watch that video, I think it's probably like a couple of months ago now, it was a massively downvoted negative video where even his own community in the comment section was like, bro, you need to calm down. And and after that video, he shifted his tone. But in the video that he said for the whole goodbye Ashes of Creation, he said he shifted his tone because he wasn't happy. He wasn't happy with the state of the game or whatever the case was. But no, it's because he shifted his tone because his community was turning against him. And because he wasn't growing on YouTube, he couldn't afford to lose more people from his own community because he wasn't growing already. So did Narc lose his mayorship in the server merger? I don't know. Like like I said, I really don't follow him. Like, I don't follow his moves. I don't really keep tabs on him. Like, I really, truly don't know. This game is Poggies makes me feel like I'm playing DAOC almost. Well, and a lot of people are enjoying it. So it's like, you have a company, right? And we've always said this, like we want a company that talks to us, that keeps us informed, that keeps us in the loop. And then when a company is doing that more so than any other company has ever done, we want to shit on that. Oh, they're not being completely verbatim. Like when something's going to come out, they don't tell us exactly like how and in what way or whatever. It's like, you have to understand that from any company that is making something, shit can shift. It can change. Stuff can be, you know, a person could have mismanaged it, right? And then of course the company has to, like, you know, pick up the pieces. There could be so many different moving parts. That's how any development is for not just games, but just in general. And to think that Intrepid is supposed to do communication 100% correct all the time, that they're supposed to develop a game 100% correct all the time, I think as a community, isn't that a little much? Like, isn't that like asking way too much from a company that's never made a game before either? It's not like we're trying to dissect Riot Games here. You know, Riot Games has made very polished, very successful games. And I can imagine being a little bit more harsh and critique a little bit more harshly to a company that has made successful games. Intrepid hasn't. This is their first game, and it's an MMORPG, one of the hardest genres to make in the gaming space. So what are we trying to talk about here? You know, World of Warcraft took 5 years with 26 devs. No wonder people are upset. Bro. As a WoW Andy, I get it, but that was a long time ago. Things were, I'm not saying were easier back then, but the scope of classic World of Warcraft is nowhere near the scope of Ashes of Creation. Not even close. I'm sorry. It's not even in the same ballpark. Let me see. Yeah, I'm still very much enjoying the content available, and combat is still really fun to me, even though it is a long way to go. No, absolutely. A lot of people feel that way. Intrepid has been saying for years, now open development isn't for everybody, and Narc thought it was for him, but maybe isn't. Dude, it's not. Honestly, open development isn't for me either. I'm just going to be completely honest with you, dude. Like, you know, for people who have been in my community for a while, who've watched my content, who've watched me stream, I was in people will call it my Darth Vladis phase. I was in a very negative spot too, because, you know, the times when I was thinking the game was going to come out and the game didn't come out, and this whole like, when is Alpha 2? Like, even I got bitter. You know, we're all human. We all get to that point. But then I had to start to get more information in my head to make me understand the process better. The more narrow your informational scope is on the development process of making a game, the more frustrated you're going to become. The more you start talking to game devs, the more you start talking or even listening to YouTubers that are game devs that can explain to you the gaming process, the more you'll start to understand why things get delayed, why things happen. It's inevitable. Even Grinding Gear Games, like I've mentioned this example before, Grinding Gear Games PoE 2 was supposed to release in June. It didn't. It released in December. They delayed it almost a whole 6 months. People were pissed. People were disappointed. But were people pissed and disappointed when PoE 2 launched? No, it didn't even matter anymore. And that's my whole thing, is that people are going to get pissed. People are going to get upset. But then once they have something to do, once they have something to play, they won't be. and I understand that playing isn't really the thing for Alpha 2 in general, but what I'm mostly referring to is the launch. Because I'm telling you, even during the process of Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm talking its early access process, I have Wolfhard FPS. He was a consistent content creator throughout the entire 3 years of when it was in early access. Even Baldur's Gate 3 had its ebbs and flows of drama. Its ebbs and flows of people being super hyped and then being super like, oh my God, like when is this game going to come out? It's just natural. It's just how it is. I don't think people understand that the first 3 years or so was Intrepid building from the ground up and moving out of the concept phase. And then they had two different versions of Ashes. Well, I think it was just deeper than that too. I think honestly, they had the version of Ashes of Creation they were building upon in 2019. APOC came out. They found some very critical flaws in their code. And if they continued further, it would have fucked them. And I think what even two other bigger things also simultaneously happened, which was COVID and the transition to Unreal Engine 5. Those two things, in my opinion, really like threw the production back a bit. I think if we were still in Unreal Engine 4, we would definitely have more of the game. 100%. Way more of the game. But I think transition to Unreal Engine 5 and, you know, just speaking as to how that process can be for some games, and this is not even considering an MMORPG, and especially one as complex as probably as Ashes of Creation is, it's a shit show. Going and converting your project to 4 to 5 isn't as easy as going from like 5 to like 5.1. That's a whole other process. So people have TikTok shorts, attention spans, bro. They'll be all pissy for 2 days and they'll find something else to be pissy about. Well, yeah, it's like the internet is bipolar. 1 second we're crying, the next second we're fine and happy. That's how it is. Like we're just like a 5-year-old. You know, that's how the internet is.
I just watched your video.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. I was like, why is it so? All right, let's watch this video real quick. Let me raise the volume.
Hey, Asmon.
Oh,
I just watched your video reviewing Narcs. Very unfortunate video about Ashes, and you know, I wanted to take just a moment to go through a couple of the things that he says that I feel.
Oh, and let me just be honest too. I think it was a very good decision to go from Unreal Engine 5 or from 4 to 5, but that did cost them time. Like, let's just be completely honest with that. Because I remember talking to Rive in our 1v1, and Rive said, I totally believe that they completely started from scratch when they went to Unreal Engine 5. And I kind of agree. Because the process and the conversion probably wasn't worth, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. And they probably just tried to get as many of the assets from Unreal Engine 4 and converted just assets, and then just started the entire project over on Unreal Engine 5 and was just slowly converting assets over from 4 to 5. That's what I think was happening personally. You see game developers from other games won't speak on game they aren't involved in. It's crazy seeing people who are absolutely nothing about game dev tell other people they don't know anything. Nobody except Intrepid knows what's going on. No, exactly. Like, and I can only infer so much, right? But there are so many people that are trying to make Intrepid be the boogeyman as to like, this is a big scammy company. And it's like, where are you getting that information? Like, okay, they're selling packs. They're trying to sell, they're trying to raise money to, you know, make this project complete. Right. We all know that Steven says like, oh, I'm basically like funding the project myself. I put in like $40 million of my own money or whatever the case was. But even Asmongold said it, dude, in making a game development company in California, paying over 230 developers, that is not a $40 million endeavor. Let's just be honest. It's not. And Asmon said a minimum of $250 million, which is $250 million. And I kind of agree. Ashes of Creation, if you were to go and put this system and all the features involved to a company like Riot, that's probably a number that they would, like, you know, their producers or their financial people would say, well, a project of this magnitude would take about $250 million to make. Like, is that advantageous? Right? Like, I would definitely agree with that.
feel are really disingenuous and unfortunately paint a very negative light on myself, on the team, on the project. And I think that it's very intentional what he did in his video. And I think it's important to the viewers that they have an opportunity to really inspect and understand.
Let me see. I don't think it's a scam overall. I just think the communication could have been better, better in the showcases for sure. Well, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think Steven could have been more clear, at least, especially the showcases before Alpha 2 or even during Alpha 2, to set the record straight on certain systems and how they were going to be delivered. I completely agree with that. But should we literally crucify the company and say this is a scam game and literally try to deter people completely from the project? I think that's like vendetta-ish. That's literally going on the realms of you having a complete vendetta against this company for whatever reason. And I think that's just a little fucking much, in my opinion. And that's what and again, I'm really glad that Asmongold saw that, because it's clearly like there's something super personal about this.
And what Narc is saying and whether or not it's accurate and true and whether or not there's a bias there. And if he's trying to paint a picture that is overly negative for the purposes of trying to defame the project because of whatever reason that he's become discontent about us. But, you know, I think the biggest takeaway in watching his video that can give a real clear sign to the viewers that,
and I'm sorry I keep pausing. I probably won't pause after this, but Nemesis said something. I just want to say this. I would rather 1,000% have a game dev company have a lack of miscommunication than a lack of complete communication. 1,000%. Just wanted to say that real quick.
What he is saying is not accurate, is the way he portrays the desert. And,
yes, this is Steven's reaction to Asmon's video.
We had, let me set my speed a little bit lower. 2 years ago, we had a showcase of our development update, kind of walking through the zone of the desert that was completed, so that players could see what that desert's going to look like, what the zone's going to be like. And in his video, he goes to the edge of the map. Basically, you can see, you know, kind of this area, which is the entrance into the desert. And this desert is supposed to be relatively large. I mean, it's going to go all the way kind of down out here. And this section is still incomplete, right? We are building the game. We are in alpha. We have been very clear that there is a significant amount of work, of course, for us to do. The approach that I have taken with this project has been one to kind of show that process very clearly to the players. And he makes a claim that you know, what we show is not real or is fake to some degree or some way, and that's just completely false.
Well, I mean, Asmon must be powerful. Well, of course. I mean, he has millions of people on his YouTube channel. Any video that Asmongold does gets millions of views. If someone is defaming a person's character or a project, that is very powerful to wield. And I think, again, what Narc did in his video was super disingenuous to the project at large. Did Narc, you know, try to? I think he communicated this point poorly, in my opinion. But the point of, you know, Intrepid being better at communicating, I agree with, and I think anybody here can agree that the Steven not explaining himself correctly with certain systems and how they're going to be introduced, we can all agree that was it. But to then show that stuff was a lie, that stuff and assets were fake, like, what? We saw many things from the desert preview, like the Scorpion world boss. Is that fake? Is that not in the desert? It absolutely is in the desert. There's like a lot of this. I think the only two things that I don't see was that one cave and the prey lady, you know, one of the goddesses or whatever. But again, I'm pretty sure eventually we're going to see that statue. Eventually we're going to see those things. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's just wild to me.
purposefully goes out to the edge of the desert in his video without giving any context to the viewers that this whole section of the desert exists, right? This is some 26 square kilometers of desert area that is present within the world, and he doesn't show any of that.
No.
Which I think is really just unfortunate. Here we have a little player here. Hold on. Let me give them a Christmas hat because they found me. So, just kind of running through the space, you ask yourself, why
absolutely
would
beastly.
Narc purposefully show for a minute and a half in his video a completely barren section of the edge of the map to try to demonstrate to the viewer that what we showed was not real, when in fact there is a huge portion of the desert that is complete, that is a playable space, that has monsters in it, that is...
So freeholds are a better example of thinking we had stuff that wasn't in. If Narc would choose those type of things and not the desert, it may feel different. Well, the thing is that in my opinion, a scam is, oh, we're showing you these things that are going to be in this freehold system, and then you get the game and it's not in there, but now the developers are saying, oh, well, this is the whole system now. That to me is a scam. But when you have a developer saying the things that you saw, the reason why they're not currently online is because it cross-pollinates with other systems, that those things are offline. Once we can get those things online, we will start introducing more things to the freehold system that you saw in the preview. And then it's just a waiting game. Like once we wait and once we see those things online, if everything is then representative of what we saw from the freehold preview, it wasn't a scam. It just wasn't ready yet. To me, there's a huge difference. And again, we saw Kira TV's video on Chronicles of Valyria and what the publisher and what Caspian and what Chronicles was promising and what they delivered were completely two separate things. That's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly what we showed in our preview of the desert biome. It's completely disingenuous, and it's intended to influence the viewer's perception of us, of myself, and to demean, our character, which is just completely unfair. And we don't have a way to inform all of the people who go and watch Narc's video. It has over 100,000 views now, or your video, which is going to have, 500,000 or 1 million views, and
probably
people
more.
are going to walk away from that video and they're going to think, wow, why would they show something that is inaccurate when here is exactly what we showed, right? So I think it's important that people see that. And I think it's important that they understand that this section of the world is here, that we do not show any updates or development that is.
And again, I feel like and we said this yesterday in the stream. So, if you didn't watch me yesterday, let's just paint this as an example. If the desert biome was more completed, if the freehold system had more of the systems, like let's say all the systems that were in the preview, I think the discontent of what people currently feel now would still be there. I think what the true culprit is they were trying to scapegoat the game in some way, shape, or form to place their discontent with the project. That is my personal opinion. I think people were feeling negative. They were feeling like, again, understanding how long this project is out, and it pissed them off. And they wanted a scapegoat. The scapegoat ended up becoming Narc's video, ended up becoming the lack or the miscommunication from Steven and Intrepid, and the incompleteness of the desert, the incompleteness of the freehold system. But let's just be totally fucking factual here. If those two systems, right, the desert and the freehold system, were out completed in full, I think the discontent would still be there. People will then focus on the tropics, or they would focus on some other portion of the game that isn't out yet, and make that the scapegoat. Kel says, dude, you are the 1600 follower here at Vladis Gaming. I want to thank you so much for that, dude. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the content, man. The argument Narc made was that Steven wants credit for doing open development while simultaneously not doing open development. I disagree, but it's his opinion, and he made sure to say it's not a scam. Well, So you're asking for complete and utter transparency from a gaming company that can't happen. You're literally asking for the impossible, and your implementation of what open development is and what Intrepid is doing. Intrepid has been doing open development, but not in the way that you deem correct. That I think is your issue. And no gaming company could be 100% transparent about their project. No company. And that's just, again, I think that's also pretty factual as well. They would be giving way too much to competitors. They'd be giving way too much to everybody. Like, again, this is a competitional space. They are making a game. Other people and other systems, or not systems, but other companies could steal their ideas. I've been following your YouTube already, enjoying your content, man. Keep it up, dude. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I've seen Roar, Nice, and Jamie all give some feedback this week, and they aren't super happy with it as well. And that's fine. Like, I mean, my whole thing is like, look, I'm not here trying to be a shill or whatever. Like, I've had my discontent with the project, and I've had my negative aspects on the project, like I've said before. But right now, I just know how long it's going to take. Like, I know how long it's out in my head. Anybody who comes to my stream, I've always told them, and I tried to be as realistic as I could with people, because when people were super happy and the project was very positive and all the videos that were coming out from every content creator was positive, I would always try to slap people back to reality and say, this project is still probably like 2 or 3 years out. And then I even shifted my tone from saying that to even 3 to 4 years out. So I was never being that copium-filled person and saying like, oh yeah, this project 2025 is going to be fully released. Oh my God. Like, no, I was never that content creator. Not even close. Even inside the company, not everything is transparent. And while it is great to have as much as possible, there comes a point where the cost to do it is too much. Absolutely. And again, you tell me another company that was making a game be as transparent with having a monthly live stream, explaining their process, explaining like every system, answering questions from the community. How much more open do you want? And again, I think people's version of open development is this complete transparency, which I think is impossible to have. The fact that we even have this much insight into a project before we even had the playable alpha 2 is nuts to me. It's utter madness, because we go and we look at a game like Ghost, right? What's been in development for a year, but even before that, there were still concepts and stuff like that Ghost Crawler has saying. That, in my mind, is the same kind of open development process that Intrepid has. You know, and Ghost Crawler is explaining to people the kind of systems, the kind of game it's going to be, like all that stuff. And people are like, oh man, Ghost Crawler, it's so open. It's so open. But Ghost Crawler is nowhere near as open as Intrepid has been. So which is it? Is Intrepid being not open development, but Ghost Crawler somehow is? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like people's correlations, I think, are just a little off. Let me see. I'm an apprentice hunter on Vera. I'm looking for an apprentice bow recipe. Bro, aren't we all?
Not real. That is fake. I understand that people have been burned through many other developments that have. You know,
let me see. I feel like Steven needs to let some things die off and not respond to every bump in the road. Bro, I'm sorry, but this particular thing is not just a bump in the road. It's not. Narc is literally the biggest content creator for Ashes of Creation. He has been the mouthpiece for Ashes of Creation to a lot of non-Ashes community YouTubers and people that aren't in the know of Ashes of Creation. And the fact that his video went as viral as it did, the fact that you had multiple big content creators reacting to that video, spreading to other communities that aren't very much in the know of Ashes of Creation, Steven needed to do this. He did. He absolutely needed to do this. So...
you know, shown
yes,
things
I'm sorry.
that aren't exactly accurate, but
let's
that's not the
up.
case for us. Here's our scorpion mama. Let's take a look at her. How's she doing?
Dude, the scorpion boss looks so cool.
Oops. Okay, she got a little angry. Definitely got a little angry, but we'll leave her behind. So that's an important point. The other thing that, you know, I wanted to talk about for just a second was that, you know, we're 230 plus people that are working on this project, and Ashes of Creation is obviously a very ambitious MMORPG that we're trying to create. And it's not always going to be, rosy and sunshine in the development process. There are steps that we're going to take forward and there are steps that we're going to take backwards, and that's okay as long as we stick to that transparent aspect of showing our community, showing our core audience what we're working on and what's up and coming. We're now in this Alpha 2 phase where players are capable of participating 5 days a week, although we've been up for the past almost 3 weeks now, in phase 2. And not everything, we have a roadmap, a very clear roadmap of when additional systems and features are going to be.
Okay, Steven, I'm sorry, but your roadmap is not clear at all. There are many systems not on the roadmap, period. So I think you have a clear roadmap as to the systems that you did put on there, but it is still very unclear about the other systems that are clearly not on phase 1, 2, or 3, which is the Underrealm, which is, what was it? Was Naval on phase 3? I think it was. But I mean, there's just still a lot of systems that weren't on the roadmap personally. All the other creations of biomes, like all that other stuff.
Included, and we're going to obviously try to stick to that feature roadmap, but there are things that can happen in development that can set you back, and
absolutely,
we are open and honest about what those things can be. And it is very unfortunate when NARC, for the purposes of acquiring views and or followers and subscribers, wants to take things to a very negative place, because negativity can sell.
It sells more than positivity.
Instead, he had an opportunity to expand upon what we're doing to kind of educate, people as part of this transparent development process, what it takes to make an MMORPG. And for many years he did that. But, over the course of the last year, he went to a very negative place. And because of that, we didn't engage with him at all as a content creator. And I think that led to, him creating this kind of negative echo chamber, which he became beholden to, which is unfortunate. So anyways, I heard your commentary about coming on your show and talking about anything. I am more than happy to do that. Of course, I hate to give any attention to these types of claims, which are just completely false, but when it reaches the level of viewership and interest that it has right now, I am kind of forced to do that. And I know a lot of people look at me and they say, hey, you're the director of the game, you shouldn't be engaging with you should kind of stay above the fray. But that's not why I made this company, and that's not why I started this project. I have dedicated myself over the last 8 years in building this company up from very humble beginnings of just a dozen people when we first started to what it is today, which is a very large project that is in the works and trying to accomplish something that I think players want within the space, which is, an honest team that is not going to be introducing pay to win, that is going to respect the players' achievements and integrity, that is here because we want this game too. So that's something that I think is important, and it really gets lost when creators like NARC or others give him a platform that is just simply completely false. And it's so hard to bear. It's hard to bear as a person who is very invested invested both monetarily, emotionally, and in my life, to creating something for a group of people that I affiliate myself with, which is the gaming community, the MMORPG gaming community. So anyways, I just wanted to make this quick video just as a response. I'm going to post it into your channel, and then I would be very, very happy to join you and talk about anything that you'd like to. All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Bro, I would love that, man. Oh my God. If Steven actually talks to Asmongold, I think that would be amazing. That'd be super amazing content to watch. And again, I think it's not saying that Steven needs to do this for every little hiccup of like, oh, content creator made a video, Steven's got to go and say something. I think the reason why Steven specifically has been, commenting on NARC's videos is because, again, NARC is he is the biggest mouthpiece for Ashes of Creation right now to the non-community, to the non-Ashes community. And I think for people that check in, you know, every once in a while, they may not check into Ashes of Creation specifically. They might check into a Narc video. And if Narc's saying the good things, then they'll keep it posted. But if Narc says something bad about the project and they're like, oh, well, that sucks, I guess I'll just not play Ashes, or I'll just do something else or whatever, right? Like some people aren't invested as much as we are. So it's either a yes or a no. Like, oh, game good, I'll play. Game bad, I won't play it. Like that's how a lot of people are. So I think because of how long out we still are, I truly don't think that this particular hiccup is going to hurt Ashes of Creation, but I think the credibility of the project is at risk, and that's why Steven is making this video. That's why Steven is gonna talk to Asmongold and is going to talk about this a little bit further. And again, I think Steven honestly would be the kind of person too to even apologize to the community for his own lack of more direct communication. And it's like, I think if that's what people's beef is, you want an apology from Steven, I think you'll get one. I do. True. I think, again, you know, people, you know, were, you know, even amongst the content creators, we were talking about, you know, it isn't the fact that, you know, at least to us, like the people in the community, that this game is a scam. I think what you're not addressing is the fact that you haven't been as direct with us about these systems and what we expected day one when you put out these systems. Even someone like myself that I can understand, oh, it's more bare bones, it's more foundational, it's more functional, completely get that. But it's also, if you kind of take it into this example, when we saw the fighter showcase, right? And we saw all of the abilities and we saw like the talent tree or whatever. And then we actually go in day one of Alpha 2 and we only have 5 abilities instead of the 15 that were shown. Right. I think some people would be disappointed by that. I think some people would be like, oh, but we saw more abilities. Like, where are they? Right. And some people might also say, oh, well, maybe those abilities needed more work. Maybe they needed more things, you know, or whatever the case is. But when we got those classes, we got the abilities that we saw from those showcases. So we have a lot of direct 1-for-1 showcase comparisons. And then some showcases, we don't have a direct 1-for-1 comparison. See, he could learn to communicate better and work on that, and they are doing a great job on their communication compared to that any other company out there at this scale. No, absolutely. And again, it's like, I think to demand perfection, to demand a company or a man to make 0 mistakes all the time for years, I think is very irrational, and I think it's just very hypocritical. Who is perfect? Nobody. So why are we demanding perfection? You know, and then as soon as they don't do something, we're going to bring out the pitchforks and just turn 100% negative on the company and on the people. Like, dude, everybody that I've interacted with at Intrepid has been so forthcoming, has been so nice, has been so open, you know, to a nobody, a complete and utter nobody like me. Like I'm just a dude, you know, with a super small following. I have like, you know, 2,000 subs on YouTube in comparison to Narc or comparison to people who have 100,000 or whatever. Most gaming companies don't even interact. Like if you're talking about Blizzard, do you think Blizzard goes and interacts with WoW content creators that have 2K subs? Fuck no, dude. Not even close. Like you have to be in the realm of like at least 100K to over 250K to even get an interview from those people. You know what I mean? And because they look at it in a sense of marketing, like, oh, you don't have a big enough market. Like you don't have enough subscribers to market our game to, so we're not going to communicate with you. And Intrepid like communicates with the likes of me and even people that are smaller than even myself. Because they've seen, oh, you've been making content for our game for X amount of years. You've been putting in the work. Like, we're going to give you attention. We're going to give you our platform, which I think has been huge for me. Like, dude, the fact that I was able to get into the AMA with like Jamie and with Nice and with Sunny was a fucking honor. You know, the fact that I got to do a private one-on-one interview with Steven was a fucking honor. So I know from my anecdotal experience, you know, it would seem it would behoove me, right, to not be this white knight or whatever. But I've always been critical, like, and even when I interviewed Steven, the whole like, why do you hate PvEers? Like, and I said that jokingly, but I mean, to a certain extent, like, there's just certain things that I saw about the lack of PvE in comparison to PvP, and you know, but he gave me a really great answer after that. You know what I mean? So I just think you have to just be genuine. You just have to be true to who you are and to yourself. And then, but I also feel like there's another segment of the internet, especially whether it's in the gaming community specifically, that are just very jaded. And we talked about jadedness yesterday, but I think it's just, I think it gets a little too ridiculous. Yurt, I just want to thank you so much for the 100 bits, man. Thank you so much. Good insight. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Let me see. Hold on. Intrepid needs to stop with the high fidelity hype showcases. Give us the real as it would appear on the normal gaming rig. Well, and again, I think with a lot of the system showcases before we had a playable alpha in our hands, I think they were just trying to show as much as they had done. But I think going forward, like, I think they are going to do that. Now that we can actually play the game, I doubt they're going to like showcase a naval system with like all these boats and all these things. And then when we get the naval system, it's like, here's like a canoe, right? I don't think they're going to do that, you know? And I think, again, this did spur a little bit of positivity, because now I think Intrepid is aware of how they need to showcase certain systems. Because I think when it comes to classes, those class showcases, I think we're very representative of what we actually got as a product, right? Like the fact that we got the mage showcase, and you go look at the mage showcase and you look at the mage of what we got day one to one. Same thing with all the other classes. And there was even some classes that we got a showcase of that we actually ended up getting more. And some of these were some of the older archetypes, right? Like the tank, the cleric, you know, so on and so forth. But I think this is giving them a little bit more insight to the community into what we're asking for specifically. But I think it's a little fucked up to do it in the manner that it went out in, right? We could have had a more honest or a more mature conversation about this, but yet, you know, some of us in the space aren't at that level of maturity yet. So thus we're having to discuss it in this format. Let me see. Have I seen One Piece? No, but I have seen the live action One Piece, which me and my wife enjoyed the hell out of. I can't wait for season 2 of that. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But my point still stands. The high fidelity showcases are a disconnect from the live server reality. But which ones? Like, I think it's a very specific system showcases that aren't representative of what we actually got, but some are. So I think it's just a matter of wherever you're at as far as what you can give us, show us just that, right? We all can agree with that. Now, me personally, I would like for them to show more with the asterisks of this is to come. You won't get this at whenever we give it to you. This is what you're going to get, but these features that we're still going to show you are going to come later. Like, that's what I would want personally. I still want to see more if I can, but with right context. Does that make sense? Let me see if they show the farmhand or the farmland and the caravan as it is now. Holy shit. Well, and even the caravan showcase, right? When they showed the caravan system, it's very one-to-one. And what you experienced in the caravan showcase and what you did day one of the game was one-to-one. Was it working all the time? No, but as we all know, this game is in development. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to change, and it kind of is what it is. The next thing I want to do is apparently there was a clip or like, I don't know if someone can find it for me. I got to use the bathroom real fast, so I'm going to play some music. But if Pirate Software apparently reacted to that video, and apparently he was saying some stuff afterwards, if a person can send me the stuff of what he was saying, send it to me real quick in Discord, and I'll be right back. Okay. Here, let me see if, because I know Pirate Software. Let me just look up his YouTube. Yeah,
Get a content thing where people have to compete.
Oh, here it is, I think.
They're communicating constantly, even making little videos like this off the cuff. There's no.
And he doesn't show any of that. Gonna have now. I heard your.
I shut it down completely. I think it's ridiculous. Yeah, scam, 230 devs, clear roadmap, clear communication. Exactly. And you have a content creator that just puts out a video on the edge of the map and claims that that is what it is. Like, literally, dude literally made a video. Instead of being in the desert where you're seeing all that stuff, which is all up here, he went to the very bottom right corner, which is this right down here, where nothing is implemented, and then made a map, like a video there. And was like, yeah, the desert's not implemented. It looks like shit. And he did it in phase 1 where this town didn't exist yet. So it's like, come on, dude. Like, no. Like, zero respect for that at all. He actually made the video right here on the edge of the node before the node was implemented. So I'm like, it's ridiculous. It's the same shit I've been saying all day, and now there's a video about it from Steven, which is great. Yeah. It's super weak. It's super weak, and it's unnecessary and ridiculous. Yeah, we're talking about the NARC video. We have to, because like literally all day there's people hopping in and being like, what about the NARC video? What about the NARC video? What about the NARC video? Because they've never seen the game before. Their first introduction to the game is it getting called a scam and having a video that looks really bad because dude cherry-picked it to make it look bad.
Yep.
And the game looks awesome as shit. Yeah, it's soggy and lame is what it is, dude. The ironic part is that the desert in real life actually does look that empty. Oh yeah, it can, yeah. Oh, am I dead? Oh, I totally died, didn't I? I'm like a ghost. I hope I'm dead. I bet I died while I logged out. Or is it Ranger Camo doing it?
Well, I think that's pretty much, I don't know if you said anything more, but yeah, like, and this is the problem, right? The reason why Steven has to go and talk about stuff is because he, you know, it's like mass defamation, right? Like, you know, NARC saying stuff that is not accurate or representing the project accurately, that a lot of normal people that aren't even going to go and click on an Ashes video or click on anything else, and they're going to deem that this is the correct information, this content creator is right, this content creator wouldn't lie to me, or, you know, I'm just not even going to do any research, so what I am seeing is accurate, and fuck, that looks terrible, and boom, you know, Flanker, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you. So, yeah, NARC was trolled out of the game intentionally. Well, I mean, the other thing too is that I saw a lot of people, you know, like one of the highlights for, I think it was a comment that says one of my highlights for 2025 was that NARC left Ashes, you know, and it's like, look, I get NARC wasn't everybody's cup of tea. I get that. But that, with that withstanding, NARC is still, or maybe even was still, but I think is more accurate, the biggest Ashes of Creation content creator. A lot of people followed him to follow the news, the live stream progress, because it's easier to watch a NARC video that's 10 minutes long about the latest live stream than it is to watch an hour and a half or even 2.5 hours from an Ashes of Creation live stream, right? And, you know, I get NARC was entertaining. You know, like he did, in my opinion, he did make entertaining content, but I think it's just whenever he started to stray from the truth or starting to shit on the company or its developers and calling them stuff like, what was it? Like some of the stuff that he would say, like, you know, they're brain dead, or they don't know how to make a game, you know, stuff like that. It's just so stupid, you know. And as soon as you're starting to have that kind of language, like your maturity is just showing. And whenever you start to cultivate this very negative sentiment in your content, you are then going to start attracting people who really enjoy that negative sentiment. And if Narc wants to move on, right, if he truly wants to get away from Ashes of Creation and play something else, whatever that game is, if Narc truly starts to enjoy something, do you think his community is going to let him enjoy it? Like, I'm speaking honestly. Like, do you think his community is going to let him enjoy a game? Or do you think he's just going to become a shill? You know? And I think that's the problem, in my opinion, with creating and cultivating a negative community. Is what when you actually do find enjoyment, I don't know if your community is going to let you enjoy it. You know? Let me see, toxic to his chat community though. Ick bro. That's what I mean. Like he's just whenever I did watch a couple of his streams, like all he was doing was just talking shit to his chat the whole time. It's like, and again, maybe his chat likes that. Maybe they like the kind of banter and the, you know, good cop, bad cop thing, or I don't know, like whatever, bad cop. But it's just, to me, as someone who what I expect Narc in a YouTube video is a completely different Narc in a live stream. I feel like those are two different people. And I remember the same thing. I felt the same exact thing for Jalon. You know, when I would watch a Jalon video, when I first got into the Ashes community back in 2020 and 2021, I watched Jalon's YouTube videos, which were the Ashes 101 stuff, and I really enjoyed that YouTube content. And then when I watched a Jalon stream, it was like, who is this person? This is a whole ass other person that I you know, that wasn't in, you know, in the YouTube video. Let me see. Narc controlled the narrative until people started to play the game. I think that's what sums it up. Probably. Absolutely. He transitioned to Dark Souls and he got 200 concurrent viewers. So maybe 100 people dropped. Well, that's what I mean, right? Like if he wants to go and play Dark Souls and go to, you know, play other things or whatever, that's fine. You know what I mean? But I think at the end of the day, like he has not quit Ashes of Creation. I think whenever phase 3 comes out and there's more content, he will make content about it. I think right now he's just trying to grow his YouTube content because he can't grow just being in the Ashes community anymore. He's capped out. So howdy Vlad, what's going on, dude? Tomax, good to see you, brother. Parrot has a level-headed take because he has experience and understands the process. Narc doesn't, so his negativity comes from ignorance. Well, I think that's exactly what it is. And I think a lot of people's, like when I see people's comments, whether it's from Asmongold or whether it's like my own, you know, comment section in my YouTube videos, I think a lot of it comes from ignorance. You just don't know, so you're upset and you infer or you think it should be this way. We should have got this project a year ago, or you know, we shouldn't be so far out in development. Like you guys are fucking up. You guys aren't doing it right. You guys are, you know, mismanaging your team, or you know, they're trying to think of ways to cope the reality of I can't play this game, or the release of this game isn't next year like I wanted. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's exactly like what's going on. So it's just, I don't personally get it. And people want to have that take. That's totally fine. But I think at the end of the day, it's just a little despicable, in my opinion. And I'm glad Steven is addressing it. I'm glad Pirate Software is weighing on it. I'm also glad that's Asmongold. I really, man, I probably won't watch that video. I probably will go live and I will react to that. Hopefully, maybe a hop in a day. I don't know, man. Like we'll have to wait and see, but I'm really excited to see when it happens. I still appreciate Narc for the AOC videos he did build for a lot of the hype for the development. I think he just got burnt out. Well, and that's what I mean, right? Like I'm not trying to discount the effort that Narc put into his videos for Ashes of Creation. He did hype up a lot of people, and there was, I think, a lot of people that he himself got from YouTube that wasn't aware of Ashes of Creation, that converted people to even look at Ashes of Creation or pay attention to Ashes of Creation. You know, you can't ignore that fact. It's, again, this is why I tell my content creators, like the people that I really admire, that I really think create better content than I ever could. I tell him to take breaks, you know, like keep that in your mind. Like if you need to take a break, take a month break, however long you need, you know, but come back, you know what I mean? Like come back to the space, right? Because it always sucks like when a person truly gets burnt out, because sometimes they never come back. Like there were some WoW content creators that I remember growing back in the day, like in the 2015s, that just got burnt out and just stopped making WoW content altogether. You know, it's unfortunate when it happens, right? And that's because World of Warcraft was an out and completed game at that point. You know what I mean? Like, but it could happen. It can happen to anybody. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let's face it, Steven's communication leaves a lot to be desired. He needs to be more accurate. Well, and again, we talked about this earlier. Like, if you want Steven to apologize for his lack of miscommunication or not being as direct as he should have, like, I'm sure you'll get some sort of an apology, or maybe not even an apology, but maybe just saying like, I've seen the sentiment of miscommunication and I'm going to do my best to fix that going forward. And I think that's all what we can expect. You know, again, we're adults, right? If you feel like something is being a little mismanaged, you point that out, right? Which you rightfully should be able to point it out. And then once the person acknowledges it and says, I will try to do this, okay, cool. We got what we wanted. Now we can move on. I think there's certain people that just want to stay pissed off and mad. And again, it's very vendetta-ish. Pockets, dude, thank you so much for the raid, man. Welcome, guys. We're just here talking about all the stuff that's been happening recently. It's been a little crazy. That's the problem, is that he hasn't done that. I understand that he hasn't done that yet. But if he talks to Asmongold, right? Because I'm pretty sure Asmongold might address that. And if he addresses it and Steven acknowledges it, that's all we can hope for. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's literally all we can hope for. Me personally, like, I don't need Steven to apologize to me, or just to apologize in general. All I want him is to just communicate better. I don't think it warrants an apology, at least for me. I know some people think they are owed an apology. I don't feel like I'm owed anything. What I feel like I'm owed is a game. That's what I feel like I'm owed. Let me see. Do you want old school content creators like Death Proxy and Dungeon Crawler Network back in the day? God, it's been so long. Oh, Jesus, Death Proxy. That name takes me back. Holy shit. Let me see why nobody is addressing the real issue that is being Steven saying for years. If you want Alpha 2, you got to buy the $250 pack. The sale will end at some point, creating FOMO. Then 2 months before Alpha 2, he comes up with cheaper packs. It's a huge scam towards everybody who got the 250 Alpha 2 pack, because based on what Steven said, people took the decision to buy it thinking they won't be able to get access after the pack sales end. No, because even if you go back to January, they were talking about potentially reopening packs later in the year, and they ended up doing so. And I think when people weren't able to buy anything, which was, I think, after January 17th of this past year onward, there were so many people that were coming into the space that were, oh, like, I missed the deadline. Fuck, like, when do you think I can buy an Alpha 2 key, or can I buy a key, right? So, and again, you bought a pack, right? Which you couldn't buy a pack anymore. It was just a key. And remember, when they released just key sales, people were upset because this felt like, oh, like you're spending $120 for just the key access. This feels like very underwhelming. And even Asmongold reacted to it and says, yeah, this is kind of fucked up. And then what did they do? They changed it. They gave you the Alpha 2 key, Alpha 2 for all, Alpha 2 key for phase 1, 2, and 3. And this was if you bought, of course, like the phase 1 pack for $120. You got beta 1, beta 2, and I think 30 days of free game time. And then people were okay with it. But I didn't feel personally like I spent $375. I didn't feel like, oh my God, someone's buying the game for $120. Like, I feel scammed. No, dude. Like, and there's some people that I know that purchased it for $500 that still don't feel scammed. Like, again, we purchased that money for hoping that this project could make it out into an actual release. So I don't, again, I think people are, there was someone who said it in chat earlier, and I'm really regretting that I didn't read it. But when people start spending money on things, they feel like they're owed something, right? And believe me, like what you bought is you're owed that because you bought it, right? But I think it goes deeper than that. There's some people that treat their contribution deeper than just what they bought. And it literally becomes this, again, this very emotional investment that gets warped and twisted in their minds, that then it just gets weirder and weirder and weirder. So I don't know. Mary Jones, he is streaming right now. Who's Mary Jones? Did you tell Intrepid what sucks about it? Let me see. I spent $500 too. I don't feel scammed just because A1 was so good and I had a great time in it, but A2 sucks. I think A2, it sucks for what people hoped it would be. I remember when we got the roadmap, which no one expected, phases, right? No one ever saw that coming. But I remember most people telling me that Alpha 2, because people were coming to my stream with like, what do you think? What do you think of Alpha 2 starting in May 1st of next year? Because what we're getting, in October isn't what what was promised for Alpha 2. And I remember talking about that and being like, well, I'm sure they had a good reason to do what they did. And actually looking back on it now, I'm actually kind of glad they did it in this phase, because there was so much stuff that was, if they would have given us as much as they were thinking they were going to give us, we wouldn't have went deep enough, and they would have been adding more, right? So we would have gotten all this shit to test all at once. And then we would have given more systems, more things. We would have gotten so overwhelmed as testers, and especially for how grindy this game is, we wouldn't have accurately gotten the data of certain dupes or certain bugs or certain exploits. Yes, we would have gotten a majority of them, but there would have been a lot of stuff we would have missed because we've had to go and test like all of these other facets of these systems. So I don't know. I think the way the phases have been done so far, I think is a good thing for development. It's not a good thing for players. And I think, again, if you are considering yourself a player, think again, you are a tester. So I think it's very hard for a player to have a tester mentality because they want to play. And I've said this before many, many, many times. Let me see. It's for the developers and designers, not players. Exactly. Let me see. Testers get paid, and they are paying testers. Like they are. They're not paying us. But if you were to watch my interview, my one-on-one with Steven, I asked him about testing, and he says that they actually have a Mexico, like there's two professional tester houses that they have on the docket that is testing Ashes of Creation internally, one from Europe and one in Mexico. So they are paying testers. They're just not paying us. We're paying them. How have I been finding the alpha so far? I think my alpha experience has been pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Like I mean, there's been some points where I'm not playing as much because I kind of already did, I did the leveling experience. Now I'm going into professions and gathering and processing and crafting and chatting with people about that whole system, because I think economy is probably one of the most vital outside of the node system. Economy is the most vital system in Ashes of Creation. You fuck up economy, the whole game is done. It's gone. So I've just been focusing a lot into the economy side of things because I really want the economy to be as good as humanly possible. Let me see. Paying them to work for them is not an outlandish scenario. Well, of course not. I mean, they need professional testers. Like, I think we're going to get a lot of bulk testing from us, like the unprofessional testers, but you actually need professional testers to test your game. They know what to look for. They've tested other shit. This is the same thing what Pyro Software is doing too, because he's a hacker. Like he does a lot of the security stuff for companies and for games and stuff like that. He knows the kind of flaws that code usually has with security, and he's done that testing for Intrepid. Let me see. I love this game no matter what. It's unique and great. Yeah, dude. I mean, again, I think, and that's the other thing too, is that people are shitting on other people for enjoying their time in a game. It's like, it's fucking baffling to me. Like, am I going, like, I'm not a fan of Pantheon, but am I going into the fucking Pantheon community and telling them how shit their game is and being like, oh my God, this game looks like ass, or this game looks like a joke or whatever? No, like, I don't like it, but I'm not going to go into their community and start talking shit. Like, who does that? Like, again, I think, again, it's the troll mentality. It's the, you know, like, oh, I just want to piss people off kind of thing. It's fucking childish as shit. Let me see. I can't wait for my guild to start decking every day. Oh my god. Well, the war decking is going to stop. Like, I hope it does. Professional QA testers get paid. I don't think any of us are doing rigorous testing. We are players that occasionally poorly report a bug. Exactly. 100%, dude. That's very, very accurate. So they sell useless tests to fund the game. So they sell useless tests. Is Alpha 2 useless to you? It may feel useless to you, but again, as a gamer, I understand that sentiment. As a tester, completely disagree. And as a developer, it is completely vital for their success to their launch. And again, this is, I think, again, people they're thinking they're supposed to play a game. You're not playing a game, you're testing a game. Let me see. Then what do you think an alpha is exactly? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, let me see. Alpha is standard term to denote a milestone release during production in which game functionality is all included, but bug-ridden and not optimized game content is largely represented, but may require polish and is considered sound enough for deep testing. This is an alpha, and I think, again, like, there's I agree with that, but Ashes in general has so many systems that all cross-pollinate with one another that in order for them to accurately get like really good testing, they can't introduce everything. Like, all, like, again, there's so many features in this game. This game is fucking massive. It's beyond massive. And if you were to give every system represented at the start of Alpha 2, would have been disaster. It would have been great as far as a gamer's experience because they would have so much shit to basically do and play with. But you give a gamer that isn't a tester all those stuff, they're not going to be testing anything. They're going to be trying to play the game. And while that also serves a data point, it also doesn't serve the other data points that need to be there to accurately find things that are integral flaws and bugs and dupes and issues and coding problems and whatever the case is. Like, again, we are very poor testers. I do not know. I don't have experience. I've never tested a game in my life. But when I see something, I report it. And that's very on the surface. We're doing a lot of on the surface bug reports. No one is going and looking at the fighter and breaking down the numeric damage numbers of an ability and comparing that to the passives and breaking down the math and being like, oh, well, this passive from the two-handed sword is broken because when I not activate it basically is this numerical number, and then when I activate it, it's this numerical number, which is unrepresentative of the percentage that is from the passive tooltip. No one's fucking doing that shit. I know I'm not a fucking math guru or a wizard. Like, I don't fucking know that shit. So I'm just assuming that when I put a point into the fucking tree, it just works as the way it says it does. But that's why you need professional testers. Because if you're just assuming that everything that you are clicking on is going to work 100%, it's not. And you need people that can go in and actually run those numbers and run to see if every passive on the weapon trees are working accurately. All the passives on the class trees are working accurately. I personally don't know how to fucking do that. Again, I am not a math person, so I am probably one of the worst people to have do that, or for me to even speak on how that could be done. I don't think we need alpha testers for 4 years before launch. Testers are needed, but not sold alpha keys. So, like, this is the thing I don't understand too. So if we all can agree that this project is going to take multi-millions of dollars, are we just expecting Steven to just front all the money himself? Like, is that what people are thinking? Like, you know, and again, if you don't want to purchase anything, you don't have to. No one's forcing you either. And Steven has told you not to purchase anything. If you want to wait, he told you to wait. So why didn't you wait? I thought it was 2 years before launch. Well, you assumed. And this is where the bitterness comes in. Because it's not 2 years, probably. Like, I think 2 years is looking very coped out. That's why I changed from 3 to 4 years and not 2 to 3. Funded to completion, he said. Cool. Then you shouldn't have purchased anything. You should just be looking at it from an outside perspective. Like, if you expected Steven to front everything, like, you should have done that. So I don't know why, if you feel gypped, like, no one gypped you other than you just doing that to yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like the Alpha 2 experience right now is a gyp. I feel like what we've been doing and what we've been testing has been, has been good. I think it has been accurate to their roadmap. There's some things that have not been represented on their roadmap, but we looked at the roadmap for phase 1. But for the most part, like, it's been good. I think people expected way too much. And this is the other thing Asmongold talked about with NARC, is that people were expecting way too much from this project. Let me see. Game needs funding. I hope they find a way to scratch that barrel further. Well, that's what I mean too, is because if realistically, if you don't want, because honestly, I know Steven said that. I know Steven, because I mean, I've been in this community for a long time. Steven says, "Oh, I'll fund this game to completion or whatever," and he can take business loans out, to borrow against the company, right? Because there's a lot of people that are engaged in ashesofcreation.com. He can show, like, the bankers, like, this is how many people that are following my project. This is how many people that are playing my game. This is how much funds we've accumulated on Kickstarter, and yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, like, people are used to buying shit. And if Steven could get extra money, without having to get a bank loan, like, I just don't see what the problem is with that. I think, again, if you are hesitant because you've contributed to Kickstarter projects like Chronicles of Illyria, like Perfect World, like whatever, then you shouldn't have spent any of your money. And you should have listened to the person who was telling you every live stream to not purchase, to wait. Because he was doing that every fucking live stream from 2020 all the way to even now. He's always been that person to be like, if you are on the fence about this project, then please just let us cook, wait until you see more of a game. So I think, to get pissed off or to get upset at Steven, you should really get upset at your own decision making. That's just my opinion. That's the number one issue. The lack of communication is what was actually ready to be tested before alpha keys were sold. Okay, 100%. But he said that while showing super awesome stuff. I get that. But again, you should have waited, man. It's like, look, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, and this is the desperation. I feel this too, dude. I'm an MMO. I love the MMO genre, and I feel like if you are wanting an MMO project to come out and you are excited about it, it's hard to wait for a project that has so much potential. We've all seen the Lazy Peon video of 2020. I think that's why most of us are even here in chat right now, because we all watched that amazing video. We all got blown out of our minds, just insane, just of like what this game was. We've never heard about it before. And I wanted to support it. That's it. Like I went to the project, I saw what it was, and I waited for about a year because I was there July of 2020 when Asmongold watched the Lazy Peon video of Ashes of Creation, where Asmongold got his mind completely fucking mind blown, and then talked to Steven Sharif for an hour and a half after watching that video, and I was sold. I was 100% sold. So I get and I understand, that you feel like you spent money and it, the game is not going to come out for a long time, but your money still accounted for something. It went to the development of this game. While if you were to watch the video, if you were watching my stream from yesterday and we're watching Kira TV's representation of Chronicles of Illyria, where that Kickstarter made almost $8 million, your money for Chronicles didn't go to the project of the game. It went to Caspian. It went to the main man himself. So I can tell you this, your money did not go to Stephen J. Sharif. Your money went to the development of Ashes of Creation. And I think that alone should set your mind at ease. because most scams go to the person scamming you. That's how scams work. Go look at Perfect World. Go watch Kira TV's video on Perfect World. Go watch what was the other like scam MMO the day before. All these projects, man. Every scam, the people take the money and run. That's how these scams work. And most of them only last within just a couple of years. Like I think Chronicles of Valyria, before it went all batshit crazy, it only lasted, I think, like 3 years before like litigation and legal shit started to happen. The fact that Ashes of Creation has been around going on 8 years, so it'll be 8 years this year, with no legal ramifications and no class action lawsuits of any kind, should tell you something, because the track record of other games prove otherwise. The scams prove otherwise. Go look at the timelines of those games and how long the scam lasted. And it's usually 2 to 3 years, because they can't keep the scam up. Eventually they got to deliver something, and what they deliver is shit. I don't know. Like, I don't know what else to tell people, man. Let me see. I paid $120 for the game. I understand it's an alpha, and I can tell you the bones of this game are solid. There's a ton of work that has been done with the content, and but the platform they have built on UE5 seems pretty well put together. Well, and I think, again, like for me personally, like when I look at Pyro Software, and you know, him being a game dev for 20 years and him having the knowledge and stuff like that, if there was anything malicious about Ashes of Creation as a project, he would be steering people away. He just would, because that's the kind of person Thor is. And the fact that he's so comfortable like promoting and going balls deep basically in Ashes of Creation just lets me know that this game is on the up and up. You go look at, again, other scam projects. Every scam project, you don't hear any scam project saying that they have over 230 developers. Like, it's usually between 15 to 20 developers, and then it dwindles to 10, and then it dwindles to like 7. You know, and it's because even the developers that are trying to legitimately, like they're legitimate developers, go onto those projects and they're like, oh, you're actually trying to make a scam. Like, fuck this, I'm out. Like, that's what happens. So I don't. Again, I think, you know, I think I'm pretty much right. I think the negative sentiment isn't really coming from the miscommunication, isn't coming from the desert being a scam, or the freeholds being a scam, or it being incomplete, or the systems not being directed. I think the real cause of all this negativity is that people are not happy with how long this game still has left to cook. That, I think, is the real culprit for people. I'm still wondering about Quinfall. Oh no, Quinfall, dude. Who could have remembered that freaking MMO? Jesus Christ. Oh, I completely forgot about freaking Quinfall. Oh my God. Oh, what a joke. Let me see. PHX Zelfar? Is that how you pronounce it? But thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Greetings from Germany, dude. Thank you so much, dude. It's good to see you, brother. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream and following. Let me see. And shout out and hello from Texas here in the US. Quantum Destroyer, dude. Thank you so much for the follow as well, man. Thank you. So yeah, I just think, again, like, if you, and this is what I tell anybody, if you've been burned on the internet when it comes to something, and if someone, like, and I can understand, like, I truly can. I can understand if the message, Pockets, give him a follow, Vladis. Give who a follow? Do you think what will come in the next 3 to 6 months will take another positive step? Oh, okay. Thank you, Pockets. Thank you for doing that. I think in the next 3 to 6 months, I think is going to be very telling. I'm actually, and I've said this before, I think this year is going to be very critical to the overall cadence of the project. because, you know, just giving the last sliver, the fourth quarter of last year, right? We kind of saw the progress, right? But I think this year is going to more accurately represent just how long we have left to wait for Ashes of Creation. Once I make my live stream on December 31st of 2025 and we see everything that has been done since January to now, or from January to December, I think we'll have a very good representation of when a little like more accurately can say, oh, I know I was saying 2028 for the Release of Ashes, but it could be 2027. Or I know I was saying 2028, guys, but I think it's more of 2029, right? Like, I think it can go either way. But I think to play the cautiously optimistic approach is just a way to do it. And when it comes to like the stuff that Steven is saying, like I could understand if Steven was saying, guys, you know, we really need your support. We really do. Like, you know, Kickstarter projects usually tend to fail, and by you pledging money is going to help us and, you know, help shape the best MMO possible. Like, please buy our packs. Please go to the Ashes of Creation, you know, store and buy one of our cosmetic packs and help us fund this game. Steven's never said any of that shit. Like, he says, hey, I appreciate the support if you want to do it, but if you are, you know, if you are cautiously optimistic or even pessimistic, like I would suggest for you to wait, you know, and just not purchase anything, and then just look at people, watch streams, watch YouTube videos, and whenever you see the progress that you deem is worth your money, then you can purchase. Like that's the thing I've always heard him say. So I don't know. I think the next 3 to 6 months we will know how quickly this game will come out. Oh, absolutely. It will be very telling. Let me see. For elementary school, and stop repeating things that others say without knowing the meaning of the words you use. Oh, okay. Like there's a whole discussion happening. I'm like, wait, what? Let me see. I think you and the other content creators all predicted this type of drama happening early on into testing. I tried to tune out the crybabies, no logic, negativity, narc types, and trolls. Well, I think honestly, like the drama always tends to happen, right? And it always happens in these very lull periods because there's just nothing else to do. When people are happy and there's content to be had and content to be played, like no one has drama. Like it's a, you know, there might be like PvP drama or anything like that, but when it comes to this kind of drama, this drama just stems from, what's that word? Like stagnancy, right? Like just the whole community being stagnant and just kind of just meandering along and stuff. So I don't know. I think all in all, there's a lot to be, there's a lot of stuff that Intrepid needs to work on as far as the game goes, but I've just always been willing to give them the time because at the end of the day, I want Ashes of Creation to succeed. You know, there hasn't been a lot of Kickstarter MMO projects that actually make it, that actually go from being a Kickstarter project to actually being a live launched game. And let me see, Crowfall was one, right? Crowfall was a Kickstarter project that started out and then actually ended up launching. Now I know Crowfall had its ebbs and flows, its ups and downs. You know, it didn't release the way people wanted. But I think that should also tell people, like, you know, why are we then trying to rush out Ashes then? You know, like I don't want to rush this project out at all. Like I understand what's on the docket. I understand all the features that, you know, Steven and the team want to deliver. And I want that. I do. Like I absolutely want that. But I don't want them to just be like, oh, well, the community's getting impatient, so let's just start cutting features and make them like major patches and expansion features because we need to deliver this game out sooner than later. Like, no. And also the people that are saying, oh, well, if they don't release, you know, Ashes of Creation next year, this game is done. This game will be over. If they release, you know, if they don't release before this game comes out, this game is done. It's like, dude, this game is so niche. There isn't another game like it. And I truly think that even with like Ashes of Creation, even if it were to come out the same as like the right MMO, I truly doubt the right MMO is going to have the kind of features that Ashes of Creation is going to have. So they're like potentially two completely different MMOs. So, and again, I think the right MMO personally is going to have over 100 million players. I do, because it's just, you have a lot of people that are very invested into the League of Legends community. Like, League is just huge. It's fucking massive. I think there's like 130 million people that play League every month. So even if you take 10% of that player base that decides to try the right MMO, which will be like the League of Legends MMO, bro, it's going to be gangbusters. It's going to be the biggest MMO launch of all time. It's going to be massive. I played Alpha 1 and leveled each class to level 10-ish. When they announced the wipe, I stopped playing and waited for Alpha 2. I played at the start of Alpha 2 and the game was lagging bad with NPCs warping in and out. I decided to uninstall the game, and maybe I will revisit in 3 to 4 years, assuming it even releases. Well, I think right now the game is night and day difference from the first weekend of Alpha 2 Phase 1 to where it is now. Like, it's completely different. Like I said, if you were to go and watch, like, you know, like I'll just play Pirate Software, right? Like, Pirate Software is playing Ashes right now, or not right now, but he was playing it earlier. The gameplay and the server stability, NPCs, the movement, everything has been really, really, really smooth. But I would still suggest to you to wait. I would suggest to wait probably till the summer, because in the summer, hopefully we'll have maybe the Summoner, but I think we're also going to have, I mean, probably like late summer, like maybe late July or maybe August. I think you're going to get way more out of your gameplay experience than what you would get currently. So I just don't understand the bad thing. And it always sucks to say, oh, the decision for you to do is wait, because who the fuck likes to wait? You know, if I could have had Ashes of Creation yesterday, I would want Ashes of Creation yesterday. But looking at it from a realistic standpoint, I mean, the game just still has a lot left to develop and to make and to do. But there are so many other facts that you can't ignore, which is developers that are in Discord, you know, picking up bug reports, that are asking you to send logs. We have not had this kind of a transparent development in any other game, but yet people still want to shit on it. And it does make me a little bit upset, because coming from someone who's followed a lot of MMOs, you go look at New World, right? When I remember there were people making videos because mods in the New World Discord, when the game was still in beta, mods were just banning people for giving feedback or for saying like, this system is shit, this thing isn't working. That's what New World was doing. That was the kind of communication as Amazon was giving people. So, but we over here in Ashes, we have developers, and we have Steve, and we have Margaret, all like trying to help out players and be like, hey, have you tried this out? Oh, well, let me do this. Oh, we found the problem. We're going to put the servers down in 15 minutes and we're going to restart, and we're going to give you a hot fix, or we're going to put a small patch in. And we're supposed to be mad about that? Like, I don't understand. Development team doesn't cater to his specific preferences. Ashes of Creation is focusing on long-term foundational development, not rushing to meet short-term demands, and that's what makes it stand. Absolutely. I mean, I don't think they should cave into community demands of like, release this game now, or, you know, how long is this game going to come out, or yada yada yada. I think it's stupid. AOC is niche with a bigger community as normal. A niche community has actually is an alpha. We are a tester, not more. That information got everyone before investment money. I do it. That's what that was my doing to get back to a good MMORPG like start in a process like this kind of gaming. Yeah, I think just most people, I think, willy-nilly buy shit. I do. I think people willy-nilly buy shit. I remember, like, and believe me, I'm guilty of it too. When people were talking about Diablo 4, you had Asmongold. Like, I'm talking at the very start of Diablo 4. You could not say Diablo 4 bad. Not at the start. There were people that were saying it that were getting completely ridiculed. even Asmongold, even all of like the ARPG YouTubers and shit like that were afraid to call out Diablo 4. But as Diablo 4, like as weeks progressed, the sentiment got more and more negative, and it was more and more acceptable to start talking shit about Diablo 4. But there were so many people that purchased Diablo 4 because they just saw, oh, D4 good, I'm going to go and buy it. And then when it wasn't good, it's like, well, fuck. Well, I already gave them my $100. You know what I mean? It's like, well, if you just would have fucking waited, you would have seen that it was bad. You would have seen that there wasn't fucking content. You would have seen all the issues and problems. And dude, I'm sorry, the start of D4 looked like a fucking beta. Like the whole first season of D4 wasn't a live launch game, in my opinion. That was a fucking beta. That was a test. And that's what Blizzard is fucking infamous for, is giving you a beta experience and packaging it as a launched game. And that's why I can't stand Blizzard anymore. Like, as someone who's been playing Blizzard games for a long fucking time, they have done this time and time and time again. Let me see. Kevin Myers, see the above. It had a first part. Oh, development team doesn't cater to specific preferences. Actually, creation is focused on long-term development. That I can prove your claim with a print. You can prove that Steven is using reverse psychology. What nonsense is this? Insanity. Wow. I had given up on all Blizzard at this point, but bought D4 for my brother only, and after hitting level 62, I never opened that game again. Well, that's what I mean, right? And I feel like, in my opinion, it's like that feels kind of like a scam. You know, it's like it's like you got scammed by your friends because they told you, oh, this game is so good, and then you play it, it's fucking shit. It's not good at all, and you're like, well, fuck, I can't return it now. You know what I mean? Because you can't. And on Steam, that's why I love Steam. Like, you purchase a game, if you play it for like less than 2 hours, you can just refund it. Can't do that when you buy it for the Blizzard launcher. That's for sure. Or just to play with him. I know, but still, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, it's just, this whole fiasco, I think is I'm just kind of waiting for it to be done. I think Steven doing what he's going to do with Asmon is good. I think people that are too emotionally attached to this project, that are super duper upset, I think it's good for those people just to take a break. If you want to be upset, because being upset, it doesn't last. It just doesn't. You're either just going to become indifferent, or you're just going to move on. And, at the end of the day, it's too much work to be upset for so long. And I think once you start seeing more of the project, and once you start seeing more systems online and more stuff that you can play, you'll forever forget that you were upset, and you'll be like, I was upset about what? Like, what's going on? So that's kind of like my whole thing with it. Okay, well, guys, I'm going to go back to spending time with the wife. I really wasn't going to stream today because I was just going to spend this lazy Sunday with my wife and the kiddos and just enjoy life. But of course, when all this stuff was happening, I was just like, oh, shit. Well, I guess I gotta, I gotta talk about this shit because people are going to be asking me about it. Also, good sir, off topic, but there is a sketch from VLDL called Dev. Basically, they are RPing as Blizzard and their shitty practices. Really? Can you send me the link? What Steven say to Asmon? Here, I can show you. I can send you the video because we already reacted to it. 1 second. Here it is. If you want to watch, Yeah, I'll post it right here. This is the YouTube video that Steven made to respond to ASMON. Oh, Nemesis, you have to message me on Discord. Oh, you can't send links in Twitch. Let me see. First of all, hello, Vladis. Second, I have watched Narc's goodbye video, Asmon's react to it, Roar's take, and Richie. Oh, nice, dude. Well, you've kind of already done everything that we did. I was just basically talking about my personal stance on the whole Steven drama, the whole like where I kind of fall into the whole thing, and you know, I don't know. It's just, to me, it's a lot. It's a lot to kind of go over. So I wanted to kind of discuss this with videos, give like recommendations and stuff like that. And my whole thing is that like another good example, in my opinion, is if you go to the man himself, which a person who's an even bigger content creator for Ashes of Creation is that man himself, the Lazy Peon. If you have not watched Ashes of Creation Alpha 2 First Impressions Phase 1, go watch that video. Because here's the thing, like, and we can watch, like, we'll watch this. Okay? We'll just go right to the things he liked. This is coming from the main man himself, the person that introduced us all to Ashes of Creation.
Next, let's summarize this video with the things I liked and the things that I think need to be improved. Things I liked. The combat feels very good, even early on with a few abilities. It feels responsive, impactful, and fluid. General movement feels pretty good. There's no inertia on movement. Dodge roll feels responsive, and I like the sprint. The animations aren't 100% there yet, but the movement doesn't feel clunky. Every level up feels satisfying due to getting points to spend on multiple talent trees with class talents, weapon talents, and stamina talents, as well as raw stats. You really feel much stronger after every level. I love the damage numbers. I think they're perfect. It reminds me of WoW Classic, and when a big crit pops up, it feels good and looks good. The world size in this game is going to be absolutely colossal. Alpha 2 Phase 1, which is only 55 kilometers squared, feels massive. I've still only seen a small part of it, yet the full release is intended to be 1,200 kilometers squared, 23 times larger. You don't realize how big the world is until you play the game. This is something that really surprised me. I like that the world feels dangerous. I was trying my very best not to die due to the XP debt and losing glint. Dying should have consequences, although I'm wondering if the XP debt is necessary, considering the worst part of death is losing half of your glint.
Dude, not even half of your glint, bro. It's 25% of your materials. I had 2 apprentice herbaline bags filled with rare and epic flowers. My entire Sanctus resource bag was full with little bits of glint, some poop, you know, other shit. I died to an ocular and I could not retrieve my body. That was a very shitty death. And I think I'll always remember that death because it still fucking haunts me to this day. But yes, death has its consequences in this game for fucking sure.
I like that you level up slowly and every upgrade feels impactful. Even at level 6 it felt good to get a random grey item drop in a slot where I had nothing equipped. Getting a green item feels super lucky. So far it seems Ashes of Creation will have a similar feeling to vanilla WoW when it comes to progression being long, slow and satisfying. I really enjoyed the world events. As much as I didn't enjoy the questing so far, the events felt pretty good, both rewarding in terms of loot and bringing random players together. At most events, players were naturally forming groups to lessen the chances of death. If death had 0 consequences, perhaps players wouldn't be forming groups for them. I think the combat sound effects so far are pretty good and help the combat feel more more impactful, and when the Alpha 2 test came down after the weekend, I did have the itch to play the game more the next day.
I think honestly, the combat sound effects from a melee perspective, especially from the fighter, are fucking amazing. There's other sound effects, I think, from more of the spellcaster stuff from cleric, bard, and mage that I think need work. But I truly love the gritty sounds that a two-handed sword makes, and just the sounds in general from the fighter abilities. Amazing, like super fucking solid.
And was sad that I couldn't play. So as much as the game has a lot of stuff to improve upon, it's a very good sign that I have that feeling already. Things I think need to be improved.
Let's get to the meat of the...
In terms of graphics and visuals, I still think there's some improvements to be made. I don't know why, but the winter season combined with nighttime looked very ugly. I actually think despite being made in an older engine, Throne and Liberty looks visually superior to Ashes, even though Ashes is UE5. Perhaps this is due to a lack of art style, perhaps it's lighting and shadows, I'm not sure.
That's just the lack of polish. Dude, you'd be amazingly shocked at what a polish pass-through can do to a game. And they're just not at that stage to do it. I mean, I think they've polished. Again, the polish in Ashes of Creation compared to any other closed alpha testing is far and beyond. But there's still so much more to do. So much more.
I would expect this aspect of the game to be improved later anyway, because graphics are usually the last thing to improve in development, but in its current state it's not at the level you'd expect from a game made in Unreal Engine 5. The new player experience at the moment isn't great, and to be fair, this isn't something you'd usually focus on at this stage of development. However, I think it'd be way better to have the player engage in more combat and get 1 or 2 levels under their belt before you throw tons of talk to me quests at them and try to introduce a relatively complex artisan skill system. Early on, when it comes to new player experience, you really want to play to a game's strengths and wow the player, not overwhelm and confuse them. My quest log was rammed with multiple step quests within like 15 minutes and it didn't feel good. Keep things simple early on and slowly introduce things to the player over time as they level up, it'll feel much better. Questing right now doesn't feel good due to multiple reasons. Quest markers are confusing and they don't disappear when you've taken a quest. You're able to take quests that are way above your level without a quick visual indicator displaying it as such. Vague quest text, specific misleading quest markers telling you to go somewhere but there's nothing at the location, and some interactables being very difficult to see. In its current design, I can see most people looking up quest guides online due to it not being very intuitive. Some assets don't feel like they fit in with the topography of the landscape. The Lionhold area in particular just doesn't give me the vibe of abandoned ruins from thousands of years ago, as you've got rather pristine looking walls, the placement of the architecture seems random, and it lacked visual cohesion in my opinion. Chopping trees and mining ores feels good, although so far about 10 hours in, it's not immediately obvious how focusing on life skills will yield more money than just mob grinding. Perhaps it gets better later on, but from a new player perspective, it doesn't appear super worth it in the beginning. I actually think it'd be best to not introduce artisan skills right away at the beginning of the game. Let the player go out, explore, get some levels under their belt, then at level 5 give the player a rather rewarding tutorial that makes it immediately apparent as to the benefits of artisan skills. Due to
I kind of like that personally. I think big drama right now at Narc and Asmon's channel. Is Asmon streaming right now? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I mean, it's, you know, it's just people talking about a game, but I know everybody's going to get in their feelings about shit, right? It'll take a minute. Your chat cares because you've gone on and on about this, use inflammatory language all the time, call people retards, say everything is DEI. You refuse to accept you have power over a good chunk of your base. Well, you're just, no, you're getting banned, because you've been complaining constantly. Yeah, you've just, like, if you don't like the stream and you're not happy about it, I'm gonna do something unprofessional here. For your own mental health, watch something else. Stop watching it. If you're mad and you don't like the fact that I haven't talked about DEI at all with this. What are you talking about? DEI? Get the fuck out of here. You're butthurt because I talked about something that you didn't agree with? The fuck out of here. Yeah, of course my viewers are going to have opinions about things. It's the way anything is. Exactly. All I'm saying is that I think people take it too far. They always do. It's not my fault.
So did he watch the video
That's
already?
The internet. That's what fans do. Like, I don't know what else to say. Okay. Let me make sure and see. Get everything together. People just repeat talking points? Yeah.
They do.
You need to add me as a friend on Discord? What the fuck? I haven't? Okay, alright. Give me a minute. Let me do that. Sorry.
Wait, is he gonna bring Steven on right now?
What the fuck?
Wait. Narc? Oh, God.
Okay. All right, I added you.
Oh, no.
Two Baldies enter, one Baldy leaves. Yeah, sure. Okay, as soon as he adds me, it's going to be okay. Like if he's making sub goals out of negatively about a game, like showing the edge of the map, misrepresenting it, the dev already said they're trying to break ties with him. I safely assume he's arguing in bad faith. Therefore, I can say he's being a mean man. Well, I'm trying to be. Listen, guys. I try to be fair. I know. This is very upsetting for some people to have their pitchforks out. But I do, in fact, try.
And I was going to end stream.
And I try to listen to what people are saying. And I do try to be genuine and get an idea of what's going on.
Breaking news.
You are fair. I really try to be fair. I try to see other people's points of view. That's all. Am I crazy? I don't think so.
And it's so funny because Narc always said that he would never talk to Asmongold because he doesn't want to like clout chase, or he doesn't like to, you know, he likes to just keep it himself, you know. But he'll make an exception for this one, right? Now that he's quitting Ashes.
Okay, I'm gonna call him. Okay, make sure I've got this going. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, Asmon, hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, well, yeah, I was having fun. I was playing Dark Souls, and then suddenly I wasn't playing Dark Souls.
Which Dark Souls were you playing?
Witcher 1. I've never played Dark Souls before in my entire life.
Oh my god.
It's the first.
Well, you know.
Do you know what? Hey, two-shot Smaug and that guy. I two-shot him.
I'm gonna be honest, that is impressive. Smaug and Ornstein. Yeah, in Orlando, that is impressive. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah. It was pretty good. Yeah, I was surprised.
So you're liking the game?
Molding. Yeah, the game's actually insane, and I'm really looking forward to. Obviously, I'm gonna make a video about it and stuff like that because of this whole situation. You know, my goal is to distance myself with Ashes because of the whole situation.
So how'd this start? Because it seems like I'm sure you probably did. You see my reaction to your video and everything?
No, I didn't get around to it yet.
Okay.
But I got the TLDR. Apparently,
sure.
So apparently, you obviously I'm paraphrasing, and I've got it from a bunch of Twitch chat aroundies. You were like, disagreeing with the video, but then apparently your comment section was actually agreeing with me in the video.
A lot of people actually agreed with you in the comment section. A lot of the chatters did, and commenters.
So the thing is, if anyone who's actually played the game, like knows the truth, right? Because they've been to the desert, they know the state of the desert.
Well, how do you how do you reconcile that with people like Pirate Software who have played the game a lot, who show that that's not the case?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what's going through Pirate's head.
Okay.
Because I don't know what he sees in the video game. I'll say to him though, he really likes the video game. And it's likely because he thinks the video game's going to be like EVE Online. I don't really think the game's going to be like EVE Online.
Okay.
I think it's trying to be more like Lineage or Arcade, not EVE. So
well, yeah, I mean, I know Steven played a lot of Lineage before this, and Arcade as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so like Pirate's his perception of the video game, I feel like is Pirate wants it to be one thing, which I just don't think it is, and it's never tried to be that. But then there's this other group who want it to be like classic WoW. Then there's the group who want it to be like Lineage. So there's like factions within the game's community who want it to be in different ways.
I think that's a huge problem for like every MMO, because like every MMO is going to have like a faction of people that want it to be a hardcore PvP, or they want it to be a theme park, or they want it to be an MMO, or they want it to have roguelike features or something. But it's impossible to manage all of those expectations, sure. Yeah. But like, I mean, I think Pirate Software looked at, for example, like the desert, and I think that was really the main point of contention that a lot of people are bringing up. Yeah, is that
So the desert's currently in two sections. There is an old section of the desert, the thing that you've got up on your stream at the moment, the current state. This section of the desert that looks quote unquote complete. This isn't complete. This is just a bare bones empty area that's had trees placed around it. The grass, you can even see the grass in this screenshot right now, is not rendering correctly because the grass doesn't render correctly in this area. This is an unfinished area. It's got 0 points of interest. It's got 0 dungeons. All it's got is random mobs and random trees placed all around it. I made a whole video going this segment of the desert in phase 1. I flew around this and I made a bet with Steven and said, you know what, if the desert exists, I'll cut my beard off. And guess what? I flew around this section and I was like, yeah, do you know what? The desert exists. I'll shave my beard off.
Oh, that's a lot.
And I fucking look like a thumb. I look like a thumb for, what was it, 2-3 weeks?
So then what changed?
So what changed was when phase 2 launched, they advertised phase 2 with a $110 price tag, having an expansion to the desert. So that, and I stated this explicitly in the video, it's all about the expansion. The expansion to the desert
Did you
is what
say
I
that
showed.
in the video? I don't remember you saying that, because like, so, and this is the impression that I got. Well, you can see like, so like when I watched the video that you did, the impression that I got from the video is that you were showing the desert and there was like nothing in the desert at all. Like all of the images that you showed you, and it looks like if you look at your mini map, you're basically on the edge of the map. And
if you bring up my stream right now, if you can.
Sure.
Where I am currently is smack bang right in the middle of the desert. There is a node directly in front of me. This little crop of land is a node. Right?
Yeah.
Ignore the crop of land. I don't care about the crop of land because that's just a node.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, all around it, it's just emptiness everywhere. There is no desert. This isn't a desert expansion. This is just sand.
But you can see, so I think that's a good point you're bringing up, and you're saying that the desert expansion doesn't exist, but the desert does exist.
The desert exists in the fact that they have just created a land mass with nothing in it. There is no content in this desert. There is nothing to test in this desert.
But your video implied that the things that were advertised in the demo from 2 years ago were not present in the alpha. Is that correct?
Yep.
Is that true?
Yep. And I would say, I would stand by that. That's true. These things do not exist.
So if I look at it and I see the things that were shown in alpha in like this demo from 2 years ago, and then I look at the video that Steven's showing right now of the desert, I feel like these two things are pretty congruent. Like,
right. So what things would you say that exist from both those trailer from 2 years ago and and what Steven's showing? What would you say exists, quote unquote exists? Is it the trees?
Yeah, the developed landscape that they showed in the trailer.
Okay.
And also, and you're contrasting that because you making the comparison in your video that the comparison is actually it's this empty desert. Because that's what you're comparing it with. But if you look at the video itself and you see inside of the game, it does seem like that's what the game looks like.
I agree that the rocks exist. The rocks exist and the trees exist.
But do you see how if you do that and then you show this image of a completely like unfinished area, it's going to give people the impression that the entire desert is also unfinished?
Well, you've got to use the context that you've got to acknowledge the context that I've already made a 20-minute video showing off this section of the desert that Steven's currently showing off.
So that
I've already done this.
Okay, that's fine. So what you're saying is that inside of this video, though, that context doesn't exist. Because like if there's a previous video where you've explained it, so then you can see why people would be confused, right?
Yeah, I would assume that I don't reach a very wide audience, right? My audience has been the same 10,000 people for, again, 3 fucking years covering this game.
Yeah.
So when I make videos, I always assume that people have seen the previous videos.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like when I release a thing, I reference the things that I said in the last video because it's always a continuation of when I'm covering the video game. So anyone who's interested in Ashes of Creation have already seen that previous desert expansion video because I don't really reach an audience outside of my own 10 to 20k people.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. That's fine if you want to do that. But I think when you do have a video that does get popular, right? I mean, and I'm sure you would have expected this one to get popular.
Is it popular? I've not checked. I mean,
it's got 130,000 views. That's really good. I mean, it popped off. Yeah.
I'm gonna put some fucking ads on that one.
Yeah, too. And so the point is like, so if I just watch that video, which is what I did, and I think also the odds are that every single person watching the videos is not. Because and this is another way to look at it, right? Is that if a lot of people are angry about it and they're perceiving the desert to be incomplete, that would also imply that they also did not see the other videos either. Because if they had seen the other videos as well, like you said, then they wouldn't be making these comments because they would know that it was contextualized.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what all I'm trying to do is make a video explaining why I am no longer in support of this video game, right? Okay. I don't support the video game anymore because what they showed 2 years ago, this doesn't exist. This desert, this doesn't exist, right? Looking at my stream, I'm showing you this. This shit doesn't exist. What is this? Is this even an asset that exists? None of this exists, right? But when they showed it 2 years ago for a $250 price tag based on this, the current state of the game, you saw these reactions, didn't you?
I did. I watched it.
You were very excited. Did you have any impression that this wasn't the current state of the video game?
Yeah.
Yeah. You looked at this and thought, well, this is this is what they got, right? This is what they're showing us.
Yes and no. So like I've gone through a lot of betas and demos for games before, and I know that like for example, like there are many games that have cut content or they don't fully show the game whenever it's ready. And I think also there are cases where like big components of a game are not being added in until like later on in the future. So I think if a game is in an alpha state, like every single image that you see inside, I think this is what your impression is, right? Is that every single image that you saw on these previews, you expected to be in the alpha.
Well, yeah, they showed this saying, this is the desert. There's many. If you go back and just watch that whole live stream, there is no context in that live stream that what they showed, this whole thing is just a concept. This is just the assets. They never once did they say that. They implied, they made it look like that this is the current state of the desert. It's not the current state of the desert. The desert probably didn't even exist at this point, because the desert doesn't exist now. There is no desert.
Well, there is though, right? Because like if you look at the image that like he showed, and if you look at it, you can see that there is a desert that's very expanded on. I think that you bring up a good point that like this image and this specific case with like this tower is not there.
Oh no,
True.
No, not just that specific. I would say everything in this trailer doesn't exist. Everything. And you'd be hard pressed to find it.
Okay, well why don't you just pick a random spot?
The scorpion?
This one.
So that's not in there.
No.
Okay, go to another one. So and by the way, this is just a random. I mean, you realize that's literally one asset that's placed on a mountain, right?
Yeah. But they sold the game based on this is the current state of the desert. We've got these dunes. We've got this, what do you call this, like a Badlands area. None of it's actually there. These trees, when they sold the desert expansion, they said that we could cut the trees down. You can't actually cut the trees down. The trees don't exist. You run through them. They are, they're not real assets.
Okay.
They're assets in the fact that they're there, like you can see them, but you can't interact with them. There is no interaction with anything in the desert. The mobs are just randomly placed, seemingly. There's no points of interest, so the Riverlands is full of these points of interest. There's about 18 or so, 20 points of interest. You know, they're pretty fleshed out, pretty good, you know, especially the Tower Coffin. Tower Coffin looks great. But the desert is missing all of that. It's missing all of that, right? This is what the quote unquote expansion to the desert is. It's this.
So what do you like, how do you define, because like I think this has been a big problem with the Ashes of Creation like development, and it's
You're not wrong, man. Holy.
Wait, what?
You're not wrong. The whole thing where, you know, what's what.
Well, what is it like? Yeah, like how do you define an alpha? Because like, so like I've played through a lot of alphas in games, and like some alphas are very different than others. Some of them will have like the entire game available, and there'll be huge swaths of just totally unfinished content, and other people will only have an alpha where it's a small slice of the gameplay, but it's finished inside of that little small area. And so like how do you define alpha?
That's marketing.
Yeah.
So Ashes is obviously not a marketing alpha. However, they have marketed the current progress of the game falsely. Another really, really good example is the Freehold live stream. Did you watch that one where they showed off?
I did. And you're talking about the rabbit mount where they're
the only two live streams out of the many.
So the Freeholds, they're not real either. They've just been implemented into the game. There is no.
Thank you so much for the raid.
There is none of this.
Thank you.
And when you say there is none, what you mean is that the alpha doesn't have any in them, any of that system right now. Is that's correct?
Yeah. So currently, in the alpha, what the Freehold is, it's just a static asset with a fence and a house that's randomized seemingly. I'm not quite sure how I think it's just a randomly generated house.
Yeah.
Then you walk up to it, and then you purchase it for 20 gold or 50 gold, and then it's supposed to have the ability to plant trees. But I received a bunch of reports.
So like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, so do you think they're not going to finish it, or like, because I feel like that's like a textbook example of something that they clearly this is the rudimentary version of it, and they're gonna put more of it into the game, right?
But what people are discontent about is the fact that they showed it 2 years ago in a complete state and in a seemingly fully functional state, and now we pledged $250 based off the idea that it was in that state, just to find out that 2 years later, remember this is a 2-year context, right? 2 years. So you'd think they'd be much farther along than what they showed in 2 years, and we spent hundreds of dollars to support it, but now it's seemingly only just being rolled out.
Narc hasn't spent a single
dime. I think that's what a lot of my community are discontent about, and it's why I don't really feel like, you know, what I feel like, ASMON, is I feel like I've lied to people for 4 years. based on what Steven said. And I feel really guilty that I've lied to hundreds of thousands of people because I thought what was being shown and what was being said was real, and it's not.
Well, it's not in the alpha right now. I mean,
no,
like,
it's not in the alpha right now,
right.
But it's seemingly not even being developed, or it seemingly doesn't even exist. The story arcs is another really something I was super excited for.
I mean, do you really think they're not developing the freehold? I mean, we have to assume that they obviously.
Oh yeah, they'll roll out the freeholds. Yeah. I'm not saying that they're not going to. I don't think I've ever said that they're not going to develop it. What I'm saying is I don't agree with how they've sold $250 packs of the things that making it seem like it exists when it doesn't exist. I don't agree with that. Therefore, I decided, do you know what? Ethically, I can't continue doing this. I can't continue because I feel like I'm lying. Ethically? I don't want to lie.
Oh my God.
So do you think if the alpha was free, how would you think that would change your perception of the game?
How would it change me? I mean, if it was free, nothing would matter, right? If it was free, then thumbs up. I'll be pogging out if it was free.
Okay, so you're primarily upset about the price of the alpha, and you feel like that the alpha for the price of it isn't giving you what you thought that you spent your money for.
That's not it.
Is that pretty much it?
What's happened? Yeah. I feel, just for context as well, is that I didn't actually pay any money. Someone I used to know actually donated me a key back in Alpha 1. So I've got context all the way back in Alpha 1, right? I know the full development. I know all of it, right? What I'm saying is when I say I spent $250, I'm speaking for my community. So I spent $250, based on what was shown. So many people have approached me and just said to themselves, you know, I backed during this showcase because I looked at this showcase and I thought, holy shit, they are so far along. I'm going to help support them, $250, just for them to log into an alpha that is, you know, this.
Okay. So do you think they're going to finish the game? Like, I mean, so because you said at one point that it was like fakery, and then at another point you said that it was not a scam. So like, where do you think the game is going to go?
So I think they're falsely advertising the current state of the game. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was, they've been falsely advertising the current state of the game to make funding, to help fund their game. So what I said in the quote that I used was, "This isn't open development; it's funding at any cost." So that's what I feel like they're doing. They're trying to fund. Steven's trying to fund the game at any cost, even if they have to lie and show fake things that aren't real at the time. It's just a concept that's going to eventually exist. If we'd known that, if I had known that, if you had known that, would you still have the same perception of the video game from 2 years ago?
Do you want my honest answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely. I've seen how a lot of games have been developed over the years, and I think this is very common. So, like, one thing, so I'll give you an example. This is an abstract example. I'll explain it. So, in Warlords Draenor in WoW, the flying was never actually implied for what the Draenor continent was meant to be. And so, in the process of flying not being implied and flying not be planned for, Blizzard had a massive, huge problem that caused server-wide issues when they had to implement flying later on in a later patch. And what I understand is that the interconnectivity of different systems causes a bunch of problems that exist inside of an ecosystem of other systems. So when somebody shows me a system inside of like its own ecosystem, like for example the Freehold, and I see that just by itself, I'm viewing that as like, this is what the finished product is supposed to look like. And I wouldn't necessarily expect to see that in the game immediately, because maybe that isn't contextualized and developed around all the other systems it's supposed to fit into. It's like kind of you're showing like a finished piece of a jigsaw puzzle, but you need to make sure that all of the other pieces around it also are finished in order for the pieces to fit together. So whenever I see a system like that that's not finished, and then the alpha, and I think that your perception of being disappointed that these things are not available I think that's a totally fair perception to have, because as a viewer and a fan, you are hoping to see that in the game, and I think that a reasonable person could be disappointed in that. I do think, however, that it does make sense inside of game development. And like, have you ever done coding before?
No.
Okay. Well,
No.
I've barely done coding. And one thing that I've learned about coding is that you can get one wrench in the system, one, bracket is left and not right, and then the entire system falls apart. You make one change and then the computer doesn't work, or, the program doesn't boot up. So when I see systems that are evolving, like kind of in real time that they're showing, they're probably going to show. Go ahead.
Let me interrupt. Okay, let me interrupt.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Blizzard, right? We're talking about Blizzard. And then like them showing Warlords of Draenor.
Well,
and the
no.
current state, and you look at that and you think to yourself,
I was creating an example of something that. So the idea, the argument that I was trying to make was that when you implement a system into a game, that system has to seamlessly integrate into all of the other systems into the game. So a lot of times when alphas or betas for something like Warlords of Draenor comes out, let's say every single system that was going to be in the game is not currently in the game. Like, for example, the Legion system.
Okay. Let's focus on that then.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
I don't think. This is what I'm saying. I don't think Intrepid were open about the fact that what they showed was not the current state of the video game. They, in fact, did the very opposite and said that this is the current state of the video game. In that very live stream, I can bring a context. In that very live stream, we had the devs talking about the fact that how there's this dungeon that exists in the desert, and it's this underground dungeon with snake people in it, and they showed those snake people models. They showed those models,
yeah,
and they said there's this underground dungeon, it's full of lava, it's been crystallized. This was 2 years ago. So if they're talking about it in that detail, then it exists.
Yeah.
But it doesn't exist, but it's 2 years later and now that doesn't exist. So what happened to that underground lava dungeon that they were going on about? They were saying things, and here's how it comes across to my audience, or the audience that, I like to think that my audience are actually the audience who jumped onto the video game when you and Lazy Peon made your videos at the very beginning.
There's been a lot of people that have been really excited for the game. I mean, for a whole, probably like almost half a decade at this point. I think about it. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So I like to think that people, that my audience, the people who I talk to, are those people. The people who come from you, the people who come from Peon, the people who have been watching the video game quite extensively for 4 years.
Yeah.
So when Intrepid show and talk about how they've got these tools that are going to develop the game extremely fast, and they spend an hour live stream saying how we're going to develop this world so quickly, and we've got all these next generation cutting edge tools that's gonna, the game's gonna be developed insanely fast. We've got all these biomes. Stephen makes quotes like, we've got cross sections of the desert, we've got cross sections of the forest areas, the riverlands, we've got the tabletop mountains, the badlands, we've got the volcano areas, and they're showing all of this stuff, but none of that actually exists. And now we're in a situation where we signed up to do a test, to test a video game that is
in development,
so far from what they advertised that we're not even sure what we're testing anymore. We were fully prepared and understood fully that this was a true development alpha. We were probably the most understanding. We knew this. That's what we signed up for.
Right.
But we didn't sign up for a desert that is not existing. We didn't sign up for a freehold system.
It's incomplete, right? The desert is incomplete. It does exist. It's just there are areas of it that are unfinished.
Let's talk about percentage. Let's talk about that. Incomplete. Let's talk about percentage of completion.
There's going to be an ad on Twitch, guys.
Well,
in about 45
before I get into that,
just
I'll let you get into it. But have you ever built a computer before?
I snoozed it 3 times already.
Yeah.
Okay.
I built this one.
Yeah, well, there you go, right? And so I think that a lot of the problems that a lot of people are bringing up are, like, I remember whenever, for example, like, I needed to get more RAM for my computer. And so when I got more RAM for my computer, I went and I got this RAM, and then I realized that it wouldn't fit inside of the motherboard, and then I had to get a new motherboard. But then when I got a new motherboard, I realized that I now needed a new
Thank you so
power
much for the follow,
supply.
man.
And I think that the way that you need to make sure that like computer components fit together inside of a PC and all of that fits inside of the case is kind of similar to the way that games work. And so if you have a game that comes out and all of those features aren't readily available in the alpha, I don't think that it's really fair to say that they don't necessarily exist, because they might not be implemented into the alpha, because if you want to use the metaphor, maybe the motherboard isn't exactly what it needs to be in order for that thing to go into the alpha. And I think that's the way that it works.
Right. I understand that. Yeah, I get it, right? It's an actively developed game.
Yes.
When they add things are going to break.
Yes.
But again, I don't think that's got anything to do with advertising a game as one thing, and it's not actually that one thing.
So you think that you were falsely advertised to because of the freehold system not being what it was inside of, like, let's say the demo?
Okay, yeah. So okay, yeah. Let's go with that angle. So the freehold system doesn't exist. The weather systems that were shown don't exist. Granted, the seasons do, right? That's actually really good, and I'm really impressed with that they did the seasons. The seasons exist, but the weather doesn't. The story arc systems, the main thing that delivers content to players, they showed it in a state that triggered quests on your screen. They showed it so the world was changing dynamically in real time. That's what we thought that they currently had, because they showed it and that's what they advertised. The server meshing technology, that doesn't exist. There's no server meshing. There's
Agreed.
No dynamic gridding. Well, sorry, there is
wild.
server meshing. Let me correct myself. There is server meshing. There is no dynamic gridding. So they've advertised this whole thing that this dynamic gridding exists. Personally, I think that's Star Citizen copium, and there is no such thing as dynamic gridding. There is no such thing as dynamic server meshing. I just don't believe in that shit.
Why?
That feels like copium. Well, because it's technology that just feels like it's buzzwords that are trying to do something that's literally impossible. A dynamically shrinking and growing server. Show me it working. Show me it first. Stop advertising that it's going to exist.
Didn't they do that?
It doesn't.
Because the Star Citizen, they showed it with like throwing the ball back and forth.
Well, the people that they've shown that, but it's not actually in the video game yet. Okay. It was a concept.
It is now.
It was just a concept.
In Star Citizen.
Sure, it exists in concept, but it's not in the game yet.
Do you think it will ever be in the game?
Dynamic gridding and dynamic server meshing? No, I don't think that's ever going to exist. Okay. I don't know about that one. I don't believe in that one. I don't know about that one.
People are saying it is in the game. Yeah, of course I think it's going to happen.
It is. They just
really?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like you have all.
I'm not even in the community, and I know
that are evolving.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, I think so. I really do.
Yeah.
If you look at think about it. We grew up playing Super Mario World, playing Super Mario 64, and now we're playing games like Elden Ring. Do you really think that it's going to stop? Do you think it's going to just stop getting better?
Well,
of course it's going to keep getting
His
better.
thing specifically about dynamic server meshing, I just don't think that's real. I don't think that's ever going to exist. I think it's just an impossible technology that is just impossible.
Okay.
I'm well open to it being made, and I'm like, yo, if it ever gets made, wow. But until it gets made, I'm like, I'm not going to buy that shit. And it's the same thing for dynamic gridding.
You didn't buy it.
It's basically the same thing, just done in a different way. Until it's shown, I don't believe in it. So currently, it still doesn't exist. Dynamic gridding doesn't exist. So that's 5 things that they've shown in live streams that they sold $250 packs off of that don't actually exist in the video game. So how many times do you have to be screwed? How many times do they have to lie? And, well, let's not use the word lie. Let's use misrepresent. How many times do they have to misrepresent the current status of their development before we get pissed off as consumers?
Is that question? Okay, so
yeah. How many times are you willing to be we play fucking World of Warcraft. We're still getting screwed.
For me, my perspective is that I don't really look at it that way. if I see a game and it's not in the state that I want it to be, like, and this is the outlook that I have on WoW now, is that if WoW isn't the game that I want it to be at the current point, I just simply stop playing the game until it is.
That's a really good point.
Yeah,
that's a really good point,
and that's what you said you're going to do.
Yeah, so you used to.
Yeah,
you used to not be like that, right? You used to really care about World of Warcraft, and you'd play it, and
it was unhealthy. It was very
yeah. It was unhealthy. So what I've done is I've looked at the state of the video game, and I thought to myself, do you know what? It's unhealthy for me, and it's not what I want to do, right? I don't know if you saw those clips at the end of that video. It was like me dressed up in like some stupid costumes and shit.
Yeah,
like that. I want to make videos where I can express myself creatively. You used to watch my videos. You see my intros.
Yeah, no, I know.
I love that shit. I fucking love that shit, man. And I felt like for the last 2 years, I've been covering Ashes of Creation, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for. This is not what I thought the game was. I've basically lied to a huge amount of audience because Okay, let's not use the word lie. I've misrepresented the game to a huge audience, and I feel extreme amounts of guilt from that. So I want to distance myself from the game and try and pursue something that I genuinely care about, which is just making entertaining videos. And unfortunately, in the format of Ashes, I just don't think I can do it because there ain't nothing here.
I think at a certain point, I mean, you're not going to be able to do that anyway with any MMO. I mean, I feel like that's always the case.
MMO?
I mean,
oh, no. I'm not going to talk. No, I'm not going to do MMOs.
Well,
I'm going to...
Well, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, I mean, this is like a YouTube content creator thing. I don't really think this has a lot to do with like Ashes itself as a game.
No.
This is primarily about like, you know, the way that you want to take your YouTube channel. And I by the way, I support that, right? I mean, I think you should definitely do what you should play other games, make content about other games, and try to hit those other audiences. And that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
My personal opinion, this is just like from my experience doing content myself, is that I think it's better to like kind of wean yourself off of that rather than cold turkey it. But you should do what you feel like you should do, right? More than anything else. And so, like, I don't really think that necessarily. I can definitely see where you're coming from, and I can see why you would be frustrated if you felt like every single development update would have been something that would be available in Alpha 1 or Alpha 2, excuse me. I don't think that was ever really explicitly stated, and I think also the truth is that the alternative to the way that Ashes of Creation is communicating its development is the way that I think Blizzard does its development, which is they basically never communicate with the public at all, and it's very.
You gotta remember that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta remember that. But you gotta remember that Blizzard aren't charging $250 and slapping open development on their game.
I mean.
Are they?
About that. I mean,
Diablo 4?
Yeah, maybe not a great example, but I mean, either way, I think that this entire problem is actually not even about the state of Ashes of Creation. I think it's more about for you.
No, it's not.
And forgive me if I'm overstepping, but I think this is for you. This is about you reaching a kind of a fork in the road with your YouTube and wanting to take your YouTube in a different direction and wanting to divert. Well, I feel like this is not true at all.
Dude, he hit it.
I mean,
right
you did say that at the end of the video.
Dude.
Is it about me?
It doesn't. That doesn't invalidate what you're saying. It's not invalidating.
I think it's more about. I don't think it's about me. I think it's more about the fact that I don't agree with the misrepresentation of the state of the game.
No.
I don't think I don't think I matter. I am nobody. At the end of the day, I'm just a random content creator on YouTube. And in my opinion, I don't think what they've represented is accurate to what they've actually got, and ethically, that feels wrong to me. So I can't continue to support something that doesn't ethically line up with my ideals. Does that make sense?
You think Ashes of Creation is unethical because they haven't shown like all of the things that were in these showcases were not in Alpha 2. Is that basically where you're coming from?
Yeah. Okay. So the things that they've shown aren't an accurate representation of the game.
Well, the current state of the game that's playable to the public.
Yeah. So
I mean, you know, like this is what happens, right? So like there's probably multiple versions of the game. So what I would assume is there's probably 3 versions of the game. There's the version of the game that we're playing. there's the probably internal testing version of the game, and then there's the dev version of the game.
Right.
And I feel like it probably exists inside of one of these other two. Like there's a friends and family alpha, and that usually a lot of people get friends and
That's the
family
PI.
alphas, but like they're like
The PI
99% of the time like NDA.
It's funny because that's what I built my whole channel off, right? I built my whole channel off of that exact copium that you've just said. I just don't think that's true. I don't think there is all these different I don't think there are all these different branches where there's this magical branch of the video game where it's literally finished. I just don't think that's true.
Well,
I
it's
don't
not.
think that's true. And
You're
I think
right.
what the game is,
Well,
is.
You're right. It's not finished, but it's in a more finished state. And the problem is that before they want to ship it out to be used by the public, obviously they're going to want to make sure that it's in a place that there are going to be no problems, like different weird things that cause server crashes or anything stupid happening. Like if you play any MMO launch, like you know that there's going to be things that are fucked up on the release. And so
Yeah, I get that.
like
No, I understand that.
like,
No. Let me interject. I understand that. I get that. But how much further do you think is along? Do you really think that there's this build that they've got that's this developer branch where they've got all of this stuff here, that's this giant tower, all of these quote unquote assets? Do you really think they've got a build that has this? Or do you think that this just doesn't exist and this was just a concept built to sell a $250 pack to help them fund the game in the future when it does eventually exist in X amount of years?
I don't think that it exists in terms of something. Sorry, I'm away from the mic. I don't think that it exists in terms of something that's interconnected inside of the game completely, but I think that they exist in separate instances that are designed to be connected inside of the game because they're made in modular form. So, like, for example, the freehold system probably does exist. The dungeon for the desert probably does exist. Now, does it exist inside of a system that is completely connected with all of this, like, modular, like, for example, like you have the portal that you can go into? Maybe not. So if you want to use percentages, I would say that the game is probably 20% finished, something like that. Ooh, on this alpha.
Too generous.
And I think they probably have an internal version that is 40 to 50% finished.
I say 20%.
That's probably what I would guess. Which 40 to 50%, it's still not. It's still theoretically not even halfway there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, chat's saying it right now. I mean, we clearly don't agree on this, so it's an interesting conversation. I completely disagree with everything you just said. I think what
I'm giving you a guess of the numbers.
I just want to make something clear, right? I don't hate Ashes of Creation. I got no bad will. I might not like. I might not like Steven as a person. But I got no bad will against Ashes of Creation or their team or anything. I wish the game the best, right? I want the game to succeed. I just don't agree with the current state of things and how it's been advertised, right? So it's interesting that we have complete opposite opinions about all of this.
Oh no,
but
I don't.
Here's my opinion.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's my thought, right? I think ultimately the game is just going to speak for itself over the next few years.
It will.
I'm just stepping away because I felt like I need to at least tell my audience why I'm stepping away. That's what that video was. It was explaining my frustrations for why I'm stepping away from the game. I'm frustrated because I feel guilty that I've advertised something
that's
that
not the
wasn't
real reason, bro.
for 4 years of my entire life. So I don't want to pursue that anymore. I actually want to go cover other things and do things that I want to do that are in line with my ethics. Most of my successful videos on my channel are not even Ashes of Creation related. So I'm just like, fuck. What am I doing?
Yes, this is live. This is happening right now.
And I think that's a good decision for you to make. And like if you think that you should step away from the game because you feel like it's reductive or it's holding you back or you're just tired of it or for whatever reason, like I think a lot of people do that. I mean, like you get burned out. Sure, I think that's fine. But I don't think that it's that these things don't exist. but I do think that obviously it's going to take time for them to be implemented into the game in a playable state that's made public. Like these are two very different things.
You know, because I'm now you know, connected to a much wider audience. I would ask a question to that audience. If you did, or if you watched the coverage of Ashes of Creation 2 years ago, how many of you were under the impression that this is the current state of the game, rather than just a concept that will be in the game in 4 years from now? That would be a question I would ask to the wider audience. Were you aware that what they're showing isn't actually in the game?
It's a preview, like a trailer to a movie.
Would you still back?
Yeah, I mean,
would you?
Go ahead.
Yeah, would you still back the video game? Would you still have spent $250 knowing that all the stuff that they're showing isn't real currently, and it's just concept? Because I can name a game that did this very similar thing, and it's called Chronicles of Valeria. And you know all about that one.
Oh yeah, I watched a video about it.
God, dude.
It's a concept. Yeah, I mean, so
everything's just a concept.
I can only speak for myself.
That pisses me off.
I think that for me, if I see the way that a game is, I would assume that I would probably be like half and half with like what you're saying. Like, yeah, I could kind of see that, and I could also see like some systems aren't ready on alpha. I feel like in general. And this is like a distinction that I think some people make between like an alpha and a beta, is that an alpha is not feature complete, but a beta is feature complete. So what I mean by that is that things like systems, for example, the freehold system, would not all be available in an alpha, but they would be in a beta. So, and this is something, by the way, a lot of people define alphas and betas differently in gaming, and I feel like it's primarily a marketing ploy more than anything.
Yes. 100%.
So, yeah, but I think that is definitely a pretty big difference. And so, like, if every single feature in the game was not available in the alpha, I wouldn't immediately be upset about it. I think that, like, as a customer, like, if you spend money on something, every customer is entitled to have whatever opinion they want for something that they spent money on. But from my personal opinion, from, like, playing a lot of games, especially, like, games early in development, no, it really wouldn't surprise me that much.
Right.
And so, I think, obviously, it's like you're making a gesture of good faith.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me ask you this, right? Because this is something that really rubbed me the wrong way with Pirate. Pirate was saying, you know, Pirate, you know, and he's, you know, he's not saying it maliciously or whatever.
Sure.
All he's doing is repeating what Steven said. Steven thinks that the alpha's going to last at least 1 year, right? How long do you think the Alpha 2 is going to last?
Well, that's a good question. So
I don't agree with that
if they change the name of Alpha 2 to Beta, would that considered be lasting? I mean, because, like, so if Alpha 2 lasts for a year and then they change it into Beta, would you say that they lied?
Okay, well, first of all, they're not going to do that, right?
Why?
Because they've stated that the alpha period is going to be much, much, much longer than the beta, right? The beta,
at least 1 year. Yeah, minimum
from
1 year.
Looking at the game, I think the beta, when it launches, is going to be feature complete.
I think it's going to be way more than 1 year, bro.
And in a state where, you know, it's basically that's the marketing part, right? That's where they start marketing it in beta. So I think the alpha, based on, like, you know, because we've got a lot of people that are obsessed with the video game.
Thank you.
Pulling it apart for 4 years, you know, and we get a lot of joy out of that. We understand the speed at which Intrepid, at least from our perspective, we understand the speed at which Intrepid works. So what we've done is we kind of extrapolated that and tried to figure out how long it would take them to develop the whole video game, which includes those 18 biomes. And we think it's going to be a minimum of 6 years.
6 years from now.
Yeah, before they go into beta, I think. And that's
before, so that's even into beta.
Yeah, so that's assuming though. That's assuming that they launch with the beta after they have all 18 biomes. So that's just based on how much land mass they've got. So a really good perspective for, like, the audience who do want to continue following the game is to.
And how did you math that out?
So it's based on, like, if we assume that it's taken them 4 years. So the start of 2020. When was it? 2021 at the start of 2022.
Sure, yeah.
So it's been 3 years. If we assume 3 years, that's when the game actually started to be developed. That's the current state of the game. This version of the game, we think, started actually being developed in 2022 at the start. So when they switched to Unreal Engine 5, that was a clean slate for them, and that's a good thing, right? By the way, I think that's very good. I think they should have cleared everything before because the assets were not suitable. Because they're badly optimized,
it was the right decision to go to Unreal 5. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. I think that was a good decision for them. That's a very controversial thing to say within the community because a lot of people disagree. But I think it was a good decision because it's a step forward.
We disagreed.
And so we think the development started there. So if we assume that that's when they started and up until the point where they launched, and what they have is about 1/3, maybe 2/3 of one biome, which is the Riverlands. Just for context as well, by the way, the Riverlands isn't actually finished. So another reason why I'm pissed off is the fact that they've started working on the desert when the Riverlands isn't even finished. So it's like, fuck, why are you doing that? That's really annoying me.
I mean,
anyway.
Well, yeah, but like the thing is that, and this is, I think, one of the problems with like charging money for an alpha is that the way that a development team is going to prioritize and do things internally might not make sense to a person who's not. Like you're not like there might be an internal reason for that. I mean, I don't know why it could make sense. It could not make sense.
So there could be a reason for it. Yeah, let's talk about that. There could
be in the best interest of Intrepid and not
so,
testers.
Do you not think that Intrepid it would benefit Intrepid? So all of this is basically miscommunication, is how I would label this whole scenario.
I think that you're right about that.
Miscommunication on their point. Stephen disagrees. He actually thinks the communication's great. I completely disagree with that. I think the communication is actually extremely poor, or it at least could be a lot better to help sell their game in a better light. Anyway, the point is why don't Intrepid communicate that what you just said to us? Why don't they communicate to us that actually here's why? Have you ever played PoE?
Yes.
Have you ever read PoE's patch notes?
Yes.
Do you know that in every single patch notes, the developers give a reason for the change?
Yeah.
That to me is peak communication from a developer team. And when a project is advertised as open development, I would expect that kind of level of communication to its audience, especially when they're slapping $250 on it. I would expect something. They're not actually extending anything to us. They're not explaining to us why it's like this.
I think that you're conflating two different things, though, right? You're looking at like a development prioritization list, which is something that's going to be based around development, and PoE making a balancing change of like, Whirlwind or Cyclone doing more or less damage. I feel like these are two very different things.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like straw manning a little bit, but that's fine. What I mean is, why can't they just tell us why the desert is in the current state that it is? Why, when they said that the desert was going to be expanded and we could cut trees, and there was going to be a bunch of resources and get wood and stuff. So basically, to up for the context, you're not actually playing the video game, have you? So you're missing context. So a major resource to level up these nodes and progress these nodes is wood. So we need wood in the desert in order to progress these nodes. There is no wood in the desert because the trees aren't real. So they sold the expansion of the desert having trees that were cuttable, that was going to have a bunch of land mass and a bunch added, but none of that was added. So from my perspective as a customer, as a consumer, I think to myself, holy shit, they're finally expanding the desert. They're finally giving us things to do in the desert. Because 2 years ago, they showed us basically a complete desert. It's complete. It's a complete desert. They showed us a complete desert. I had the impression, and so did a lot of my audience. I would say nearly 100% of my audience were expecting a desert expansion. There is no desert expansion. It's just sand. That you can generate in Unreal Engine 5 by pressing generate sand, and that's it. So, what are we expected to test here? What's the test here? What's the point of the phase 2? Why did you sell a phase 2 for $110 when phase 2 is basically the same as phase 1 and nothing's changed and you just wiped everyone back to level 0? What are we testing this time? Why are we spending 50 hours grinding? We've already done that bit. There's nothing new for us to test. So is this how phase 3 is going to go? What about phase 3? What about phase 3.5? What about phase 3.6? How is this game even being developed? We have no idea because there's zero communication. And I was hoping at least, you know, I've tried to talk so many times about the lack of communication at Intrepid. I've made like 6 videos. I think you even reacted to one, maybe? I can't remember. And you disagreed with me in that video as well.
Which one?
But it was like...
Thank you for the follow.
It was the one where I just spoke about the lack of communication at Intrepid, right? Let me see if I can find the thumbnail. But it was basically a TLDR of the video was the communication is leaving a lot of the audience confused about the current state of the video game.
That's the video that Narc got completely disliked on.
Oh, here it is. The community are losing trust in Ashes of Creation because a lot of people approach me. I am the, I'm not trying to, I'm trying to be as humble as possible. I'm not trying to toot my horn, but I am like the point where people come to get a understanding of the current video game. So a lot of people were coming to me and saying, "What the fuck's happening? What's going on with this? Why is it doing this? Why are they doing this? I'm losing trust, right?" So I was like, okay, how can I approach this? How can I address this situation? So I addressed the situation by making this video and saying, listen, Intrepid Studios, the communication is really, really falling to pieces, and we don't know what's going on. Please, can you maybe increase the communication a little bit so we understand what's going on and why you're making these choices and why it's been delayed or why it's been changed. So now, originally we thought the Alpha 2 was just going to launch as an Alpha 2, but they changed it to phases. And a lot of people were really confused about this phase thing. And then they added a bunch of prices to the phases, and it's kind of a bit like scratching their heads, like, what the fuck?
I feel like a lot of this is based off of the fact that it's paid. Like, I feel like that, like, because if this game was free, I don't think that we'd even be having this conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
So like, this is entirely well, like, I think that matters though, right? So like, if the development process is fundamentally problematic or bad for whatever reason, then that's very different than you saying that the development process is frustrating as a paying customer. So like, you're kind of comparing and like arguing about two separate things. That's what I would really say the most about it would be.
Well, I am just expressing like random concerns now. Sticking to the point of the video, the point of the video is that what they showed isn't actually the current state of the game, and I don't agree with that. Okay. Therefore, I am stepping away. That's all the video is.
Narc did not buy the game.
And then I showed comparisons. They advertised this. This is what we got. I've received a lot of pushback in the comments about how what I showed isn't actually representative of what the desert actually is, and you said that as well. But the part of the desert that is being shown has no content. There are no points of interest in that desert. It's
dude,
easy
the backtracking is wild,
generate
dude.
a desert area.
Well, then why didn't you show that part?
Because I've already made a 20-minute video about it. That part already exists on my channel for everyone to see.
But
I've
you
already
could see
covered
how somebody
that. That was phase 1.
You could see how somebody who watched this video would think that this is the desert, right?
Well, yeah, but the point is that this was the expansion. So we're talking about the desert expansion. That's not what you said
in the video. You said
that's not what you said, dude.
Like, you didn't say it was the expansion. You said it was the desert.
I had a section in that video that explicitly spoke about the expansion.
I think that you probably did at some point, but you also said that it was the desert itself. Like, I can maybe, I mean, I can compromise and say, like, maybe you said both, but I remember you saying that it was the desert.
There's a whole section in this video where he talks about
Okay.
Sorry,
Well,
Chrome was acting
if
weird.
people can find timestamp, I can watch it. And
I'm
look
looking at it right
myself.
now.
Okay. Where's the timestamp? And I can listen to it right now.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Chrome was acting weird, so I put Firefox.
Okay, let's go back to 5 minutes and I don't know, 18.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna play
maybe
it.
25.
25. Okay.
525.
All right, I'll listen to it.
Main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase. And now they even claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead just going to introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase, Desert was going to receive an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land. Come December 20th, let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th, right? The desert as well. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will,
wild.
given that its assets are obviously a bit more developed than the tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we
That's
received
pretty much it.
Okay. So, but like you see how that's confusing for me to see, because you're talking about like the desert and then you're showing the images that are in the game. So you're seeing the expansion and you said it prompted people to believe what's going to be seen 2 years ago, and then you're showing that.
Yeah. Well, I thought I was pretty. I'm gonna be honest. I thought I was pretty clear. I thought that clip there is pretty clearly stating that this is the desert expansion, and there is no desert expansion. The desert expansion is a flat piece of sand with 3 nodes that are copy-pasted nodes from the Riverlands, and that's all it is. That's the expansion. So they sold the launch of phase 2 with a $110 price tag based on lies, basically, because there is no expansion. You can't claim that that is an expansion. I mean, do you believe what I'm showing is an expansion there?
Well, no. I mean, obviously not. I mean, it is in a way, right? It
issue.
technically is an expansion, but no, not really.
Yes.
Okay.
Technically, yes, and I agree. Technically, it is.
But it's not
Would you then
fundamentally.
agree? So would you say that that's a communication issue? What I'm trying to express is communication issues. Improve the communication. That's what I want Intrepid to do. I care a lot about Intrepid. I care a lot about Ashes of Creation. I want them to improve their communication skills, because I think personally, I think it's vital.
But is this the way to go
for
about
the survival of this
Is this the
open
mature way to go
development
about it?
project? That communication is key.
And you don't think that it's misleading at all to show the edge of the map and then to say that that's the new
It's
stuff?
not the edge of the map. No, that's not the edge of the map. That is directly in smack bang in the middle of the desert. This is a node here. This is in the middle of the desert. I've shown that point before. This is just beyond that point. This is the desert. This is the expansion that they advertised. That part that Stephen showed existed in phase 1. I've already covered it. I've got a whole 20-minute video showing that already. That isn't the expansion. This, what I'm showing on my screen right now, is the so-called expansion.
Okay.
Do you understand?
I mean, I'd have to see it for myself and make sure and decide that.
Yep.
I mean, look up the definition
I
of
don't-
expansion. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean,
I do think that, like,
I recommend 2 years.
Yeah, for sure.
2 years.
So you think it's going to be 2 years until the alpha comes out?
I think it. No. What I'm saying is give it 2 years. Like, forget about Ashes, right? Stop thinking about the video game. Let them develop it for 2 years, and then come and check in 2 years to see how they're doing. That's what I recommend.
I just think that it's unfair to expect for an Alpha 2 to have all of the features in it, because I've played a lot of Alphas before, and they've never had that.
Delivered on their features so far. No, they've delivered their features so far.
Well, you said they didn't deliver the freehold.
They haven't delivered the freeholds yet, but they will do. I didn't say anywhere that they're not going to deliver the features. They will do, but don't get it twisted. It's not going to be in 2 years, boys. It's going to be I don't know how long, and I can't tell you. Look at Star Citizen is what I'd say. Maybe compare it to that.
Well, we'll see what happens, right? But okay.
Yeah.
So are you going to keep playing the game at all, or like what are you going to do?
I think I'm gonna. Well, I have to, right? I'm not going to play it myself, but I've got a whole community who love the game, right? Over the years, I'm sure I'm going to get people posting the progress. So I will keep up with the game's progress through the people that still come to my community and post it, right? I will just casually keep up with the video game and see how they're doing. But ultimately, I just wish, there's no malicious intent towards them. I just don't agree with what they're doing, and I wish them the best.
Okay, that's fair. I'll probably get Steven on, and we'll talk to him after this. Yep. So,
do you want to talk to me after the Steven thing? Or
maybe I don't know. It depends on what he says, right? Yeah, it depends on what he says, and so we'll get on both sides and we'll listen to what Steven's going to say. And I think that's the best idea. But I do really appreciate you talking about this. I definitely do. And and I can see where you're coming from. I think that the communication issues are definitely something I would agree with, right? I mean, for sure, it's hard to like manage expectations. But I also think that the way that games are developed, it kind of makes sense that some things aren't available in alpha that were shown before. Because I just think that's the way that development's worked in games that I've observed over my time playing games.
Wow. I disagree with that statement. I don't think that's true. I think that's Chronicles of Valeria copium. That's what Chronicles of Valeria did. Nobody agreed with that shit. So why are we accepting it with Ashes? Don't we want Ashes to be the one to succeed? We want Ashes to be the Kickstarter that succeeded. So why are we following down the same path and doing the same things that Chronicles of Valeria did? That to me is don't do that.
I'm just saying that's the way that development for a number of games that I've played has been.
Yeah. Not me. I haven't played any games like that because I don't really follow scams until unfortunately recently. That's a meme, by the way. That's a meme.
Okay. All right. Well, I actually, to be honest, I really need to use the bathroom. So I'm gonna call Steven. I really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. I really do.
Yeah.
And best of luck, and I'll be looking forward to the new videos, the Dark Souls one.
Yep.
All
Okay,
right,
mate. Cheers.
Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I need to use the bathroom.
Dude, oh my god. Chat. This I don't even know where to start, dude. I don't even know where to start. Honestly, the comparison of Chronicles to Ashes truly pisses me off. It really does. It makes me very upset for Narc to even say shit like that. It is not even in the same vein nor in the same universe as Chronicles of Valeria. I think it's just I don't even know. It was wild. I think this was a lot of backtracking. There were so many points where Narc would say A and had a shift to B. A is not working, let me go to B. It's just, and it's like, if you care for the developers and you care for Ashes of Creation, then why did you create such a malicious video that gives such a negative impression of this game? If you wanted to succeed so badly, if you have faith and you like the developers and you actually want this game to succeed, then why would you make a video in a way that is edited and shaped and narrated in a way that is so negative?
Okay.
It's wild.
Is Steven call? No, I can call Steven. That should be fine. Give me a minute.
Fuck.
I mean, I think that the main problem. I think the main problem Narc has is with the price of the alpha. That's the main issue more than anything. And if the game, because I've played so many games and they've had this same development cycle, and it's like some systems they announce and then they're not in the game at the beginning, then they add them later. This is just what happens. Right? And I feel like if it was a free beta, you wouldn't have anybody mad about it. And you just have people that are mad about it because it was a paid beta. What game are you talking about? Oh, with WoW. Like if you play alphas in WoW, a lot of the features aren't available when they first come out.
Yep.
That's it. Let me see here. Oh, I did see that free jam. Yeah. And Corn Brother, so exactly what's going on in Ashes? For sure. It's crazy that they're releasing a map without anything interactable. Yeah. Industry standard used to pay people to test games. The large problem is he doesn't understand the dev process. Intrepid basically needs to teach everyone how they're making their games and why. Well, like, I think that's also, I think that's kind of true, is that the way that a consumer and a player is going to perceive the development process is going to be totally different than the way that a developer actually develops the game. So you have people that are looking at it from the perspective
so
of
much
like
for the
a
5
viewer,
subs, man. Thank you,
and
thank
it's like
you.
from them, a lot of these like complications in development don't really have anything to do with the way that kind of stuff works. They need to be open about it. Yeah, but like, how can you be open about it? I said it was open development. Yeah, exactly, right. And so let's go back. I'll message Steven and see where he's at.
He's watching my live stream, Asmon. He's too busy watching me.
Okay.
But he'll talk to you now.
Oh, so he's hashing it out? Yeah, no, it's not really a big deal for me. We do want some communication, yes, but players don't understand developers for sure. Well, no, and they're not going to understand it from their perspective.
They have no perspective. They're not
having a blast in communication. Has not been. What was this here? Let me see again. Fuck. Where'd it go? Let me read it.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to use the bathroom,
communication
guys,
has
real
not
quick.
been shit at all. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's going to be everybody's opinion is going to be different, right? Of course. Okay. Yeah, I'll call Steven. He'll be ready in a couple of minutes, and then we'll get into it. It's an alpha. People shouldn't treat it like a game. I know that. I know that. And that's why I said that the entire problem with all of this is the fact that the alpha costs money to get into. If the alpha was free, nobody would be having this conversation. Awkward. And I think also, by the way, I think that implies that the development process is not fundamentally flawed or disingenuous. Because the development process would still be bad even if it was free. Like, at least that's the way that my brain works. Games take money to develop? I heard about that, yes. You know, look at Concord. A free game doing this? I wouldn't even wait for 2 years. Really? I would. I don't give a fuck about this stuff. I don't care at all. Like, to me, I just, as soon as like, if I'm doing any of this stuff, like, if a game isn't ready, I just wait for it to be ready. That's it. Yeah, I mean, fuck. I feel like that's the best way to do it. That's the way I did with WoW, and that's what I've done with a lot of other games like New World. Like, I stopped putting myself in positions that, like, just make me mad, like, get me frustrated. Like, what the fuck is going... Of course I don't want to see that. I want to deal with that. It's crazy.
It's being mature.
The alpha cost is a filter that people that want to invest time to help the alpha. If it was cheap, people would just join and fill the server and no one would give feedback. I'm not arguing as to whether the price was good or not. I'm arguing as to whether the price was a causal factor in causing people to be frustrated, which I think that it was.
I don't think it was.
These are two different things.
I really don't think it was.
The issue isn't that it's paid, but that they misrepresent what's playable to get paid.
No, that's not what it was at all.
I don't think that they said at any point that, like, for example, the freehold system would be playable in alpha, like, the second that it came out, right? I don't think they ever said that. Because you're rich, you think if I had less money, I would be able to, I would be more mad about it.
Content creator.
I mean, if I wasn't rich, I wouldn't be buying it in the first place. Let's be honest,
we
right?
became content creators.
I mean, I feel like if you don't have a lot of money,
right.
maybe that's not something that you should spend your money on. But anyway, I'll go ahead.
It doesn't give you the right to misrepresent the game.
Okay, he's good. All right, let's call Steven. Here we go.
Oh, fuck. Let's go. Here we go, guys.
Hey, what's going on, man? Mike is...
Hello.
Yeah, hey. How you doing?
Not bad. Good. How you doing, brother?
I am chilling, man. Just looking at all this stuff going on with the game. Obviously, it's been probably, I'm sure, a pretty interesting week or so for you. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of opinions, a lot of videos, and a lot of reactions. And so, obviously, I think that you probably saw a lot of like kind of what I discussed with Narc about things, and what like kind of the frustrations in the community are about just different aspects of the game, and kind of like what's your take on it? Like, how do you feel like people have been responding?
Well, I think the first thing that's really important is, you know, I get a lot of comments from people that say I really shouldn't be responding. I'm the head of the company. I'm the, you know, head of the project. Like, you know, let this be a news cycle and go away after 3 days. But I want to give context into why I engage, why I respond, even if it means that it gives life to, you know, the negativity or the claims that are not true beyond the news cycle that might have occurred with just that single video. And it's because, you know, we care very much about what we're doing. And I didn't start this company to be another, you know, development team or publisher that doesn't respond and doesn't engage with the community. So I just want to get that out of the way first.
Sure.
My primary problem, and I tried to put this in the response, is that, look, it's fair to talk about communication. It's fair to talk about, you know, things that we could have said differently or done differently. But the key takeaway and the problem that I had with the video that was portrayed was the definitive statements that what we've shown in our development updates are not real. And that is absolutely not true. And Narc has zero basis whatsoever to make that statement. And I think the biggest takeaway for anybody that's watching the video, as you had, right, is to look at him showcasing a section of the world that was at the edge of the map, that is in the dunes area, that is incomplete.
So is this part at the edge of the map or not?
Which part?
The part where Narc showed? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's 100% at the bottom of the map.
So why did he say it wasn't at the edge of the map?
I have no idea. I can log into the game right now with you. If you still have the game downloaded, I can port you to the area in the game, and we can run around together and look at the desert.
Let's go.
I think I might have to update it.
Oh yeah,
yeah. There's probably a few updates.
Yeah.
But you can start updating it, and we can go.
Yeah. No, for sure.
You know, the point that's important is that the video that Narc made has 130,000 views right now.
It does.
And what he made definitively as a statement in that video was that the desert that we showcased 2 years ago is not in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I logged into the game and made a video as a response to you that showed all of those assets, all of that terrain, all of that, the cliff sides, the beetle bugs, the scorpions, everything that we showed in the video, even the Wisp Welk mount, all of that is in the game. So definitively that was a false statement, right? And I think the key takeaway is why would Narc want to give the impression? He said, I made a video previous. He said that he made a video previously that had, 10-15,000 views, but the takeaway is that wasn't the video that had 130,000 views, and it's not the video that got megaphoned into 500,000 views. And when people walk away from that video, they look at the showcase that he looked at, and then he would switch screens back to the empty dunes.
Yep.
And they didn't see any part of the desert that was in the video in his video. So they walk away thinking, wait a minute, why did you show this? This isn't real. But that's not true.
So what Narc said was that basically the part of the desert that was shown, like basically you had promised an expansion to the desert that then didn't happen.
Well, the expansion to the desert is going to occur throughout phase 2.
Okay.
Like phase 2 just started December 20th. We are 15 days in to phase 2.
Okay.
And during those 15 days, the studio's been on break the entire time.
Right, because there's Christmas and like holidays and everything. Yeah, no doubt.
So there are 5 more months where we have been very clear in all of our development updates that we are going to be continually building the game. That is part of what alpha is. We have said that. And that means that territory will expand. It means that the tropics will be expanded.
Whoa, what happened? Yo, what happened? I was like, what the fuck just I got so scared. I was like, no. He lagged out, updated.
Continue to expand as part of the game's continued development. But what's more important is, and I think that this is a key takeaway,
crashed,
is the way that development works is, as you said, there are branches that exist beneath production. And to be clear, production is the name of the branch that's exposed to the player base. So when a build gets completed and when it gets promoted, it has to go through different steps.
Give me 1 second. I'm having like effing on my stream. It's like messed up. Give me 1 minute. I think it's like patching the game, and that's what's causing it.
It's possible.
Yeah.
We might be eating your bandwidth.
Yeah, exactly. Let me go back and double check. Okay. Guys, are we good now?
Oh, we good.
Do you know if there's a way to throttle the bandwidth that the launcher uses to download?
You might have to do it at the application level.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's because, guys, I was downloading the game. That's the reason. It was like pretty fast. I think I might have to just do that for tomorrow because it'll probably cause other issues.
Damn.
Yeah,
that would
nice.
nice.
I don't know when the last time was that you updated, but it probably it was probably back in phase 1, so there might be some substantial updates.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think that's what would make sense. Okay. Well, anyway, you can continue. Like so
what
about
I was saying,
the desert and all that. Yeah.
What you were commenting about the way that development works is that there are branches that exist in our source control, and we use Perforce, where other features, other areas, other assets are not implemented into the production environment. It's because they're not ready, as you mentioned. They don't connect to other systems. They may not be connecting to certain services. They may not be, QA'd not to cause server crashes. There's a whole bunch of reasons why those things might not exist. Use the freeholds as another example. In the freehold showcase, we showcased all the assets that we've developed. We showcased all the interaction and harvesting that we had developed. We showcased the housing and the furniture and the different mounts and the section of the Riverlands. All that stuff is real. But Narc definitively stated in his video that this is quote unquote fakery, which is a complete slanderous and liable statement to make. And he has no founding or expertise to make that type of a statement, which is, he also said that, hey, I'm just a normal guy. I just want to step away from the game. Well, then by all means, 100%, I advise that. We are not anywhere near complete as a development. That is the whole part of this process. And I have said time and time again that, this journey of development is not of interest for everybody. The majority of gamers don't give a shit how a game gets made. They just want to play the game. And that makes sense. I understand that. That's totally normal. But we are showing it so that people who do care, which is a minority of gamers, have an opportunity to have a voice in the development of these systems. So what that means is in this showcase you have here, the freehold example, we're showcasing how the freeholds have been developed thus far. Does that mean that they can exist within the ecosystem of Alpha 2 because they're either not connected into our networking system, or we don't have the icons and the UI to interface with the deployment of the buildings yet, or we're still utilizing the tax services and mail systems to facilitate that, the cargo, the construction of that? None of that stuff we showed in the showcase because it wasn't developed yet. But what we did showcase was the interactions with the harvestables, the ability to interact with the livestock. All of that stuff is real. And when you go into the game now, you can purchase a freehold. You can own that freehold. You have specific permissions to that freehold. You can create root balls through the artisanship system. You can plant those root balls. You can harvest those root balls. It goes into the economy. That is what we have shown. And the same is true for the desert. But my key takeaway is that as a viewer, if you're watching Narc's video, you walk away from that video under the assumption that those things don't exist because he definitively states they don't.
Yep.
But they do exist in the current alpha. And so to ask yourself the question, why would he purposefully mislead the visuals of the desert, not showcasing the parts of the desert that do look like the video we showed, if not to influence the opinion of his more uninformed audience? Which it's okay to be uninformed. Like I said, majority of people don't give a damn about what goes into making the sausage. We understand that. But we're not doing this for those people. We are doing this for the people that care to have a voice in the project.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. So with the freehold system and like the way that that works, so the way that it looks like in the demo that you showed, like with the rabbit mount and everything, and like slaughtering the pig, like does it function that way? Like how much of that functionality is accessible right now in the beta at this very moment?
At this moment in time, with the freeholds, you can currently harvest resources. You can plant the resources, and there is the Lightfoot Leveret mount, which is the bunny mount that you saw, that you can acquire as well through hunting. You know, those things are currently in the game. And then what we're waiting on is the deployment system for the buildings, and we're waiting on the cargo system that should be attached to the freehold that allows you to bring resources to the freehold's location and store them at the freehold in order to construct those blueprints.
Yeah.
So that's still in our development branch, which is getting QA tested and some additional code to attach it into the node service, because the freeholds are expected to exist on what's called our node service and our zones of influence, because that's how estates are governed. So right now, what we've done to implement the initial freehold system is we've pre-placed certain freeholds throughout the world, so that we can test permissions and we can test the planting and those types of things. And then once we're ready to implement the estates, which means it has to go through our QA branch and then eventually get to staging before it makes it to our Alpha 2 production branch, that is when players will be able to then place freeholds under the estate system.
So, okay, but like you can't, like, for example, like slaughter the pig or something like that now. Like, I mean, so like for like percentage wise, it's probably like 20-30% of like what was shown that like you can do right now in the alpha.
There are chickens and there are pigs that you can get if you have a tier 2 upgraded node farming station. Yeah. And then you can place those on the freehold currently as you do the trees and the herbs that you can harvest. And so the pig will appear and then you can slaughter it after a period of time.
Okay, so you can do that right now inside of the game in the alpha at this very moment.
As long as a node has upgraded to a tier 2 building, yes.
Okay. So, all right. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And let's see. Besides that, I feel like there was also the concern about basically the communication for like these different phases and how it works. But actually, you know what? Before I go to that, you were mentioning a development branch. So, correct. Basically, there is an internal version of the game probably where more of these features are available than the public alpha version of the game. Is this accurate?
Well, there are a lot of different branches within our Perforce where we do development, right? We have an engine branch, we have an ICS branch, we have a development branch, we have our QA. Like there's a whole bunch that has these that have these features in different states that they're not all necessarily interconnected. They don't necessarily connect into the network or the services yet. That work hasn't been completed or done, right? It's still
they're all like modular different things.
That's correct, right? Yeah. And so what happens is as those features get more complete, they get integrated, and that is where the integration layer exists, and then they get tested. So a great example of this that Narc was talking about is something called our dynamic gridding, which right now our network utilizes a server meshing technology, which is currently in the game.
So he says that's not real. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. That's crazy. So if I don't know if, gosh, I wish there was a way for you to log in. Oh, I can actually stream and you can watch. I can show you.
Let me see if I can do that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna just spam a bunch so it doesn't show our DMs or anything like that. And let me make sure that that's good.
I'm going to start streaming real quick.
Okay.
And maybe you can just watch me play on a development client on the Alpha 2.
Okay.
So I can show you, the different server workers.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I just started.
Moonman,
just
thank you so
started
much for the
streaming.
sub on YouTube, man. Thank you.
One second. Let me make sure that I can look at it.
Thank you for everybody who's been subbing on YouTube lately and on Twitch. Thank you. I don't want to talk so much during
It
the
doesn't
interview.
show yet. Oh,
I am
streaming from on YouTube.
Twitch.
Okay.
Twitch.
Okay, good. I thought I was gonna have to screen share from Discord or something like that. All right, yeah, sure. Oh, which channel?
Oh, that's a good question. What is my channel?
Stephen Sharif.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
It is Stephen Sharif. So it's / Stephen Sharif. STEVENSHARIF.
Can you just link it to me? Yeah.
Do that.
Sorry.
Hold on one. Hold on 1
Okay.
second. All right, there we go.
Okay. All right. So this is in the dev client of the game. Is that right?
Well, so this is the production environment, which means this is
Okay.
our live Alpha 2. You can see that
okay. So
there's
this is
a
the
bunch-
live game.
Yeah, this is the live game.
Okay.
But I'm on a developer client, so I can do certain things in the live game that you wouldn't normally be able to do.
Right.
So when he's talking about,
Can you
when
go
he's
to that
talking about-
area that he was showing that was like super empty?
yeah.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'll give
Yep.
myself.
No problem. No problem.
Give myself a little dude.
And are these trees actual assets, or are they just images placed in place of an asset?
Well, I think that's part of nomenclature that I think needs to be better understood by people who don't develop games. Right? Is like when you say, "Is it an actual asset?"
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's bad. So, like, can you interact with the trees?
So the trees cannot yet be interacted
Okay.
with in the desert environment, and there's a reason for that. Our artisanship service is a very complicated service. We, as you may or may not know, we have certain interactables that are mined materials, that are wood,
Sure.
that are herbalism, whatever. The way that works is those exist all throughout the different areas of the map, and certain types of resources are supposed to spawn in certain areas. And so because of that, each interactable node that you might see, and let me just show you for a quick. I'll just go and show you in 1 second here.
Yep.
Each interactable object is governed by what's called our artisanship service.
That mount's awesome
And,
looking.
it's a way that you kind of create this dynamic server grid where you pull as many processes off of an individual Unreal Engine game server,
Yeah.
and instead you have those governed by a service that lives off of the game server and that game servers can talk to. So, for example, if I go up to this tree here, well, I don't have the appropriate level, so it's red. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Let me give myself all of the.
Yeah, do a little bit of cheating.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm cheating. Let me toggle max. So let me go back up to it. So now I can start chopping this tree that I have a certain level.
Okay.
But this tree is governed by an area that is under our Riverlands artisanship service. So the trees that are currently in the desert biome can't yet be interacted with because we haven't extended that service into the desert biome.
I see. So there's
right?
basically
and
let's say
we told players
you have
and we
like
told players
there's
about
like a middleman that's like not available, so you can't do the interaction. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's that's generally correct. So hold on, let me fly to the area that Narc's talking about.
Yeah. I want to see this part of the desert here.
1 second. So these assets are done. I mean, they are created. What needs to be hooked up is the artisanship service, right?
And once the artisanship service gets hooked up, then all of the trees and everything will be interactable.
Correct.
Okay.
That's right. So as soon as we get to this section here, I can't even move Like I am blocked right here because this area is off of the map. This is the edge of the map.
See. Okay.
So this is a wall. I am stuck on this wall.
And can you just go around and like kind of show the, yeah, just to get an indication of like, cause yeah, I mean the exact spot that he was at, but like, is this true? Like pretty much entirely around.
And then this is what's called our node quirk. So the way that cities exist within the game is they can be developed by players. Whoops. And this node has been developed, so it is a desert node.
Right.
He mentioned that the node is a copy paste of the Riverland.
Yes.
Hold on. He mentioned that it's a copy paste of the Riverland. That's because the way that nodes exist is they exist on corks. So we have a number of different node layouts that are obviously intended that we are continuing to build, that the node team is building.
Yeah.
But those node layouts aren't fully online yet. So we use in these corks essentially the node templates that we have available until such time as the new templates become available, and we will replace these nodes with those new templates. That's how development exists.
Well, sometimes that's how releases exist too. I played New World. No, I get it. I understand. And so around the other area that like Narc was showing in the video, because I just want to make sure that like we nail down this point like 100% about it being at the edge of the map or not, because like to me it's like it's very important that like something like this is either true or not.
He has to send the coordinates that he might have been at. I don't know where if he has a coordinates, I can port to those coordinates.
Yeah.
But as I kind of like fly through the desert zone, right, there's a lot of it obviously that's still a work in progress because the zone is being developed. But the key takeaway that I have from the video is that he claims what we showed 2 years ago did not exist, and it does exist. It may not exist near the edge of the map or near even as you go into the deeper portions of the map, but all of this desert zone here, maybe not this desert zone down here, is complete. But regardless, like the point of that is that this is still in development, and we have been very clear about that as part of our communications with the audience, that not everything is going to be complete in an alpha, and that I know that can be a difficult thing to communicate, to convey, but it is part of our process. It is part of the development of the game.
And so part of that is like he brought up that one image and there was a dungeon, I think, or something like that, where it had like this really big tower in the middle.
It's called an Essence Geyser.
Okay.
So the Essence Geyser is a dungeon where a certain monster race that's called the Nagash live.
Okay.
And the Najash are essentially, sorry, not Nagash, the Najash. The Najash are the serpent race, which is another development.
So the reason why that wasn't so the reason why that wasn't available to be seen was because the dungeon isn't in the game that exists in?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And we didn't show that in the preview either. We just showed the Essence Geyser itself, which is an asset that we created that's the top of the dungeon. And we showed the monsters that go into the dungeon, but those aren't in the game either yet, because their dungeon's not in the game. Their animations are complete, their behavior, some of their behavior trees are complete. Like there is a lot of it that's being, worked in progress. And I think that's the biggest, that's the biggest rub in my opinion. Is that it is easy to look at a development, and as much as we have communicated, which we have communicated probably, and I'm speaking from a gamer's perspective, more than I have seen any other MMORPG of our size in development with a following like ours, probably that I've ever seen. And I don't know if you've seen another MMORPG in development of our size that's communicated more than us.
I've seen the negative outcomes of them trying to communicate. I mean, usually it doesn't go very well. I mean, like the way that users and like players and gamers like perceive a development cycle is going to be way different than like the way that it actually exists.
And I'll be honest with you, the biggest takeaway for me about that, by the way, you're 100% 100% correct. Like, the biggest takeaway, in my opinion, about that is many people have said time and time again, when I've gone to DICE or when I've gone to, GDC, different conventions, I've talked with executives at other companies and developers and publishers. They've said, hey man, what you're doing is crazy. Like, that it is, you will get eaten alive. And in part, like, we know that's the double-edged sword.
It is.
Right? That is 100% correct. That is the downside of transparent development, is that
what he is in
every
is
single
Alpha
thing
2.
you say, every single thing you do,
his character
is going to get picked apart, and not by people who know the process.
He has more things
not
to do,
by people who know what it takes to build these games, or even know what development is, or software development in general. And the best thing that those people can do is they sometimes can sell negativity, because if you look at Narc's videos, and this is not just Narc, by the way, I'm not just trying to pick on Narc. This is something that is true of content creators and influencers in general, right? Is that there is
see how there's people
certain
there?
Types where they want to sell negativity because it sells best. And Narc is a great example, because if you look at his videos where he's praising the game, they have 10,000 views, they have 15,000 views.
He's using a
right?
dev client.
They have something that
the
is
playable
not
server.
the equivalent of the videos where he's criticized or where he's lobbed baseless accusations against the game, like his most recent one that has now 150,000 views and over probably 1 million views that'll get megaphone by you reviewing it as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And he talks about a conflict in interest for the referral program, which, by the way, many products, many companies, many services have a referral system. But the reality of it is, if you talk about conflict and interest, for a content creator to be incentivized by ad revenue, they are going to want to create content that yields the most amount of views and the most amount of engagement. And if you're looking at the proposition of making a clickbait title or making a rage bait title or making something that's going to cause drama and get picked up and spread and amplified and megaphoned, like, if you are that type of person that's trying to build your channel, like, why would you not do that? It's no skin off of your back per se. You're not getting kicked out of the game. You can come back after a year and now you have your redemption arc all set up and teed off for you, right? It's like, oh, Ashes of Creation succeeded, a year later.
Yeah, I've only done that myself 10 times. Yes, I'm
right,
fully
aware. But here's the part that gets missed by a lot of people, is that there are actual human beings behind the screen that are devoting their 100 hours a week at times to build something where it matters to us very much the public's reception, the public's perception, and that is why we create these things. And to see someone say something like, they lied to us, it doesn't exist, it's not in the game, when he has no basis for fact there, that is a super, super hurtful, sad thing to have to endure.
It's either something that's true or not at the end of the day.
Correct.
Right? And so, like, if it's in the game, then you can show it in the game. If it's not in the game, then it can't be shown in the game.
Correct.
Like,
and that's why I made that response video.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually like a super, super simple dynamic. And I think that, like, I feel like with content, it's not necessarily always something that's negative. It's something that reinforces viewpoints that people already have. So, like, if people already have a viewpoint that's something, it's confirmation bias. People want to hear that their opinion that they have is already accurate. And so,
for sure. But I will say one thing to that, Asmon. I will say one thing to that.
Yeah.
Is while you're saying it's true, it's either in the game or it isn't. The fact of the matter is that some percentage of the 150,000 views that he's already garnered with that video will not see that truth afterwards. They will walk away. They may not watch the follow-up video. That's how media works. That's how marketing works.
The attention
they're eventually going to. It's kind of like that effect, where they say we have too many satellites in orbit, and eventually trash is going to start, hitting each other. And it's going to have this exponential growth of trash throughout space or whatnot. That the same is true for a viewer. right? If a person walks away with a now what you've described as a confirmation bias, with an opinion that they formed based off the video that they saw, and they don't get to see the follow-up, they get to go ping pong that on Reddit, they get to go ping pong that in the comment section of another video, they get to go ping pong that in the Twitch viewers, and then that spreads to other people. So to a degree, that is why there are libel, slander, and defamation laws that exist, because you cannot control what those things are. Now, NARC made some very definitive statements that are inaccurate and false, and I would be well within my rights to act upon that in a very legal manner. But I can't do that, obviously, right? That's not to my benefit. It's not what I want to do anyways, even though it defames and hurts me, and I can't control what that bias is. And now I'm forced to roll around in the mud, right, about the project, which is taking away from really what the focus should be. It's the focus
on a project. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. So, like, how do you feel about, like, the way that NARC feels about the communication? Because I think that there's been a lot of people that have felt.
Look, if NARC had made a video that said, "Hey, I think you should have communicated this better, and I think you should have communicated that better," 100%. That's the whole fucking point of us being open about the transparent in the first, the process of development in the first place. Like that constructive criticism, not going on his stream and calling people who support the game autists and retards and banning them and just acting like a complete degenerate, right? And because, and again, I'm not trying to make any ill will towards NARC.
Sure.
Like, yes, I'm super pissed about the fact that he went and made a video that was completely defamatory, but the reality of the matter is that we never engaged with NARC from a company's perspective as a content creator. Why? Because his brand was not the brand that we wanted to engage with about the game. Now, of course, that's a big conflict for us because he was creating content about the game, and some of those videos and content were great, but some of them were not, and some of them did not match what we wanted our brand to be. And I got a lot of flack internally from my own marketing and community team when I would even talk and engage with NARC because they're saying, "Hey man, like this guy is not a good dude," and I would say, "Okay, well, you know,
I mean, this is just marketing and PR people are always
100%.
They are so careful. I'm fully aware of that, and I think that makes sense, right? That's their job. But you talk about banning, right? And so there were a lot of criticism. This actually wasn't really even discussed in like the conversation.
The Reddit post.
Yeah, people getting banned on Reddit for like.
That's so false. Like that's another thing that was absolutely crazy. So let me tell you.
So people aren't
this
getting
very
banned.
Well.
Like
here, listen. So you know this very well. NARC was in his stream. NARC was in a stream for 4 days straight, playing at the beginning of phase 2. He was running a subathon.
Yeah.
And in the subathon, you know, it was a total hate fest, right? And he had a pretty solid like 300 viewers. Anybody who was watching can corroborate this. This is true. And those viewers were all just kind of, you know, hate baiting each other. Yeah. And they would go on the Reddit and they would make statements with their Reddit and they would say things like, "This game is 100% scam. What they're doing is fake. This isn't real. You know,
the whole community was crazy.
They should be shut down." All these types of things, right? And so over the course of December, there were probably 7 people that got banned, and the only reason they got banned is because they violated our respect each other rule. There was one thread that got locked out of 10 different threads that were about NARC.
And that was the desert
because it was
one,
just
right?
hate fest. There were like 7 desert threads.
Okay.
You can go on our Reddit and look at the 7 different.
And why do you think there were so many desert threads? Because like it feels to me like that's like a really big point of contention.
Well, they were all
not
the majority of them. I don't want to say necessarily all.
Yeah,
the majority of them, in my opinion, were from NARC's stream because again, he was running a 4-day long stream, and the desert was a big point of topic for him. Now, I don't know if that was a result of him being upset about having to shave his beard because I don't know what might have exacerbated that, you know, aspect, but
that is what I think caused it. But I have been a mod of that Reddit because it's our official subreddit of the Ashes of Creation game. It was handed to me because the person who made it back in 2016 didn't want to be the owner of it anymore. So after like 5 months, he said, here, you know, this is your subreddit now. And I said, okay, we'll make it the official subreddit. We'll engage. We'll talk to the community here. You know, we'll make sure to enforce some decorum as well.
So you're saying that like if a person goes and they make a post on Reddit right now that isn't like insulting or like saying it's a scam or everybody's lying, and they have a constructive post about Ashes of Creation on the subreddit, that they're not going to get banned for it, even if it's completely negative?
Any one of your 40,000 viewers right now can go on our subreddit and they can look through the history and see just how many constructive, critical posts there are about Ashes of Creation.
Okay.
I would even say
that's really true.
That a healthy, probably half of that subreddit is reasons why a game design is bad, or reason why a system
is mostly negative,
or reason why the communication isn't good. I don't ban people at all. Our Discord is the same way. Like I have people constantly that'll ping me with feedback that's like, hey man, this is a terrible design, you shouldn't do this, the game's gonna fail because of this. I don't ever respond to that in a negative way. That's the whole purpose of this development, is to garner that level of interaction with the community. That is what we have done for 8 straight years. It is a completely false narrative for anyone to say that.
Well, if I look at it and I look at the subreddit, it does seem like there's a lot of critical comments that are made, and these comments are not being deleted. So
no, of course not. Like, well, first of all, you can go on to there are a number of different websites that you can go onto, and you can see if there are any deleted comments. Like that. I mean, that is just a factual truth.
Okay. Well, that's at least good to know. I'm thinking about some of the other components of this too, and so if you're talking about, like, go ahead.
Here's the other thing, Asmon.
Yeah.
It's like when you put these things into perspective, and your audience is a very I consider myself a member of your audience.
Thank you.
I enjoy your takes. I love watching you. We have a lot of people in the studio that are Asmon Gold fans. I mean, that's why I invited you to the Asmon Bald Guild when you joined Alpha One.
I remember that very well.
But what I will say is that, like, if you put these points into context, look, I don't know what's going on with Narc. I don't know, why he's come to these conclusions that he has. I have assumptions. My assumptions are it's because, this is the reason of him wanting to farm views and engagement or whatever, and then maybe he'll do a redemption arc later, and that's like his master plan. I have a lot of different commentaries, but it is what it is. I don't really care. The only thing I care about is that when someone makes false and defamatory statements and it gets 100,000 plus views, and then it gets 500,000 plus views, and it demeans the character of myself or the 230 plus families that I care that are putting their hearts and souls into this game, of which I put over $55 million of my own money into the development of this game. There has never been a dime or profit that's been taken from this company in 8 years. When someone says that, it is utter, and pardon my French,
it's gonna piss you off. It's bullshit.
It's complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Total bullshit.
Well, all right, I'm gonna ask you, like, I don't know if you can really give me the answer for this. Like, 55 million, there's no way you can make an MMO with $55 million. Like, how much money do you think it's gonna take to make the game?
At least another 50 minimum. Like, I mean, at least another 50 I'll be on the hook for. Minimum. And by the way, we've grown to 230 developers. That's not 230 developers in the middle of Croatia. That's 230 developers in the middle of San Diego, California, which is the most expensive part of the United States.
It's like what is it, like,
and I'll tell you another thing.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you another thing. I take care of my developers. We give 100% health insurance for our developers, their spouses, and all of their children as well. And that's on a game that's not making profit.
Right.
So for someone to demean my character like this and to drag me through the mud this way is absolutely out of character and wrong. It is just wrong.
I'm an insurance person.
No, I understand
That's
that.
wild.
I mean, what do you think about like
That's a
the
lot of
6
money for
years
insurance for the whole family.
Of the game being an alpha? Because he said he did the math on
I
it.
think I said this at the start of this development.
Yeah.
I said that we are going to make this game in a way that we feel is right. A lot of games come out and they get worked on in the dark. How long did Throne and Liberty take to develop? 12 years.
You mean Lineage?
And Lineage 3.
Yeah, exactly.
12 years. And by the way, this is no hate against NCSoft or their game. I think they did a great job. I'm just saying it took 12 years to make, and that was from an established major MMO RPG powerhouse to
multi-billion-dollar
build
company.
a game like that, right? And I'm not trying to judge whether or not Throne and Liberty was good or whatever. I don't, it is what it is.
But it takes a long time to make a game.
Opinion.
Yeah.
But it takes a long time to make a game, and it takes a real fucking long time to make an MMORPG, and multiply that by 10 when you're trying to do the level of complexity and systems that we are trying to do, which is fucking crazy.
So do you don't have like a time frame or anything for how long the alpha is going to last?
Do you know if I told you a time frame today and that time frame changed? What would happen? I would be
you'd be lying again. Yeah,
exactly. I'd be a liar.
Yep. Okay.
I would be a liar.
So you don't want to get a time frame because then you're going to get nailed down for another video about you lying in the future. No, I think that's fair.
The other thing is, like, how can I give a time frame when we just started our alpha 2?
Yeah.
The whole point of this fucking alpha is to test everything, right? And before we go into full onslaught production of these core systems, we need to test that 1, they work, 2, players want them, and 3, whatever we need to do to make those systems work differently, we have time to do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point of Alpha 2.
Why I'm fucking here, dude.
So, like, again, if you aren't interested in the development process of an
Kevin,
MMORPG,
for the sub on YouTube, man. Thank you.
my whole recommendation is chill. Don't follow us. Check in a year, in 2 years,
Same
whatever it
messaging
is.
as always.
Get an average update every now and then. But the reason I told Narc, like, and anyone else who was getting their tits in a twist, it
is what it is.
You're in Twisted Nipples Guild.
True.
Settle down.
Who were getting their boxers in a bunch because of the development process.
Yeah.
Go take a break. Take a break for your own mental. Let me tell you, developing this game has not been great for my mental health.
Yeah.
It sure is. I would not wish this level of engagement with the community, this level of complexity in the game development. I mean, you got to understand. I started this also 8 years ago without having any experience in development whatsoever. Just being a lover of MMOs and wanting to make something that I like.
People are expecting way too much of
like,
Steven.
I had to run through the crucible on fire with my head on fire.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
This is an unhinged Steven. This is passionate Steven coming out.
Take a break.
Yeah.
Go take a break for your own mental health. That wasn't any dig on his mental health. I don't personally care about Narc too much to care what his mental health status is. I'm just suggesting to anyone that is too emotionally invested in our development process, go take a break. We'll be here when you get back. This project is too large. I have put too much of an investment. I care too much, and so does our team, about its success for it to fail. And so because of that, we are going to do what's necessary, no matter the time it takes. Now, ultimately, I don't want to be in a 10, 12, 14 year long development cycle. But another thing to keep in mind is that when people say, hey, it's been 8 years, that first year we were 12 people.
Yeah, sure.
We were 12 people. We were 25 people the next year. And then we were 40 people the year after that. We didn't start this development with 500 people on the side. I don't have $700 million that I've collected from crowdsourcing like Star Citizen. And again, it's no heat against Star Citizen. It is what it is. I'm just saying, like, this is a project built of passion. And by the way, Ashes isn't going to be for everybody. We are a PvX game. Probably half the market doesn't want PvP in their game. Half of the market share of MMORPG players probably do not want our flagging system. But I understand that. And there's space in the market share for a game like us, even if half of the people don't like our visuals, don't like our art, don't want our, mechanics. okay, do we want to gatekeep the other half of the market share that do want that?
Yeah.
Is it if you don't like it, does it mean it shouldn't be made? Does it mean it's a scam?
Dude, Steven's
does it mean that you should demean the character of the people who are putting their blood, lives, sweat, and tears into the project and make false statements that you yourself can be liable for like that, Narc? No.
Well, so
if you want to walk away, if that's truly your intent, then by all means, walk away. Don't drag us through the mud in an effort to get views and misrepresent the game when you do it. Like, come off of it.
So we could go back to this old desert situation, right? About it being an expansion to the desert. Now, whenever you were talking about the expansion to the desert that was going to happen on December 20th, what is that? What?
That's the nodes. That's the node.
Okay.
So these three locations, you see this node that says Athanar, Sunhaven, and Asmaron. Like, those were nodes that didn't exist before the 20th.
Okay, so those all got added.
Now they have
can you go to one of those? Like, because I think you went to one of them. But okay.
Hold on one second.
This is wild, dude. To think, I didn't know this was gonna happen today.
And how many people, by the way, are on the server? Like, do you have any idea of like how many people there are?
We have over 110,000. I think it's like 112,000 people now that are participating in Alpha 2. And on our record for a server was 7,400, I think, on December 20th. We had 7,400 people on one realm, which, by the way, for an Unreal Engine 5 game is... I don't know of any other UE5 games that have released that have been able to achieve that number. So if anybody else knows that, they can.
I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't think so. So this is the Sunhaven node.
Okay.
Right? And this.
So this is one of, and this was added in the December. Okay. So this is
correct.
So to say that like there was nothing that was added, this was added.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, there were 3 nodes that were.
And there's 2 more of them besides this.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And they were encampments before this, and they were crossroads before that. So anybody that played it, they can come and they can see this. There's building sections here that a mayor can construct.
Is one of them called ASMON? Because I think that's where a narc was in the video.
ASMON?
Yeah. Can you go to that? Because like again, it's just about like this thing about it being on the edge of the map. To me, this might sound like some kind of like weird fixation, but like to me that matters a lot because it's like, was it or wasn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. The other key takeaway is that like, whoops, I got stuck under the ground.
Yep.
Nobody look. You're not supposed to teleport. Hold on. There we go. This is Asmaron. Let's see, where would the edge be? So already you can see that Asmaron is kind of near the edge.
Okay.
Right? This is Asmaron.
Okay, and so it's at the edge down there at the bottom. Yeah, if I look at his map, it just like I don't know. I mean, I could like
this is the edge. This is Asmaron, and then this is the edge right here.
Okay.
You can't go further.
So if you just go, okay, so you can't even, and this is the case all around the map, right? Like this is like if you go,
you can see the map edge is here.
So
you can't go further than that.
Okay, so this. Okay.
See, I'm trying to like it won't let me.
Okay. So
and that's where Asmaron is. But again, the key point isn't so much whether or not he was at the edge. That's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe he was 100 meters off of the edge. I don't know. But regardless, the point is he showed side-by-side comparisons of our showcase from 2 years ago, and he said none of this is in the game. That is what he said.
Yeah.
He said none of this is in the game, and that's bullshit. I just released a video that showed
what you're looking at right now. This is it. This was added into the game on December 20th.
Yes.
Okay.
This was added into the game on December 20th. Anybody who's been playing here, let me ask this dude. Here, let me just ask this guy. Hello, Mew. Hold on.
Let me see what's. Oh, they're on Lenneth.
And this is in the live version of the Alpha 2 that other players can regularly see.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on.
Okay. So you're asking how long you've been playing?
I just asked him. He says since Alpha 1.
Okay.
Yeah, a bunch of Overlord people. Overlord has been around for a while.
Somebody else saying they were there. Yeah.
I think this is so good of Steven to do this interview with ASMON.
All right. Were these nodes present in phase 1?
Might overshadow, hopefully, the reaction that ASMON did with Narc.
There you
go. All right. Well, he's gonna have to check his PayPal,
Hold
right?
on. Let's give him a hat. We need to give him a hat.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Boom. We just gave him a Santa hat.
Great. Good for him.
Hold on. Let's ask him if he can put the Santa hat on real quick. Look at him dancing. I guess I'm big dog.
So, and also, like, there's going to be more stuff, I'm sure, added to the desert as time goes on, right? I mean, it's not like it.
I mean, what kind of a question is that? As you know that? Come on, like,
yeah. Well,
we're building the game.
Well, it's just, yeah, but like, I'm leading it because like that's like these are what the concerns are, right? And
yeah, that's true.
And so like that's really I'm not really like obvious, like, let's be real, fucking obviously it's not like you're gonna have a bunch of random mobs out there doing nothing, right? 100%.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Here, okay. This is a mayor. Oh, come on, why didn't this dude put his hat on?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that Drake of the Canopy looks so good. That's like one of my favorite mounts. It looks amazing.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. I mean, that is the whole point of. Oh, look, he did. He put his hat on.
There it is.
That's a Santa hat. Boom.
That's nice.
Thank you. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, Mew.
It's also going to have an animation visual of leaves falling from the wings.
So that's going on. You've got all the so this is the desert. They did add new stuff into the second phase with these 3 nodes and the desert being expanded, and with like the dungeon and all of that, I'm sure that'll probably get added into the future too. I feel like
which dungeon? Which dungeon?
The one that had that. I forgot the term that you used for it.
The Najash dungeon.
Yes, the Najash dungeon.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Absolutely. So we just added the Befallen Forge dungeon in, which is like a bunch of undead dwarves that are governed by a Dracolich, basically.
Yeah.
This is. Hold on one second. Let me do this real quick here. This is the Befallen Forge dungeon. Which just got added in December 20th as well. There's a little party here that's probably trying to do things.
So it's an outdoor dungeon?
No.
No, this is an indoor dungeon.
So I mean a non-instanced.
Oh yeah, no, not vast majority of all of our content in game.
Faint Smiley, thank you so much for the YouTube sub, man.
The whole point of a PVX, game that we're trying to build is contested, zones and whatnot. So that there are
Black
good
Desert
spots
or whatever. I get it.
There are good spots to XP. There's rare drops or whatever. Like, look at this dude.
Yeah.
That are available. There's another group. They're kind of down here. There's a little puzzle down here.
The Befallen Forge dungeon is not done yet either, and it looks awesome.
Yeah, it's all open world. And in the dungeon you're talking about, the Najash dungeon that has that Essence Geyser, the Essence Geyser asset is complete, but the asset kit that's used to actually build the interior of that dungeon is obviously something that we're still working on.
Okay.
The Najash monsters and whatnot have been worked on, and those models we've shown, and that's the whole point of our development update that we do every single month, right?
Oh no, this is
the whole part of us showing all of these assets getting created, all of the world being built and the monsters being constructed. Like that's, oh god, I'm gonna die. Hold on. The whole point of that is so that we can get player feedback before we move into mass production, which is an alien idea for many people, for many developers, for many publishers, because of course you can run into situations like the one we're currently in, which is where, hey, a lot of people who are witnessing the game that are very, we have millions of registered users that are interested in Ashes of Creation, because for 8 years we've been very public about its development, which is a good thing. That's the good side of the sword, is that we don't have to spend any money on advertising. We don't have to spend any money on marketing. There is a cost that comes with us needing to each month kind of prepare something to be shown to the public. That's why we have a community team. That's why we have Margaret who heads up that team, right, in the communications team. And a lot of development teams don't like having to kind of, to essentially having that exposure
to do
when
regular
something's
updates,
undone.
because there's also like there's a degree of accountability with it. No,
Absolutely,
I can easily see
absolutely. And the biggest concern is that like something changes and the community puts you on a flail for it.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Where it's like, oh, you promised this and now it's not a thing anymore. Well, the whole gambit, the whole gamble of this approach is that we can be open about the changes and we can foster some degree of understanding from our community when those changes happen for the game. Like, isn't that what we want to see, rather than getting something we had no idea about on day one, hating it, and then the game fails, and now boom, that game is gone.
Yeah.
Like they can't go back and they can't fix it, right? Because they've already put $300 million into creating what it was.
Yeah.
And for them to go back and fix it, it's going to cost another $100 million or another $150 million in order to do it.
Right.
So, like, to that degree, you're mitigating risk on the side of the open development in exchange for the risk of landing something that people didn't ask for or don't want. Right? Well, in my opinion, it's worth this risk that is now being realized in the communications department. That's a problem, right? And instead, what we're mitigating is the risk that we land on day one without an audience that gives a fuck to play the game.
Yeah, sure. Of course, right? Because like that, at that point, it's like you're going to have people that, like, if you develop in the wrong direction, you go too far in that direction, you can't change course, and like then you're kind of stuck there.
Correct.
Like I've seen a lot of games that have ended up being in that position.
That's absolutely right. And let me tell you another big thing. One other thing that really sets my bullshit radar off.
Okay.
He says, that he doesn't agree with the pricing.
That was the big thing I wanted to talk about. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And that's totally fine. Like, this is specifically priced in part to restrict the number of people who are participating in this alpha, because it's not for everybody. In addition, we have to pay for servers to host at a minimum 1 year's worth of time that our alpha is going to be live. And that $100 goes to pay for that 1 year's worth of what would normally be a subscription.
Sure. 1
year's worth of what must normally be a subscription. So how much, what does that come out to? And then on top of that, we're giving 1 month subscription with it, and we're also giving access to all the betas. So I get it. People don't want to pay that money. That's fine. We literally tell people, do not buy the alpha. This is not a game. This is not for you. You will lose nothing by not participating in our alpha. The game will launch and you cannot pay a box price for it. We don't even have a box price, which is, in my opinion, the best monetization model.
Well, that's the biggest like injection. Yeah, of course.
Correct. So anybody that goes out there and says this is a scam, I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more into over the course of the last 8 years, myself personally, so far, and will have to put in another 50 probably.
Yeah.
That you should not buy the game, and we have a 90-day refund policy on these $100 alpha keys.
Yeah.
And we do not have a minimum time requirement if people want a refund. If you want a refund and you go in and you play this and you play our alpha and you test our alpha and you test it for 10 hours, 15 hours, we are granting those refunds. Because we don't want people to be upset about that. So it is total fucking bullshit that the way he represented us and the game in his video. And again, I don't want to pick on Narc. Like, okay, dude, go play another game. Go enjoy your content creator career. Yeah. Go play Dark Souls. Do you? This is your life, brother. You go do you. But you lit a match, and you threw it behind you, and you said, fuck you, Steven, fuck you, Ashes, and fuck you, developers. And that's fucked up.
It is.
Well, there it is. Well, I feel like there's a lot of development teams that feel that way, and just from like my own personal opinion, I wish that more development teams would communicate honestly rather than, go through like 8 layers of PR bullshit, because it's like you don't really know what somebody's thinking. You're not having an honest conversation. It's a bunch of fakery,
man.
For sure. I do really appreciate you coming on and talking about it and everything. Like I really do. And I'm sure it puts you in a weird position, especially with like the people in your team, etc. But but
I don't want to be in this position.
Yeah,
this is not why this is not why I've devoted 8 years of my life to building this game. I don't want to be here talking about drama. I don't like drama. You don't like drama. I don't like drama. The community probably loves the drama, but
he loves
I do
the
not.
drama.
I'm sure it's entertaining, but it's not why we're doing what we're doing. I get it. I get it's entertaining. I get that it sells. And I know that it's some level of exposure, but I just want to make a great game. That's all I want to do. Oh, there's one other thing.
Yeah.
That was in our video here. Hold on.
Yeah, no, if there's anything else you want to cover, like I'm ready to see it or hear it or whatever.
I just got a message that was like, hey, you should show the snail.
Okay.
Because that was in the desert video.
Yeah,
too.
it was.
This is our snail.
That's the mount, right? The blue one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very rare snail.
Okay.
Its name is a wisp whelk. And you can walk around on the wisp whelk. I'm going a little fast.
Oh
okay,
my
so
God.
this is the one exactly from the video.
That's the snores.
Yeah. Yep. And not only that, the snail, the little horse snail.
I love the
called a
snores.
snores.
Love
It
it.
still has some textures that need to be added. It's missing some mats that I think unfortunately got stomped when we did a master material update on the saddle. But you can take the snail and you can press period here and it'll turn into a little snail.
Oh shit, okay. So it's like a mount, like special.
And then you can just, oh shit, no. Oh, it killed the fucking snail. God damn it.
Oh, wow. So it has like 2 different movement types.
Yeah, it has 2 different movement types.
Outside of that guy attacking you. Yeah.
Yeah. That's sad.
That's awesome.
Okay. Well, yeah.
There's one other thing, by the way. Pirate Software Thor. He's been playing the game a lot. I know that he's a big proponent of it. We definitely have a lot of systems that are mirrored off of the way that Eve's economy and like Zero Sex Space and stuff have been architected. We have a lawless zone. We have we have a territory in the open seas that are kind of similar to Zero Sec. And a lot of the things that Narc said about Pirate are just totally unfair and demeaning as well. And I think that it's important. The biggest takeaway that I have when it comes to these types of interactions is that we're all part of the same ecosystem and genre of player groups. Yeah, we have all I went on your show back in 2020 when I was driving to Vegas, and I made the statement that as an MMO player, we all feel like a bunch of beaten dogs.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
And that is still to this day very true, and we all know this because of some of the games that have recently released.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that there is some level of camaraderie that should be had within our community as MMORPG gamers, because the only way that we're going to get games that answer the calls of things that we want, which is not gotcha quality of life bullshit monetization, which is not pay to win, which is not undermining the player achievement in game and integrity, like those are the core tenets that I think are most important when it comes to actually bringing in an MMORPG to today's market, that I think a lot of developments and a lot of publishers are still getting wrong.
Oh yeah, of course.
And we can be supportive of each other. The tribalism doesn't need to exist. A game doesn't need to call to you aesthetically, visually, or mechanically in order for you to say, hey, I wish that game does well.
Yeah,
I wish that game finds an audience.
Well, I think a lot of people, the reason why I think a lot of people do it is that this is especially true with gacha games, is like they're terrified of their gacha game going into service and like all of their waifus going into the void, right? And like it's the same thing with MMOs, where it's like, well, I don't want to have this game die because this item that I spent 1,000 hours farming isn't going to matter anymore. I think that's the real reason why you see a lot of the tribals. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yes. No, I mean, you're 100% correct. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to speak to the better part of humanity, which is different than that. Hey, look, you may have a sunk cost, but in order for that sunk cost to feel better, there can be something else on the horizon for you to move to. And those things will be less if you shit on them.
Yeah, sure.
Like there will be less opportunity if you shit on it. The reason why people say the MMORPG genre is a dying genre is in part our own culpability. We as an audience have some level of responsibility to be supportive of the people who are trying to push the bounds. And I'm not saying for people to come and support me. I will do this on my own. Okay, that is okay. You can watch, and when the game comes out, if it's for you, please come and join us.
Yeah.
But we can still be supportive of each other, and it doesn't need to be a light a match and stroke the fire because you get some views.
So fucking true.
There it is. Well, hopefully, I mean, I think that I agree with you there. I mean, I feel
There's gonna
like
be another ad
that's
in
why I
25
wanted to have
seconds,
the
guys, on Twitch. I
conversation with like you
apologize.
and also Narc,
Just
is
giving you
because
guys
I feel like
a
at
heads
the
up.
end of the day, almost everybody really does want the same thing, and so it's like, why is there this much animosity and hostility over people that effectively agree with each other?
10 seconds.
It's very, very weird dynamic, right? And so I do hope that, like, you know, more honest conversations like this and everything do really kind of help people get that better understanding.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Hey,
mean,
look, it's Thor.
Yeah.
We found
Oh,
Thor.
there he is. There is the guy. Oh shit.
He's flying around on his little thunder wing.
Oh, he's got a flying mount too. Oh,
He's
shit.
a mayor. He's a mayor of one of the nodes.
Yeah, there you go.
So
There you go. There you go. That's a nice mount too.
It is pretty cool. It's a sweet mount.
Well, look, man, I really appreciate you coming on and talking with it and just like giving everybody just like straight up, like no bullshit version of like what's really going on. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate your
Absolutely.
audience too.
Yep, for
Hope
sure.
you guys have a nice new year, and we'll see you at some point in the alpha. If you want to play, let me know. I'll run around with you. We can game. We can get a group together.
Okay.
We can try it out, brother.
All right, man. I'll keep it in mind. I'll have to download it whenever I'm not streaming, and that way it won't DDoS me. So I'll see you later.
Later.
All right, peace. I need to use the bathroom again. Give me a minute. Yeah. So I man, wow, what a day! What a day!
Bro, I feel like I'm playing like commentary to Asmon's stream. Holy shit, guys. Oh my god. What a day indeed. Where's McConnell? I need a what a day from him. Oh my god. This was crazy. I am, this could make the news. I am honestly still trying to wrap all this information around my head. There's so much to unpack, from Narc's statements, from Steven's statements. This was wild. I was extraordinarily lucky to to think, guys, I was gonna be like, hey guys, I'm gonna stop stream. Thank God I did it, man. Holy shit. And whoever it was in chat that says, hey, Asmon's on Narc's thing, dude, thank you so much. Chat goated, thank you so much. I forgot the name specifically, but
all right,
thank you. Let's see what Asmon has to say about this, and then we'll watch a little bit.
What a day, to be honest. I think that is exactly what I would say.
Lefty,
what a
it was
day.
you. Thank you, man.
What a fucking day. Man, that is crazy. Oh my fucking god. Rising stream? Yeah. Baited Steven to showing the entire game? Yeah, I guess so.
Dude.
But
Asmon didn't hold back either, man.
Yeah, I mean, well, the reason I wanted to get Steven on is that like at the end of the day, I mean, I can't really,
I mean, wouldn't you be pissed?
you know, I don't make the game. Like, I'm not, like, if I say like, yeah, this is what I think they're doing, like, people are gonna say that it's copium, but you know, I do feel like that pretty much explains it, right? Yeah, thanks for Steven on. You're knowledgeable at game tech too. I try to be, right? Talk to Pirate. I might do that at some point. I think it'd be good to like just get everybody together and talk about it. Like, I don't want to have like people forcing content or anything, but like, yeah, no, I'd definitely be down to talk to them at some point. Especially, are you an investor? No, I've said this. I will say it again. I will be absolutely clear. I have no financial investment in Ashes of Creation. I have zero. No. Yep, absolutely not. Cap, there was not a misunderstanding. Yeah. He says he's down to talk. Yeah.
Oh, God. Are you
let me
serious? No. What is going on today?
What's the best way to do? Thor said call him. Okay, I don't know if I have him on Discord.
Oh, my God. This is wild. This is fucking wild.
What's he gonna do?
What is this?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Oh my god, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Watch. Yeah, let him know. I don't want to talk for like a huge long period of time, but like I do want to get his take on things and like kind of get where he's coming from, etc. Let me just I'll DM him on Twitter, and I will. What the fuck? It's not there. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know why it didn't work. Okay.
Did I miss anything?
Okay, I just DM'd him.
Oh, God.
He said he just DM him on Discord. It's just Pirate Software. Oh, is it really? Okay. I'll add him real quick. Okay.
Dude.
Let's see. Add friend. Software and got it. Okay. I sent him a friend request on Discord. The drama caught was hilarious. Hey, look, guys. Look,
guys, I have like 500 people.
I try to
across
bring it.
YouTube
I try
and
to
Twitch
make the
watching you right
content.
now.
What
This
can I
is
say?
Fucking wild.
You know, we try to have a show. We try to put on a show.
Dude, indeed.
That's the way it is. Replying on Twitter. Okay.
Wow.
Give me 1 second.
Holy shit.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna add me. All right, great.
So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna download my stream, and I'm gonna make 3 videos. I'm gonna make Narc's interview with Asmon, Steven's interview with Asmon, Pirate Software's interview with Asmon, depending on how long it is. But of course, my VOD will also be there too. But I'll make 3 videos.
All right.
And I'll do that today, as soon as I can.
He's good. All right, let me call Thor. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I was just wiping into a world boss.
Oh boy, yeah, in that dungeon.
Oh yeah, so stupid, dude. I pulled extra mobs because I'm a dumbass. It was great.
How is it, dude? I've been seeing you playing this game like non-stop.
Yeah, I think in Alpha 2 Phase 1, I had about 400 hours. Jesus. And I think in Phase 2, I'm over 100 hours now. So
wow.
I've just been having a blast in it. And I think the thing is I got back into hardcore classic World of Warcraft recently because I'm doing the OnlyFans stuff. And it really kind of got me into that mood of like, I want to play a game where you don't level to 60 instantly, where you don't get max level immediately, where you don't get everything handed to you. And I got into this and I was like, okay, it's going to be an alpha. It's probably going to suck. And the first like 2 weeks, it was a mess, man. Like, because it's an alpha. Like, it's going to be that.
I tried to log on. That was a bad day, man.
Oh, yeah. No, it's wild. But like, the thing that got me was like, I was like, okay, I got my key back in 2021, like a while ago. Yeah. And I've been waiting for this, and they finally brought this thing out.
So you played the first alpha too, right?
I actually didn't end up playing the first alpha because I got an alpha 2 key back then.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't end up getting to play the first alpha. And like, I got into it and I was like, okay, this is really rough. I'm a bit worried. And within a month, everything in the game had changed. Yeah. They'd fixed all the server performance issues. Like, the game was actually playable. And we stopped worrying about, like, is the game playable? And started worrying about strategizing.
Like playing the game.
To compete with other players. Yeah. And I was like, this is really good. And then once phase 2 started, we were like, okay, let's get into phase 2. I wonder what they've added. And they expanded the map into the desert, and those 3 new nodes are there, and everybody got wiped. But the economic changes have been pretty massive because you have 3 whole new zones. You've got like 30% more of a map, right?
Okay, yeah.
So like it's been fun and interesting.
Like
and they added this
spread, etc.
Yeah. And they started adding these dungeons too. Like, we've got that dungeon that he showed you, and then we've got like more Tower of Carfin now and Grave Peak. So there's 3 like major endgame areas right now that are hard. They're like 16-man open world dungeons. What you have to do.
So you need to bring in 16 people to even make it happen.
Yeah, if you do it with 8, it's possible, but the bosses they're going to beat you.
Do they scale?
Especially the final one. They don't scale. No, they're just really hard. Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's no scaling or anything like that, but if you're over leveling over the monsters, they don't drop loot. So like, it's not going to allow max level players to come back and just like farm that boss so you never get into it.
Yeah.
Like, it is good for the time that it's good.
So what did you think about, like, obviously I'm sure a lot of people had, you know, were bringing up Narc's video and like this whole discourse of like what's going on, and you know, I'm really curious like what your take on all of it is. Because, like, I mean,
Yeah,
you have way more experience than I do with like development and like software development, especially, right? And so, like, how do you feel like the way that Narc approached Ash is like? How much of that do you think is like accurate? Is like a fan, or like kind of like where are you coming from with that?
I think the biggest thing is it looks like he felt like he got burned pretty early on and has been upset for a while, and that's kind of snowballed, right?
Yeah.
If that makes sense. But this video didn't make a lot of sense to me as a player because I've been following all the communication. I've been seeing all the things they're doing and seeing the throughput that they have for these updates.
Yeah.
And they've been really communicative. Like here, I've sent you the roadmap that they sent out. Like, they're really granular on this thing, man. Like they show all the pictures of what they're going to do. They have breakdowns for all of it, videos for everything they're doing, and they've kept to this. And if they have to push it, which they've done a couple times, they're like, hey guys, we're pushing this. Or like one of the things they did recently is they're like, hey, we're pushing some of the content, but we're making it so the game is 24/7 playable until January 6th. So like all through Christmas break, we had no breaks in server uptime. We've just been playing every day. And like, that's stuff that's just completely unexpected, legitimately. Most of the time when you interact with devs, especially for like AAA or anything like that, you don't get to have a conversation.
Well, you can see why. I think I think the worst part about it is the fact that like you're totally right, and I think this is the reason why. It's because a lot of them are gun shy because they don't want to come out and have an opinion about something, and then somehow things change, the release doesn't happen when you think it should, and then before you know it, now you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like people get so upset about that, and then the dev has to pull back because they've got investors or some shit, and then they piss off the investors, and then they're afraid to say anything, and then the players think that they're being abandoned or being ignored. But like, we have an opportunity finally to have an MMO where you don't have investors. Like he's bankrolling this shit himself, right? And you get to talk to the dev, like he's the game director. You can just be like, I think this sucks, and be like, let's have a talk about that.
Exactly.
He shows up in the Reddit all the time, and like actually responds. Like,
well, you know who
this
else
is the
does
shit
that is Chris Wilson.
Everyone bitches.
I mean, look at in PoE. Like I know you played a little bit of PoE too, right?
Oh, I love PoE.
It's so good, right?
And
so like, and
they
Chris gets in the trenches. He is on Reddit writing diatribes. He's writing manifestos on Reddit, arguing with people, and like that's real, genuine interaction. And I feel like that's why the game's so good. And so it's so weird to see people that are complaining about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like we've asked as players for ages just to have a conversation.
Exactly.
And finally when you have a conversation, they're getting shit on. And I'm like, dude,
it's so
you have to be mad about something that's real, right?
Yeah,
like if you're going to be angry, it's got to be real. It's got to make sense. And like in that video when he showed off the desert, I was like, I know exactly where that is on the map.
Yeah.
And I actually showed it off on stream. I was like, I know exactly where that is. He did it during phase 2 alpha, but during or alpha 2 phase 1, which is before they added everything to the desert.
Right.
That was a month ago. That's it. Like all of the things that you saw in there, that whole zone, everything, that was added in a month, man.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the only thing too. Like there's tons of stuff they don't even put in the patch notes. Like we went to go farm in this area. Let me actually put the name of this damn place. Darrigal Estates. We went to go farm there, and we had this room that was just like an empty wooden box that we were farming in during phase 1, and it looked like shit. And we went back in there during phase 2. It's like filled with set dressing. There's like mushrooms and stuff all over the walls. Like everything looks incredible, and that's not even in the patch notes. So like every environment got picked up with that. And I remember like when we first walked into Wind and Sea, which is probably the next zone they're going to be unlocking for this, it was flat and green, and now it's like a tropical beachside with like plants and trees and all kinds of stuff.
So like there's things on the patch notes that are being added in. It's not like every single thing that's stated is being added in, or I guess vice versa.
There's things that aren't even in the patch notes that are being added. If you move around, and it sucks because like Narc was a mare in the game, which means he had a flying mount. He could see all of this.
Yes.
And that video doesn't portray any of it. It shows the opposite. And that was so, to me, that was like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, you know better than that. You know what's going on. You can see it, right?
So what do you think about, like, because obviously I think it's been really contentious. A lot of people, at least especially in like YouTube comments, have been really critical about the price tag of the game. And I think that's where I think a lot of the criticism and the frustration comes from, is that people paid money to play the game.
Thank you.
And the game
Appreciate that.
isn't what they wanted it to be, which is disappointing. I mean, it's understandable, right? I mean, you know, viewers, consumers are going to have the opinions they're going to have. But at the same time, like, it's definitely a double-edged sword with charging that much money for a beta, because people are going to have that opinion.
Yeah, I think generally, like, especially as players, we're used to an alpha or a beta that's like a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of days. You'll get this all the time from AAA, where they're like, hey, you get early access for 3 days for $100 kind of a shit, right?
A marketing tool.
And most of the people, people that come into my chat have that kind of an opinion. They're like, oh, this is going to be like a couple of days, right? And I was like, no. Like, if you look at the roadmap, that key isn't just alpha. It's alpha 2, which we're on right now, all of beta 1, all of beta 2, a month of game time when it launches. That's the next 1.5 to 2 years on the roadmap. Yeah. So, like, when we're looking at that, if we try to compare that to other offers, right, inside of MMOs, you've got something like World of Warcraft. It's $15 a month. It's $180 a year. Yeah. And you're doing $110 for 2 years minimum.
So
and
you're
then a month of game
looking
time
at it like
out.
you're prorating or amortizing the cost of a subscription over the year of content that the beta is going to have, and that's kind of like how you make sense out of it.
For me, that's how I made sense of it as a baseline. And then I got into it being like, okay, this makes sense for me from a purchase perspective, from a consumer perspective. And I got in, and it was more than that, more than what I expected. Because we have things where, like, in the beginning, you could do server performance tests. And the way that you would do that is you just restrict the environment or something like that, make all the players go to that area. The way that they did it is Steven got on, turned into a god, flew around and PvP us while RPing it all out and directing all of the players to attack him through the world while they did performance testing in the background. So you have things like this that are just so much more interesting and engaging for the player base in a way that still gets the objective done. Yeah. And I wouldn't have had that experience had I not jumped in. And that was really interesting to me.
Well, that's one of the best things about alphas and like the early testing periods of games is you have like those weird, like random moments, right? I mean, I remember I had a moment where I was in like the wrong place or a place I wasn't supposed to be in like a WoW alpha, and then a GM came and killed me. And it's like, I'll always remember that because like those cool moments are, they're totally worth it. They're amazing.
Yeah, I had this moment that was really hilarious. It's like he was actually doing wishes for players, and the way that they do that is like he puts out a riddle in global or something like that, and the first person to solve it, they tell him a wish of what they want to have, and then he adds that to the backlog for the game. Yeah, and the one for ours is he teleported me to the top of a tower and he gave me a riddle, and I got to solve it. I actually solved it, thankfully. It was the answer was Vera, which is the name of the world, and I wouldn't have gotten that unless I read the wiki, so I got into the lore and everything. Okay, and then he gave me a wish, and I said, I want to add ferrets to the video game. And he said, okay, we're going to do that. And he hands me a mount and then killed me with lightning. And like that was the event. And it was just like, I'm always going to remember that because that shit's hilarious. Yeah. Right? And you just have this crazy moment with this. And it was funny because it wasn't just streamers they were doing this with. Yeah. It was just random people in the world. They did it a whole bunch of times across the different servers. And I love that, man. And like, I have not seen that since Vanilla WoW. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. That kind of interaction.
I
with
think they're afraid to, and that's the thing. That's what's so disappointing. It's what you were talking about earlier. It's like developers are gun shy to do stuff like this because people can take it out of context or turn it into something that it's not. But the reality is, I think a lot of people really enjoy and appreciate that kind of stuff because it reminds them of times when gaming wasn't as, I don't want to do like this whole like, counterculture. Oh, it was corporate and everything, but it did feel like it was more relaxed. And I feel like it takes us back to a time like that. It's very reminiscent of that.
It is, and that's why I've liked WoW Classic Hardcore so much, right? Like, we're all out there, like, role-playing our characters, surviving the world, and when you lose someone in Hardcore, in WoW, it's devastating, right? You could have a dude with like 15 played days
for those
on a hardcore character
that got auto-modded because of your statement on YouTube.
Like, oh God, dude!
I will ban you if you talk shit to my chat again.
That kind of experience is right this mostly because the time it took me to level to go from level 1 to level 25 was about 100 hours. Jesus, and that was me optimizing that.
What's the cap now? Was interesting. Is it 25?
It's 25.
Okay,
yeah, it's 25. So like the plan at launch, I guess, is 50, and they were saying that should take months, if not a year, to do it. And it makes sense because most of what I realized was if you are only focusing on your character level. That's like your adventurer level, your power level, right, for fighting monsters. But professions are outside of that. So they're not restricted by your character levels. So one of the things that I've been seeing a lot of is like we have this guy on the server. He just trained up all the things to make mounts, like do animal husbandry and go and hunt out mounts and like build those. And he's like the mount guy on the server. And what he did in phase 1 was he told everyone which towns he was going to be in throughout the day. And he was a traveling mount salesman and just sold them off to people. And it was freaking rad. And he was like level 11, but he was the most sought after player in the game.
Yes, right? Exactly. It's like instead of this is the best thing, I used to love this about Classic WoW. And it was a bit in Burning Crusade too, is that some people, instead of being a warrior or a mage, they could be a leatherworker or a blacksmith. I love that so much because it expands the way that you can play the game, and it gives people more options and like progression paths. And yeah, I'm a huge supporter of like long form progression content, or sorry, profession content. 100%.
I'm super into the profession system. I think right now it's like
it's emergent player behavior.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's what you want, man. Like, especially in a social sandbox game. Because, like, I played EVE for 15 years. Like, I'm a huge EVE nerd, right? And I came from that kind of world that's brutal as shit. And when I get into this, I see a lot of the failures that EVE had in terms of, like, area ownership. Because there's this thing in EVE called sovereignty. Yeah. You can take a section of the map of the galaxy, and you basically own it as your corporation or alliance, which is like a guild or an alliance of guilds.
Yeah.
Right?
I've got, like, a rough understanding, but okay, go ahead.
You kill basically everyone that comes in there that's not your guys, right?
Yeah, sure.
In this, you have these things called nodes. They're like towns, and those level up as anyone does anything in that zone of the game. So the town grows with you, and that already is really interesting. But unlike Sov and EVE, you can't exclude a small guild. You can't exclude a solo player. So because everyone lives in that
to
town
the economy, like that's my understanding is the nodes is so you have to make the nodes appealing to other people by having them contribute to the economy and like having taxes be fair, etc.
Exactly. So right now I'm the mayor of Halcyon on the Lyneth server, and we dropped the taxes to minimum. We've focused our town on mount production. So we made all the facilities for people to be able to train and craft mounts. And now everybody goes in and they're like, oh, that's where you buy a Porsche. That's where you buy a Ferrari.
Yeah.
Halcyon. And it's cool because we have to spec into that, and we can't make our town do anything else in another direction, right? Yeah. So we have this like highly specialized system, and it has to rely on every other town's highly specialized systems in order for all of us to progress together. But we also have wars with each other. We go and fight. You can actually make siege weapons and go destroy other towns. That's the thing that I'm interested most in this phase is the siege weapons coming out.
Oh,
I want to see how that works.
Did you see the big fight that they did with like the 250 players thing where they brought out like the trebuchets and like the catapults and like all this stuff? Oh my god, it was amazing. That's why I'm so excited for that.
We did like a caravan thing the other day, and I'm waiting for the servers to be able to handle like super large scale PvP, because right now you get kind of like distance limited vision, right? It's just the render distance is just not very far. But we did about a 200. It's got to be like 150 people in that fight. Yeah, and it was fun. Like it was really cool. And like we had some bugs and system problems where it was like we have a caravan and the caravan makes a PvP zone around it, which is cool. And I invited everyone in the server to try and come kill me because we're the dominant force, right? Yeah. And they kind of formed up, and our guys formed up, and then they couldn't flag for PvP for the caravan because you have to get close to it. We're like, okay, everyone hold back. They all came up and flagged, and then they went away, and then we actually had a real battle. And it was super fun, man. Like it was cool to do. And everybody was like cheering afterwards. We took photos. It was cool.
Well, that's what MMOs are supposed to be, right? And like you have like that's the emergent player behavior that systems like that are supposed to create happen, or like to like make happen. And if that's the way the game is going to be designed, I think that's what really keeps people engaged in it for a really long period of time. I think that classic WoW is like that. For example, like the Angoro, like the Angoro Crater Mafia, or like the way that people would farm Scarabord, or like all these other types of like emergent player behavior. That's the stuff that like really makes a game like EVE or any sandbox game. That's what keeps it alive, or also that's what kills it if it's not done properly.
I completely agree. And like those types of systems that they had in here, like I'll give you an example. We're fighting in this raid right now. I've got 17 people in the raid. We're about to kill the boss. Near the boss, there's 2 crafting tables. Those crafting tables create items that can only be crafted here. So you need to get a guy that has dedicated himself to metallurgy. And that dude is really hard into metallurgy. Like, he is trained for that. You bring him in here, you keep him alive, and then you get him to that so he can start his crafts. And then you have to bring him in to go and get the crafts back out later. And that kind of stuff is really cool. It reminded me of like in Skullomance, where you could go and make flasks inside of Skullomance. Yeah, or BRD, same thing. Like, that shit is rad, and I miss that for crafting because it makes a crafter into a utility piece.
It makes the game a world, right? And I feel like people say MMOs are dead now, but like if you think about how many of these shows have you watched? Have you watched like Overlord, Sword Art Online, any of that?
Yeah. I'm a huge weeb, dude.
Of course. Yeah, so I have too. I've watched Log Horizon, every single one of them. It's like, if these shows are so fucking popular, why is it that people can't make a game that follow the paradigms in these shows? And I feel like if you watch these shows, the old original MMO paradigms, like what you're talking about, the BRD, or like going down to the bottom and having like this like maxed out blacksmith that's able to create this insane weapon, like that is all a narrative that people love to see. And it's something that people remember for like 10 or 20 years. So like, I feel like these isekai animes are like a really good benchmark of like where people really want to see dynamics and narratives in MMOs go.
I actually have an item on screen if you want to see this.
I do. I'm watching.
Quick.
Yeah, weaponsmithing, quality experience rating. Yeah.
So these pants only drop in this dungeon, so you need to get these and then extract them back out to bring them to your crafters as well. They have all kinds of crazy items like this, and they can be upgraded with enchantments and all kinds of other stuff that you do. And they're not like they're not easy to get. Like, this is, you bring a 16-man in to get a pair of pants for your guild weaponsmith, so you can gain advantage on the server, because now you guys are the ones making the thing.
Oh, I remember hoping that New World would be this game.
Yeah. That's exact. I remember when we first started playing this, and I was like, "Oh man, this is what New World was supposed to be."
Exactly. Yes, and it's like the alpha was like that. That's what it was. They changed it, and you even had the weaponsmithing stuff. It's like I was thinking. I remember there were specific weaponsmithing pants, but it's just it didn't turn out that way. And I feel like again, it's like the I feel like a lot of games are afraid to tell people no with certain things. And I think that's also that's going to be a huge point of contention with Ashes, and I feel like it's going to be massive. And I don't even believe that, like, now you only have the people that are like extremely invested, right? Literally hundreds of dollars. But like when you bring in those more casual players, I'm expecting to see a huge amount of people that are frustrated about that.
I think it's going to be one of those games where like a lot of people join and many of them fall off because EVE Online, right? You've got a more PvP oriented environment. You've got a difficult game. It's got something that is probably not going to be very interesting for people that don't have like a super long interest in something, like low attention span on stuff, things like that, because it takes time. Like, this isn't, you're not going to reach max level. You can't buy level 60. Like you have to go and fight this for a long time. Like, getting 25 was a lot, man. Like, that was a huge amount. That was with really good play and optimization too. So like, if you're trying to do that, you're not doing that overnight. That's going to take a while. And even then, like, if we look at my professions on this, I've really just done lumberjacking, carpentry, and
I'm seeing it.
A little bit of lumber milling. The rest of these I haven't even touched.
Yeah, alchemy 0. Yeah, weaving 0. I can see that. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge amount of investment. And you said you put in a collective total of 500 hours, right?
Total, yeah.
Whoa, that's a lot.
It's about 140 on this playthrough on this character.
Okay, yeah.
And like, it's a shitload. And even then, that's also like, you have to understand too, I have an advantage. I'm a mare, so I have a flying mount.
Like a stream,
the average player isn't going to have that.
100%.
And I've got a guild that can hand me items. This is with the streamer privilege that comes with that, right?
Yeah.
So you've got time invested in this. It's not a get there overnight thing, which, to be real with you, every level that I've gained has felt really good and satisfying because of that, in a way that I haven't felt since Classic WoW.
Well, you know what really also proves this is Path of Exile 2. That game doesn't give you shit. And if you look if you look at the level of retention that it's had, it has been absolutely incredible. Like, it is a level of retention that a live service game almost never has. And I think that it's because it actually does make things take a long time, but it doesn't do so in a, hey, we've decided to arbitrarily make this take longer so we can extend your playtime metrics. And I think this is something that a lot of people want, is like a form of long form content that's not just basically do the exact same thing 400 times.
Yeah, we've made a lot of jokes about it too. Of like, it feels like you got Isekai when you play this game. It feels like
it is.
You're in there. Your reputation matters. Like you're in this world, and the only thing that matters is your word and how people perceive you.
Like classic WoW.
And we have enemies. Yeah, we have enemies on the server. We've got other rivals that that don't like us. We've got a guild that fights against us all the time. Like this is a pretty normal thing for us. And like
reputation
I
matters.
love that, dude. I'm in it for that. In fact, we caused a lot of conflict on the server because the caravan system's fully in.
Yeah.
And one of the things about caravans is you blow up a guy's caravan, he loses that caravan, man.
Yeah.
So what we do is we blow up caravans and then we sell the parts back to people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Where the guys making
get them
parts
coming and going.
and they're buying them after we blow them up. You know, like that's kind of how it works, right? And I actually love that. I think that ends up allowing us to play a role on the server. We could be a villain. That's why our guild is named Actual Pirates. It's not a joke. We are, right? And that kind of stuff is really, really fun, and you can get into the role play of it and actually enjoy it. And I've seen that so many times in different ways. Like we've had people that play a town fool. We've had people that are like the mount salesman, guys who are like the giga fishermen on the server, and like it's neat to see that kind of diversity in play where it actually matters to your gameplay and you can have meaning inside of the game systems.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's what people have been waiting for an MMO. And like people have hoped that, you know, Lost Ark would be that game. They hope that Throne of Liberty would be the game or New World.
Dude, I did too.
Well, I mean,
I've got 1,000 hours in New World. I've got almost 1,000 hours in Lost Ark. Like I love those games.
Me too. Me too.
They just weren't what I wanted them to be at the end. And then I got into this and I was like, hey, here we go again. And I was like, no, this is great. Like I'm in, right? And I've just been having a blast with it.
Well, that's awesome,
cool.
man. Yeah, I'm.
Yeah, look at this. Tanks can do this, by the way.
It's like in Final Fantasy. I think warriors do the same thing. Limit Break 3.
Yeah, they throw. This is like one of their cooldowns, and we use it all the time when we're fighting caravans because the caravan's trying to escape.
Yeah,
and
that's
just
so
like,
badass.
Nope. Just drop a wall in front of them.
Oh,
and that's
so
it.
like it's an interactable wall. It's not just like an animation.
Oh no, it's fully collision. Like you can't go through that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hilarious, dude. You can climb on it and everything. It's awesome.
Oh god, I'm gonna have to start playing again. I'm gonna have have to level up to 5 or 10 off stream and then maybe try to get into it, man. Yeah, I mean,
as a mayor, this is kind of the stuff that I have to do here. By the way, if you haven't seen this UI, I don't know if you have yet.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if I'd want to be a mayor. Like I've seen some of the I was a guild leader for many years, and it's like, oh man, it's great to have somebody else just do everything.
So one of the things I can do with this is if you look at this, I'm the guy creating quests for people. So I can choose which ones we want them to do. And I'm like, hey, I want everybody to go kill skeletons. We pay 5 gold from the node, and then they get this quest, and everyone gets that available to them.
Do they function?
It's just fun.
Does this functions the exact same way as the what was it, guild or like the town boards in New World? Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
But as the mayor, I'm selecting which quests they get. And then also you can do another one for the crafters. If you look over here, this is like we do a buyback order and then a buy order. And it's like we need to produce quality weapons so we can upgrade one of our buildings for the whole server. And in order to produce that, I need you guys to turn in these materials. So we put up a buy order. They go and send those items in and they get the material back out. They get node currency and they can buy upgrades and shit with that. And like this is pretty bare bones right now.
Yeah.
But the next upgrade we're doing is animal husbandry to do the next tier up of mounts.
Oh, the mounts.
And like...
That's wild.
So the server can produce them. Yep. Yeah. But since they're producing it in our town, we get the tax money, and I can't steal that as a mayor. So there's no like bullshit from a mayor stealing it. It goes into our node. Our node is very rich. We can apply. We can do things with it.
Right.
And we always have commissions running because of that, because they cost gold. So like these types of systems are really compelling, and that's the stuff you get to do as a mayor.
Yeah.
In payment back, you get the flying mount, and like that's basically how that goes.
So it's like in a way, like I mean, that's part of like you have your own profession as being a mayor, right? That's like its own meta game in itself.
Oh yeah. And I have spreadsheets for everything. I have to sit down and figure out what resources are available on this server, where everybody else's progression is, what is even possible for us to do, and then we work out the plan for the week, and then I put all those buy orders and everything up, so they're all just kind of set up that way.
Oh jeez, yeah.
It is work, but I love that because I played Eve, right?
Yeah, right. No, I mean, I was a guild leader for many years. I don't know if I'd be willing to do it again, but man, it was a lot of work. But it's rewarding too because the flying mount does look really fucking cool.
I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most is the node variety for mayors, because like right now everybody just votes for it.
Yeah.
Right. You just vote to see who's the biggest mayor or whatever. But they've got these other ones going in. Like scientific is how that works. But they've got one like divine nodes where you have to be like doing pious quests, and whoever does that is like the most divine. And then the martial nodes are like you PvP for it. So whoever's the most badass in PvP becomes the mayor. Yeah. And then the economic node is you buy it with gold. So whoever's like the trade baron becomes the mayor. And I'm interested in seeing how those play out, because it means that a streamer like me can't just win.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
To be real, in a scientific node, I'm just going to win. We vote. We have more people voting for me. That's how that's always going to go.
Everybody vote for me. Yeah. And then, okay, well, I'm the mayor now. Yeah. Great game.
And I love that there are other varieties of leadership that stop streamer privilege from allowing that, even though I have that. I love to see that is
well, it's good to have one with streamer privilege too, right? That's just a straight up vote, because it's like every type of gameplay is valid, and that's what makes MMOs special. That's what I think people want, is like a living, breathing world that has texture and actual like variety to it, rather than everything being like this uniform theme park experience that's hyper defined. You're on rails, you can't go off them.
Yeah, I always feel like theme park MMOs, they start off kind of broad. You have a lot of options available to you. And then as you get closer to the end game, it just thins out until you have one lane of content left. And then social sandbox MMOs work in exactly the reverse. You start off with not being able to do anything. Nobody knows you. You have no name to you. And then by the end of the game, you're like, you could be very well known. You have a ton of options available to you. And it just keeps expanding outwards, which makes it, it just makes it super compelling for me. That's why I like those more. And I've just been a fan of them ever since. I think the other one I bounced off was Albion, because I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah, that game it's still really popular. It's got like such a strong audience, but I never really played it myself either.
Yeah, I got into it a little bit, and then I was like, I could just be playing Eve, and then now I've quit Eve. So
I think a lot of people have. I feel like that game's kind of fallen off just for different various reasons.
It's just too much pay to win. I think that was the biggest thing for me when they introduced what are called skill injectors. You could just buy experience for your character with real money, and I was like, dude, I'm out. Like, I just can't do this anymore. And like,
weird game.
With this having the promise of no pay to win, I think if they ever introduced pay to win in this, they'd lose everything.
Yeah,
and they know that. And I think even things like WoW selling like the $90 mount and shit like that have been really a big turnoff for me.
It's
so
weird.
Seeing the way that they're it's weird, and it sucks because it feels like you're buying status, you're buying power in that way, even if it's just a mount, right? Because everyone looks at the mount, they're like, look at that thing. And with this, they're selling skins for the mount. So like mounts have speed on them. And like you have to breed a good mount if you're going to move. Like this one has 140% speed.
Sure.
But if you have a shitty mount, you're slow. And you would be like, oh, I'll just buy a mount off the store, right? But no, they're selling a skin. So you can't even buy a faster mount. You buy your mount, but looking different. Which I was like, okay, man, you got me with that. That's great.
It's just
you
like,
can't even buy power that way.
I mean, they've got to make money somehow, right? And like, I get it. And if they're going to do something like that, I would much rather that than a lot of the other alternatives.
Yep.
So yeah,
I agree.
I totally agree.
I super agree. And I think that's the thing with me, man, is like, I have felt, I guess the basic way to do it is, as a developer, I understand where they're at.
Yeah.
As a player, I feel like my purchase was respected and that my time is respected. And I feel like the game is compelling for me systems wise. So like for me, it's a perfect storm of positivity here.
Yeah, I feel like that's the dream, right? I just really hope it happens. And it's sad to see people that are skeptical or negative, but I think that's what's going to happen with any game. But I just hope that you know, I mean, again, take a break for a year or two if people feel that way and come back and it'll still be there.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I really enjoy it, man. Yeah. And I hope you're able to get into it. I saw what happened to you when you first started. By the way, you can't
really fun time.
You can't PvP people in that zone now. They've got the flags.
Steven told me. Yeah. It's just like, he's like, this is a very big problem. Okay. Yeah. No, I will probably try it out and maybe play a little bit myself. Because like after all this conversation, everything about it, and I've been watching you play and other people, it's like, it actually looks pretty good. And so, maybe I'll have to try it out.
Oh man.
But yeah, oh, go ahead.
Have you seen the actual talent trees yet?
I'm looking at them right now. You're showing me.
All the weapons have a talent tree.
Oh, yes. I did see that. Yeah, I remember when they announced that, and I just went crazy. It's like, are you kidding me? It's amazing.
Yeah, dude, like, I'm a mage wielding a spell bow, which is already, like, I've never seen that with a mage. Like, you're actually casting through a bow, which is wild.
Like Dragon's Dogma, kind of,
Yeah, like very much so, and it actually adds magical pens. So like the enemy's MR is dropped based on me having a bow on, and it's just a weird iconic look.
Yeah,
it's pretty rad.
Yeah, no,
so I've been really liking that.
Especially the way that people can make their own classes and like define the way that they're going to play. I think that's a huge component.
Yeah, we don't have subclasses yet, and I'm really waiting for that. And like, I just
augments.
keep memeing about it because I'm like, mage is the best class, so I'm just gonna go mage,
like archmage or like wizard or something.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for it. But there's the other one that I was really interested in is like a summoner in May, like phase 3 when they start that, and they have summoner tank, which is like a broodmancer where you are brood warden and you cover yourself in beetles for armor, which is insane.
Oh my god.
So like just weird shit. Right?
Yeah.
So like I'm interested to see how they play that out, because so far the classes have been very compelling and they work well together. Not like, I guess in WoW retail you kind of have this isolated lane of you just do damage and your damage is what matters and your rotation is what matters and everything outside of that kind of doesn't. There's very few crossovers between other classes.
Well, did you see what happened when they brought out augmentation evoker and like how much drama that caused? Because like this is exactly what you're talking about, right? How like you don't have support classes or ancillary classes. You just have each class kind of effectively being a mage, like a warlock is a mage that shoots shadow balls, and a shaman is a mage that shoots lightning balls. Is that basically kind of what you're saying? And there's like no real actual dynamic difference. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly. And it's like it all comes out to just damage and they don't play off each other. Yeah. And like one of the things that I noticed really early on is you have not enough talent points to be able to pull off all of the combos and not enough cast speed to pull off a perfect combo either. So you have to work with others. So in this case, I can freeze an enemy using Frostbolt on it and then Cone of Cold, which advances chilled into frozen. If an enemy is frozen and gets hit with your lightning, you shatter it and do bonus damage. So what we'll do is we'll rotate between the different mages of who's applying the frost right now. I'll hit with my lightning, I'll hit with my frost, you hit with your lightning, and you're playing off of each other all the time. But also fighters play off that. So when an enemy is frozen, the fighters can do an extra thing. When an enemy is burning, a cleric can actually combust them. So you play off of so many different classes that it's not even about your personal performance. It's about everyone working together and communicating, which I'm really liking that because it reminds me of Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 combat.
It's so weird for me because like coming from somebody who used to be like a massive like parsing, like I used to try to do like, oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get the highest parse in like this WoW fight or something. And I've kind of changed my stance on it to where now I'm actually kind of glad that they're not doing damage meters. Because like people can actually focus on like their input and the way that they enhance the experience of the group rather than trying to like assign a value to it and then say, well, because my number is bigger than yours, I'm a better player. Because like, I mean, you've
better person, dude.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like you've rated and like, that the person who's sometimes doing the annoying job, this person is doing more work than everybody else. Like, in classic WoW, like Razor Gore, like moving the boss around and killing all the eggs, like that's a separate job, but you're not going to be on the meter for it. And it like creates a level of gameplay. And once you have that meter though, it totally contrives the way that people value everything.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Like I'm playing a mage in Hardcore Classic, and I'm going to be the winner's chill mage. So my DPS is just going to be less, but everyone else's is more because of me. Right. And like, I love those types of interactions, and this has probably the most that I've seen from a combat system in a while. And I actually have leveled up my mage to the max, and I started leveling a ranger today. I was just blown away by it. It's fun as hell.
Oh,
so yeah.
All right. I gotta play it. All right.
He's gonna love fighter. Man.
Yeah, you got me.
He's gonna play a fighter, and he's gonna.
And the thing is like for anybody on the fence about it, dude, maybe it sucks in the end. Right? Maybe it doesn't suck in the end. But right now, this shit is really fun.
Oh,
and like, I can't ask more than that.
Yeah, right? I hate the idea. Like, oh, what if it's bad in 3 years? I don't know. I'll deal with it in 3 years. Yeah, I'll think about it.
In 3 years, if it sucks, then it'll suck in 3 years.
Yeah,
right now, it's great.
Imagine only having fun for 3 years. Yeah. But yeah,
exactly,
man. Anyway, I do really appreciate you coming on and talk about it. I promised everybody I'd play Balatro today, so I'm gonna probably go do that just a little bit. Yeah, it'll be my first time. Yeah, but yeah, thanks a lot for coming on and talking about it. And if I do log in, I will absolutely let you know.
All right. Yeah, rock on, dude. And I hope you have fun in Balatro. That game kicks ass. It's rad.
All right, awesome, man. I'll see you later.
All right, see ya.
Peace. Oh, so actually, I think it's probably one of the first times I talked to Thor. Yeah, Thor, what a good guy. I've always really liked Thor. He's been great. And
was that their first conversation?
Huge shout out to Pirate Software. Great guy, absolute W guy. Yeah, dope stream. Yeah, we've been cooking, man. We've been playing a lot. I'll watch like maybe one thing, guys, and then I want to move on, and we're gonna try and play the game, okay? Because I know a lot of you guys have been asking it for it, and you know, we'll get into it.
Bringing people together.
So yeah, that's the current plan, and so many great collabs. Yeah, bro, like we've been doing a whole lot. Like it's been a busy day. So yeah, you've been talking a lot today. Day off tomorrow. I don't really plan on taking a day off tomorrow because I'm probably gonna do the podcast, and so I'll be busy and wrapped up with that. So yeah, join Thor City. I don't know. You play off stream until like level 5, then on stream after 5. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm not sure. I will probably make that decision in like the next few days, because like there's that game, and then there's also a couple of other things that I was going to get into too, because like I've just been super busy playing a bunch of other games and like doing other shit. It's been a lot. So let me see if there's anything else I was going to look at. And yeah, do you watch the 4-hour Tectone drama video? It's January 6th.
Okay. That was... I just feel like I have to pinch myself a little bit. Like, this... What happened? Oh my God. I just felt like I was gonna go and spend some time with the wife, and then it's like it's like, nah bro, this is gonna drop right now. Wow, holy shit, dude. I just want to say, you know, thank you for all the people watching on Twitch and on YouTube. This was a very wild stream, very random stream that I'm famous for my random streams, but the fact that, you know, I know there was a lot of stuff happening in the Ashes community. And TerraJax, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube, man. Thank you. And for everybody watching on YouTube, man, please sub to the channel if you want to watch me with any time with Ashes of Creation. That's my main game. That's what I focus on. I am not a crazy person. I promise you. I am a little bit illiterate, but it's more funny for people in chat. So you know, consider giving me a follow. Let me see. Dude, chat. What were you guys' takes on this? This was this was a wild. Okay. So first thing I got to do when I go offline, I got to download my stream. I got to make 3 videos, and I got to post them on my YouTube. That's the first thing I got to do. But there was, and again, there was a lot that Narc said, and again, the one thing about Narc that I get very frustrated with is he's very emotionally manipulative, and he likes to want to say that he's playing the savior of saving people, but it's like, what are you saving people from? Because in another sentence he'll say, but I like the game is good, you know, I like the devs, I like Ashes of Creation. But then you also say, oh, well, this game is fake, or this system is fake, the communication is terrible, which we all can agree that the communication was a little... I'm not going to say it was terrible communication, because even Thor doesn't even believe it was terrible communication. I just think people read into certain things way too much and wanted like this literal verbatim, say exactly this or else I riot, which I think is just kind of crazy. So it's like, if you also, in the same breath of when you were talking to ASMON, saying like, well, you just want to take a step back and you're going to come back later, which I told everybody he didn't fucking quit. Like, anybody with like 2 cents could understand that he didn't quit. This was all for YouTube and all for, you know, views, and just to engage a wider and bigger audience, because usually I quit videos for any YouTube. You say I quit YouTube, I quit this, they just do very well in the algorithm. But it's like to paint your video in such a negative light, where it's like you're trying to juggle so many plates. You want to juggle the plate of I'm trying to save you guys from a scam, but then you also want to juggle the plate where this game is good. I enjoy this game. I like the devs. I like this game. How can you spin those plates simultaneously? You know what I'm trying to say? And then his language and how he is, his tone in his video is, you know, oh, well, I just couldn't support this game any longer because it goes against my ethics. I damn near wanted to laugh out of my chair. Are you kidding me? Like, really? Now your ethics are being bothered. I just find that to be super convenient. And I think what really happened was your ethics of not growing on YouTube and you capping out. You had no choice but to do this. And in the manner of which you did, destroyed the game that you said that you like. Let me see. That is called double standards. And I fucking hate people who play in that card. Well, let me see. Didn't know about refund either. Well, that's what I mean, right? And Steven openly said, dude, you want a refund? Open a ticket. Like, I mean, it's wild. This, what a wild day this was. Holy shit. Like, I'm trying to think of like all of the, like I have a very shitty memory, but there was a lot of times I'm like, man, I got to remember that specific point because I got to talk about it. Narc had malice intent in his vid, and I feel like Asmon and others just glossed over that. The important part for me was the intent behind the actions rather than if he was right or wrong. Dude, Faint, 1,000%. I really wish that Asmon would have hammered on the intent, the tonality, the painting of a broad brush of the negative sentiment regarding Ashes of Creation. Because again, if you're saying that you like this game and you like this project, and even though you don't like Steven, you're hurting the game by this video, and you didn't care. And maybe you didn't care because your hate for Steven was more than your love for the game. But again, I think it was very terrible to do. And I think the reason why Steven was pissed off is because Steven has tried to engage with him in the past, you know, on YouTube comments and all that other stuff, right? You know, maybe he doesn't involve. And again, people always ask like, oh, why don't you have Narc on this? Why didn't you invite Narc on this thing? What about Narc? And what about Narc? It's like, dude, how wishy-washy Narc has been as long as I've been in this community has been wild. Like, and that's what Steven was also talking about. There'd be some points where Narc could be on a good streak of making videos and be totally like impartial or just like, you know, positive or even critical, but not negative. And then it's like in the times he does go negative, he goes for the throat. Like he goes in ways that not even defames, but just insults the people working on this game. And it's just like, bro, you don't have to do that. Like, if you don't like a system, fine, point out the system, but don't say that the devs are brain dead. Excuse me. The devs don't know what they're doing. Steven doesn't know how to control his company or, you know, make his company or like all the stuff that Narc has said over the years. It's wild. It's literally wild. Hey, there's only one server so far, right? Is it even playable from the EU with high ping? No, there's EU servers. You can join the EU server. There's not just NA servers. There's also an EU server as well. Nah, man, Asmon was challenging and checking Narc. You kind of could tell Asmon was hanging on. Oh, dude, no. Asmon, dude, this was their first time talking. This wasn't like they've had multiple conversations before. Dude, Asmon was giving it to him, man. Holy shit, he was giving it to him. Chimera, dude, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, man. Thank you. Let me see. Narc's vid made AOC an MMO contender again. Dude, absolutely. Like, it's kind of wild. Like, and maybe, and I hope that this, because it's like I was also saying too, and I do agree with Steven, dude, retractions never get the same amount of press that the original video or headline or whatever, news story, whatever you want to call it, ever gets. And people are always going to remember the Narc video, and they're probably not going to remember this interview with Asmongold that Steven had. And that's the issue. And it sucks. It really does suck. Sorry too, but there's 2 US servers and 1 EU server. I play on the US server from EU, so it feels good. Oh, okay. I play on the US server, but I could have sworn there was an EU server too. This is 100% damaging to Intrepid. Oh, absolutely. And that's why Steven was upset. Because also, let's also be real. Intrepid has involved Narc in things. So one example, whenever you saw the live stream, which I think was like not December's live stream, but November's live stream, whenever you saw Pirate Software and his guild take on the 2 demons or whatever, the 2 giant demons, I was in that. Warrior was in that. Jamie Chaos was in that. Phantom X was in that. Grappler was in that. Narc was in that. Intrepid invited Narc to be in that group. I think he was Kitty Copium, or I forgot, or no, I think his name was Copium Inhaler, his tune or whatever. But they've tried to involve him, to a certain extent, because he is the biggest content creator. But it's like, you can't control someone as flippy floppy as him. And I think, again, Narc didn't burn out on Ashes of Creation. I can tell you, as a mad lad as he is in MMOs, he did not burn out on Ashes of Creation. What he burnt out on was continuing to make content for a category that he can't grow in. That's what he got burnt out on. And and again, he's playing Dark Souls. The Dark Souls community is huge, and it's also a very passionate community. So I think what he wanted to do was distance himself away from Ashes and try to grow in another community. And if that's Dark Souls, then it's Dark Souls. But I disagree with the sentiment that he burnt out on Ashes. I think for how hard he hits MMOs, he didn't burn out on the game. He just burnt out, again, because he wasn't growing. He was literally at 60,000 subs start of phase 2, and he just got up to 61,000 subs as of this latest video of hitting over 130,000 views. So I'm giving you guys a take on the mind of what a YouTuber thinks of, right? That if you are stagnant, like, what can I do to grow? Now for me, I've been at like 2K subs on my small YouTube channel for a while, but it's because I've been very inconsistent at making my curated YouTube content. I've been focusing a lot more on streaming, right? That's why I do my random streams or whatever, and it's easier for me. It's easier for me to go and stream, do some React content, talk about Ashes, play some Ashes of Creation, than it is for me to sit at my computer and edit for, a day or 2 days or however long my editing is for like a 15-minute or a 10-minute video. So, and it stresses me out too, to be totally honest with you. Editing literally stresses me out. Streaming does not stress me out in the slightest. 20,000 subs after today. Are you talking about Narc? I mean, that if he grew that much, I mean, I don't be surprised. I mean, 130,000 views. Like, I mean, I can get that. Yeah, he realized that there isn't any content for him to talk about every stream, and realized he can't get rich off of game in alpha. Well, exactly. But it's like, to me, like, why I created my YouTube content. And this is what I tell a lot of, like, whenever I meet a brand new person who started making Ashes content, I always tell them, I said, hey, don't expect fast growth compared to a lot of other categories on YouTube. But if you truly are passionate about this game and you love the project, then just make content, engage with the community. No, your channel after covering this, hey, I mean, that would be fucking insane if that happened, and it'd be crazy. But for me, I just make content because I enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I used to have a job. Right now, I'm kind of a stay-at-home dad, and I take care of my daughter. But, I would love to make YouTube a potential career, but I'm not going to kill myself in that process either. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very transparent with you guys in like how the year has been, and how Tattoo and Brumba, thank you so much for the follows, man. Thank you. Very much appreciated. But yeah, I just, I'm just being straight with you guys. Like, I think, Narc quit for a multitude of reasons, but he will be back when it serves him, right? That's the, you know, damn, started 5 hours ago. Vladis grinding, bro. If you just tuned in right now, there was some content today, bro. Holy shit, we got to see Asmongold interview Narc and cover the whole drama. We got to hear Asmongold interview Steven and talk about the drama, like, and then we got to hear Asmon talk to Pirate Software. I mean, today was a day, dude. Holy shit, like, today was a day. Let me see. Steven turned into a Les Grossman and burned everything down. Bro, I feel like in a certain extent, Steven, I don't think he was going on this tirade. I think he was just, Steven's a very passionate guy. You know, is there a VOD for the Asmon interviews? I'm actually going to be making videos after I stop streaming, and I'm going to start off with the Narc versus Asmon interview, and then do the Steven versus Asmon interview, and then go into the Pirate Software talking to Pirate Software. But I will be making those things. And then of course, this current VOD on YouTube, you can go back if you want to watch them. If you want to go to my YouTube channel, I'm currently streaming on YouTube, and you can just go backwards and watch the VOD if you've missed it. But yeah, a lot of shit happened today. Let me see. I think this whole day switched the narrative from negative to slightly positive. Even Asmon was willing to try the game again. No, absolutely, man. I think it was really nice to kind of see that shift. But it, you know, again, I know Asmon's community. If you go and watch that video, man, a lot of people were like, dude, Asmon's softballing Ashes. Like, as Asmongold, like, is Ashes Creation paying Asmongold? Like, I honestly felt like, you know, I kind of respect Asmongold a little bit more because of how he handled the whole Narc thing, because he could have just started to agree with Narc, and it could have just been even worse, right? And I think how he handled Narc and also how he handled Steven was also very good. I think just getting context is so important, and whenever you're missing context and you're just seeing a video, when the creator is not providing the context, not providing the whole truth behind the things, that's problematic. And then people start filling in their own gaps. And I think, you know, Asmon community has 50-50, probably. I mean, I was seeing more negative than positive personally when it comes to the comment section for his videos, but yeah, I mean, it's wild. Serial Freak, dude, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, dude. He also could have torn Narc apart live, and if he wanted to, but he was quite tactful. I think, honestly, in certain ways, I mean, I talk to people a lot on my 1v1 podcast. The way he let Narc talk, but the way he dictated his follow-ups put Narc in certain positions, and that's where you see backtracking from Narc. If you go back and watch the interview that Asmongold did with Narc, there was many times where Asmon would follow up on something and reiterate, well, you said this, and then Narc would backtrack. And it's again, like, because his and he even said too, like, there was one point he made, it was like, well, I understand this is like a straw man position. But there's a lot of points that if you felt like this game was a good game, but the communication was lax, then why did you paint the game overall in this very negative light towards the outset of the community, knowing that the video you're cultivating and creating right now is going to hit, like, the way, again, very disingenuously, he was saying, like, oh, I only hit about, 9 to 12,000 views on my channels because I only service the Ashes community, which is correct. But you also had to have known, because I kind of rolled my eyes when he was like, when Asmon was like, yeah, your video is like over 130,000 views. And he's like, oh, really? I didn't even know. Oh, that's crazy. For how analytical he looks at his YouTube, I highly doubt he was unaware of where his YouTube video was at. Highly. Just disagree with that entirely. Let me see. Main core WoW players of Asmon stumbled onto this during Narc versus Asmon and stayed for the rest. The stream cooked, dude. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, this was a crazy This was a crazy day. But I mean, again, for those of you guys who just joined or have never watched me before, I mostly cover Ashes of Creation. Actually, I don't mostly, that's all I do. I am an Ashes of Creation very specific content creator for YouTube, for Twitch. So if you like Ashes of Creation content, you want to follow someone else that covers the game, I do streams, videos, feedback stuff. I interview people in the community. I try to do a lot for the community. So and thus history has made this day for the community. Let me see, as a person who worked on core WoW and server architecture, Ashes is further ahead for an alpha than we were back in those days. Just food for thought. Dude, that is wild. But again, it's like, dude, the server engineers at Intrepid are fucking cooking, dude. I'm sorry, but the beginning of phase 1 to the end of phase 1, it was mind-blowing, dude. And even now, doubling the server workers and how stable the server workers have been for phase 2. At the start, not so much, but it got its bearings, right? The fact that it got its bearings, even knowing mostly everybody at the studio is gone on holiday, and they have a skeleton crew of people working, and they're able to do 24/7 performance for 2 weeks straight. Like, how can you talk shit? You know what I mean? Ever consider alpha key giveaways? A game looks sick. I have considered it. I personally. So here's my thing with giveaways. I'll go on a small tangent on this. My thing with giveaways is people orchestrate giveaways in a way that, oh, well, you have to follow my channel, you have to give a sub, or you have to do something like that. I want people to come onto my Twitch or my YouTube willingly and follow willingly. I don't like when you feel like in order to get something, you're obligated to follow or to sub. So, and again, I have to put up, $100 or, $110, $120 for these giveaways. And frankly, I don't have like my subs. Like right now I have 179 subs. That's not a lot of money, but I actually use that money to pay bills right now because I don't have a job. And right now my wife is the only one working. So any income I get from Twitch or YouTube, I put directly into bills. My cell phone, I put it into getting this computer because I had like almost $1,500 that was raised from the community, from my community here. That was either through subs, through donations, and so I just put it all into my computer, and my wife fronted the other half of the commuter. But I just want people to hit the heart or to hit the sub button because they like my content or they like me or they like my takes or whatever. I don't want it to be like, oh, well, you have to hit the subscribe button in order to participate in this giveaway, And I know I can make it not like that or whatever, right? I can just do a giveaway to just anybody or whatever. But the other reason why I don't do it is because I just don't have the cash. Like I'm just being totally honest. Let me see, 4 to 5 and 4 to 5 in UE shouldn't be that big of a deal. Expect a custom code that might have different interactions, but overall should be an okay thing. From what I have heard, the transition from 4 to 5 is not that easy, but I am also not an Unreal Engine developer, nor have I ever messed with Unreal Engine. This is just secondhand knowledge that I've gotten from like 2 people that are in game dev, that there's certain issues that can go in your project, integrating your project from Unreal Engine 4 to 5. And I don't know how complex, which I'm pretty sure MMOs in general are very complex in the back end, but there are some projects where it is just like the click of a button that you go from 4 to 5, but it also depends on how, your how advanced your code is or whatever, right? I think the more simpler it is, the easier it is. Noah's, dude, thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube, man. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Let me see, definitely going to play Ashes or AOC soon. Steven's openness is welcoming and different from other games. Well, absolutely, dude. I mean, from anybody that hasn't been in this community long, Steven Sharif has been very much liked and even loved in the Ashes community. He's been very direct and very open, and again, if you look at my YouTube channel here, I'll bring this up real quick. you know, I've been doing this podcast, you know, with my, it's called a 1v1 podcast. And so if you look right here, you know, I was able to interview the man himself, you know, and again, I'm a nobody. Like, you know what I mean? Like most gaming companies, you'll go and, you'll have to like want to interview people that have like an actual following, like thousands or hundreds of thousands, like people like Pirate Software, people like ASMON, right? Because it's advantageous to penetrate to those communities that probably don't know about Ashes of Creation. But the fact that Steven, you know, was willing to come and talk to me, and he was also willing to talk to a lot of the content creators that have been in this space for a while, shows the kind of character he has, right? It's like, yes, I know you guys aren't big or whatever, but he believes in us. He believes that we can be, or be, that we can become big content creators in the future. And I think that encouragement and that kind of belief is powerful. And I, you know, I feel very, you know, blessed basically to like have that kind of support from the main man himself, you know. And then I have developers too that come into my stream, people like Planetdorf, people like Rotarian Slurp that work for Intrepid, that like come in and just chat with us, and you know, we can ask some questions, or sometimes they'll just chill. Like, what company does that? You know, what kind of gaming company has that much passion to come into a stream as small as mine, you know, and just want to hang out and just see what's up? I miss planning, dude. He'll be back, dude. I mean, he's still on vacation. I mean, he was in another country, so he'll be back soon enough, man. It'll be fine. But it's been wild. Holy shit, who messaged me? Oh, it was a guild ping. I was like, I thought someone messaged me. But yeah, guys, what a fucking stream, man. I think I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna download this VOD. I'm gonna cut up the videos and release them to you guys as soon as possible. I probably will have to delay the videos a little bit. They probably won't get as many views, but how YouTube algorithms usually work is if you put out consecutive YouTube videos, they the first one will do okay, the next one does shit. Like, so I'll try my best to like separate them as much as I can, but I will be posting them up. I don't know if I'll do a couple of hours, maybe 6 hours, or maybe I'll just post the Narc one today and I'll post the Steven one tomorrow morning, something like that. And then I'll post the next one, the Pirate Software, I'll post it like tomorrow evening or something like that. But yeah. All right, guys. Let me see who is streaming in the Ashes category. Oh my god, we got our boy Roar, the Roar. You tell him that Vlad sent you. You see, he's actually playing some Ashes right now, so let's go ahead and raid over to him. Guys, again, super appreciate everybody watching on YouTube, on Twitch. Thank you so much. It was a fucking pleasure. What a day. What a stream. I hope the content was great for you guys. And again, we'll see you guys very, very soon. Take care, guys. Have fun at Royer's house.